Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Fucking all coming right up.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to EU League. It's yet another beautiful day. A bit gray here in Paris, but it's all right because I'm flanked by wonderful English/British people, as has been always the case, actually, if we're looking back at it. And yeah, they know all about the gray, and they're here with us. So let's say hello to our wonderful experts on the desk. Jack, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Milos.
I hope you're feeling better this week.
I am very good. I had to have a day off APAC North, unfortunately, last week, but here I am, back for you well, and I'm fit and ready to go.
And thanks to that, we got to see Harry and Derry casting together, which was incredible. I hope everybody rewatched that. But we have a wonderful guest for all the, I guess, LATAM and CL and NPL fans out there. Mr. Ollie Hatton. It's Extra Tricka joining us. How you doing? Full name, just like we did with Harry Dempster.
I mean, that's the only way to do it, isn't it? Yeah, really excited to be here, Milos. Can't wait to get stuck into a little bit of EU. Obviously, did a little bit in Stage 2. Came in to fill in a few gaps here and there, but excited to get my teeth stuck into it now for the next couple of play days.
Yeah, I hope we're all ready for it. And it is a very exciting week, as always, here in our Stage 3, which I have to say, after the disaster that has been Stage 2 for many teams here in EU, well, the victory in Berlin, the happiness that we're all, it's kind of phasing all through us. And we have a few things to discuss for today. First up, our Playday. You know, this is a brand new one's 4th Playday out of 9. We're nearing the halfway mark. So by Playday 4, if you're still having major mistakes, it's going to get real tough to fix. And one thing that I want to highlight is that teams right now are more of the attacking phase. This is the meta right now. Teams are more, I guess, more relaxed on their attacking side.
Yeah.
So sites are suffering, some of them for the defenders, and we want to talk about the top defensive sites. So Jack, do you have any numbers that could back up any substantial claims around that?
Do you know what, Milos? I do.
Oh,
have
man,
a few
he's
numbers.
so
I've
good.
put them into a little graphic just to show everybody. We wanted to look at what is the top 5 best defensive sites, and now this is inside of EUL Stage 2 and Stage 3 so far. Like Milos, like you said, the meta has gone very attacker-sided. It's gone very attacker-leaning, but there are still some good sites. And we wanted to kind of break this down and say that, you know, there's a few maps here: Sky, Oregon, Theme, Oregon again, and Club, where there's some really good sites that are still very defender-sided, where either attackers haven't figured out how to attack it yet, for example, Bar Stage, or they're just very good defensive sites. And I think there's a few common themes with these sites, particularly for me. The Laundry Supply site, Armory Throne site, and Bar and Stage site on Club is that they've got very limited verticality, where teams have to do a load of processes before they can get to the site, and that still makes them good defensive sites, even in this kind of meta, which is attacker-sided.
I think that's one of the key things that you really need to look for is accessibility to the site. How can these sites be accessed? And can they be accessed from externally very quickly? Can they be accessed vertically? If so, from which vertical angle can they be accessed? Is it from down to up, or is it from up to down? You mentioned there Bar Stage, great example on Clubhouse. You're forced into a full map clear, essentially. Yep. You can't leave anything to chance. And similarly, you look at a map like Oregon, you look at Laundry down there, again, no verticality. You've got hatches to play around, but realistically, they're the sites that you really want to be looking for as a defender to take those sort of key advantages. And, you know, that's why they're in there.
The Bar Stage one was crazy for me because teams, especially we've seen teams, even this stage, where they will play Church and Arsenal as the starting site. Then they will play Gym and Bedroom as the secondary site. And they get to the third site, they win 2 defenses, they go, oh, I don't know what to play. Do we go to CCTV? Do we go to Bar Stage? And Bar Stage is genuinely one of the best sites on that map in totality. And, you know, teams still haven't figured out defenses on it. Teams still haven't figured out attacks on it. But it is still a very good defender-sided site.
So there's a lot of flexibility that we're seeing in currently in the metagame, and how, I guess, reactive attackers can be, because we talked about it in our last EUL day, where we brought up kind of the pick rate of defenders first on purpose, because attackers are always able to react, and that's an extra layer that we've had to think about, or teams have had to think about over the past few months through 2022, is that attackers can just drone, actually do the thing that they're supposed to do in the prep phase, and then see, we're going to have to react with these operator in this, switch out the entire roster if need be.
I think that's something that you can almost look at coming from, like you say, inside of Stage 2, where we got the fancy 6 pick, the 7th pick almost, as it was touted, where you could attack a repick during that drone phase. That now added into some of the small little meta changes that we've seen. Secondary EMP gadget, for example, a huge little thing to really elevate a lot of those attacking lineups. It gives so much more flexibility now that teams don't need to be going in with such strict ideas. They can be more going in with a sort of ethos, more going in with a mindset.
And I think think that's the thing is when you get the top teams for attacking, right, is when you think about a team that can do the really strict, disciplined, process-driven stuff all the way to the opportunity spot and stuff. When teams actually can get both ends of that spectrum and just play completely differently one round to the next, that's where it does become so strong.
All right, I'm really loving this, and I'm hoping that as the stage progresses, because those stats that we showed, thank you very much to our production team and to Bertrand for putting it all together in a nice little package for us to see. But we're wanting to see by the end of the stage, and especially come the major, how is this going to work out? It's always cool to compare what are the top sites and the top and best attackers and defenders during a stage, and then at the end of it, and at the end of a major international event, what's the impact of LAN on it all? Those are things that I absolutely love to see, and I'm sure you guys have dug your teeth into them so often before we actually start off our stages. Jack just immediately isn't like, yeah, I know.
I like a few stats, Milos.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that.
Every time I walk into your room when you've been working on stats, hey, you don't always see, but there's a door in between us. There's one between mine and Haps.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you got a LAN party going yet?
It's tough because Hap is sometimes just waking up very early and just playing all day. I'm like, well, I need somebody for my Destiny stack, but that's, I guess, something else. Usually it's the EUL 2 in the morning, unranky stack, I guess. And you know about it more than I do.
Just a little bit.
Moving on from this topic, and I hope you guys screenshotted that table that we had. It's free karma, so you just post it on the subreddit. I'm sure somebody's doing it as we're speaking of it. I'm sure Hap has already attempted to post it, so there you go. But let's look back at our previous Playday number 3. And we prefaced this last week, Jack, with Playday number 3 is when you're supposed to really have the major issues ironed out. Because if you're still struggling with them, it's going to get tough if you want to be in the top 4, right? So here's what we had. 7-5 Heroic versus TT9, 8-6 BDS versus Outsiders. Our match of the day was an 8-7 M&M versus Rogue, a 7-5 G2 versus Wolves, and finally an 8-7 Secret versus Navi. So I turn to you, Ollie, and I ask you, are there any surprises that you saw in that Playday? Because you were watching it from home at that point.
Absolutely. I think you could have closed your eyes and picked any match at random and you would have picked a match of the week. Last week for me was really exciting. You could just look at the score lines there to demonstrate that. 3 overtimes in there and 2 7-5s. It doesn't really get much closer than that, other than seeing all of the maps go to an overtime. I think the result for me that surprised me, potentially that last map. I think you were maybe a little bit delirious at that point, Fresh.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So to jog your memory. Secret beat Navi, of course. And for me, that was one of the bigger sort of upsets of because you could really see those two teams going back and forward, and through the player cams, you could see that sort of mental battle that they were going through. And I think that's really what Playday 3 was. It was a big mental battle for a lot of players.
68 rounds in total was played out with a maximum of 75. We played a lot of rounds last week in EUL. It was absolutely mental. And Des actually says this a lot, and I'm going to maybe throw Des under the bus a little bit here, but he says, I give teams 3 games and then I start to judge them. Well, we had those 3 games. We finished Playday 3, and I'm sure we'll come on to a league table at some point, Milos, but when you look at league table, we can't actually judge all the teams because they're all so close, innit?
And actually, we will take a look at that ranking. I know I'm going to pull it up a bit too early, but let's do it anyways because we are on the topic and it's good to kind of continue on with it. Thank you very much, production, for reacting with us so quick. But here it is: 8 points for Heroic, 7 for BDS, 5 for M&M Rogue, 4 points for Wolves, Secret, Navi, G2, and Outsiders, and none for TT9. And like you say, Jack, it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, so I'm sorry for pulling this up early, production.
No worries.
But if we're going to judge these teams after 3 games, isn't everyone having a great season here, maybe apart from TT9?
Everyone's having a fantastic season.
Everybody's got really good positives that they can go off and launch themselves off and actually go and make a run for a major. Yeah. Who's making the major? Any of those 9 teams. And I think that's the best thing. That's why, stage 2, we came into it. We came into EUL. We was thinking, oh, it's EUL. They're going to make loads of mistakes. We come into EUL now and we're like, oh my God, these teams, they're all so good. They're all really competitive. They're all doing really good things.
So I'll be back to you in just a moment here because for those that missed the action, don't you worry about it. Sat down and voiced over all the action. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much, Milos, and welcome back to another EUL Playday recap. I have a small rule of thumb that I live by of giving teams 3 days to show what they're made of, and given Playday 3 just finished, let's have a look at what went down. Game 1, TT9 versus Heroic. Closer than many expected, with Heroic narrowly edging out a 7-5 win on Villa. Like always, Amision was the shining star for TT9, going 14-7, but sadly, like always, it wouldn't be enough to get any points on the board. Heroic showed that youth is the future with Doom, Benja, and Mello dropping double-digit kills, cementing their position at the top of the table. Game 2 saw BDS taking on Outsiders in a game that, again, was closer than many expected. Taking BDS to Clubhouse feels like insanity, but Outsiders held firm in the first half, going 4-2 on their defense. BDS would mirror that in the second half before edging out 2 rounds in overtime to win 8-6. Dan and Renshiro especially impressed, going 16-9 and 13-8 respectively. BDS are now second from top, and Outsiders second from the bottom. Coming into Game 3, Major Champions Rogue was still raw from the 6-3 lead they threw away at the start of Stage 2 against M&M. And revenge looked to be sweet. A 5-1 defensive half had many thinking this game would be done in 7 or 8 rounds, but M&M rallied, pulling the game back to overtime. History was set to repeat itself as M&M would clinch an 8-7 win, with Tyrant dropping 18 kills. Definitely a game to watch back if you missed it last week. Game 4 saw G2 taking on Wolves on Theme Park. The jury has all but concluded that Fabian trolled the team with the map bans, as they haven't practiced this map since Blur joined in the transfer window. Nonetheless, Doki and Citizen would have some incredible rounds that saw G2 narrowly snatching the 3 points with a 7-5 win. Both teams now sit in a 5-way tie on 4 points, keeping the battle for the top 4 wide open. Our last game of the day was so hard to call. Navi and Secret have both been on the up as of late, and the whole talent team was divided on who would walk away the winner. Bank was the arena, and Groovy made sure to give a warm welcome to Leader, who couldn't seem to catch a break in the early rounds, ending with a 47% cost. In the end, Secret would narrowly walk away with an 8-7 win and 2 sorely needed points. With 68 of 75 possible rounds played on the day, Playday 3 was one of our most competitive yet. Will Playday 4 be even crazier? Well, you're in the right place to find out. Milosh, over to you.
Thank you very much, Des. And yes, he did play us with that introduction. But there you go. That was all the action. If you had missed it from last week's EOL Day, thank you very much for joining us on Playday number 4 today. And we have a small moment. I want to pull up the ranking analysis just again, because maybe Ollie has something to say about it. Do you, Ollie?
Really put me on the spot here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to comment and say that the fact that we've not got any sort of deviance between 5 and 9th in terms of that league standings, it really is, it furthers the point how open it is for everybody. You know, this is Playday 4 out of 9, so at the halfway point of tonight, we're going to be halfway through, if you want to look at it that way. But realistically, we are approaching that halfway point thick and fast. There's going to have to be some movement in this standings now. Are we going to see the top teams take a little bit more of a lead? That's what we want to be looking toward. For me, Heroic and BDS, they've got quite a lot to prove still, despite that good start.
I mean, if you're looking at what happened in Stage 2, yeah, there is a lot to prove. You make a lot of sense in that. A reminder for everybody, only the top 4 teams make it to the next major, unlike what we have, for example, in APAC North and South, where the top 2 teams from North and top 2 of South make it through, just in case we got some crossover and some viewers coming over from APAC North or other show that, of course, we love, we'll be back for on Wednesday. Though, moving on from the rankings, we both got a say on it, right? We're giving everybody equal space. We want to move on to our schedule of today. What are the matches that you can look forward to? Well, maybe we'll go again to 68 rounds out of 75. Who knows? Let's see how long of a night it'll be. But this is how it's starting with our 5 BO1s. TT9 versus Navi is up first. Secret versus Outsiders right after. Then Rogue versus G2. I repeat, ears open. Rogue versus G2 is match of the day, and that starts in around 3 hours, so make sure you're ready. That schedule is a rolling schedule, by the way, so hey, maybe you come back at 8:30, but it's, you know, it's already started. It's not exactly how it usually goes. But right after is Heroic versus BDS, and then, of course, our final matchup of today is Wolves versus M&M. That will wrap up our competitive day. Rogue versus G2, though, is our match of the day, and that's where we turn our attention to. Because, gentlemen, why should I care about Rogue versus G2?
Well, it's just a little smidgen of history, Milosh, just a little smidgen of history between the players, between these two teams. They're both powerhouse teams. They're both big teams. A lot of quality on both teams. Obviously, Rogue are major champions, G2, you know, the super team, the dynasty, whatever we want to call them. But also the history of them. You know, they've got a bit of beef. They've stage 1, stage 2 played each other. Great games, both of them. The semi-final of the major, quarter-final of the major, quarter-final of the major it was, where it could have gone, G2 could have gone through and Rogue would have gone home, but for 2 rounds going the other way. Like, these two teams, they've got a lot of history and they're both quality teams.
There is certainly a lot of history. You could be sort of mistaken, though, in thinking that, well, last time these two teams played each other, it was 7-1 to Rogue on Bank. It was a stomp. It was an absolute rollover. But we know that because of the history, because of the little bit of beef in there, because of the players, we know that that's just going to add even more fuel to this fire. Yeah. And are we going to see Bank again even? They've played it twice so far in Stage 1 and Stage 2. There's a lot riding on it.
It's a fixture that I know that I look for. As soon as the fixtures come out, I'm just like, where's Rogue G2? Give me that game, inject it. They do the same. They both managed to up their performance when they play each other. Like you say, it was a 7-1 in Stage 2, but go back all the way to Stage 1 when Rogue and G2 again on Bank, and it was a 7-5, and again, that could have just gone either way.
When you talk about the power of these two teams, the dynasties that, I guess, one built in the past in his organization, the other one that's trying to do it now with a different roster on G2, also Rogue and their attempts. Honestly, this talk of dynasties, we can go into forever because it's a big conversation piece. Now, I want to ask everybody at home, like, what is to you the biggest dynasty? Everybody will answer Penta G2, right? That's kind of the obvious one. But who else really stands out to everybody? Rogue are trying to rebuild it. G2 are in. And it seems like we've gone more away from what, I guess, for all the history nerds out there, you'll know what I mean. Going from, I guess, Han Dynasty to Warring States to... No?
It lost me.
The Three Kingdoms period.
It's hard to get over your head.
I've been lost here.
Over your head.
I have a book to recommend.
I'm sure you do.
Luo Guangzhong. It's a very, very ancient Chinese writer. Very much recommended. But it is that shift away from a stable dynasty to who knows who's going to win. Because it could have been FaZe Clan winning the major for all intents and purposes, and we'd be singing a completely different tune in this one. But I'm now asking, what is their gameplay-wise to look at this G2? Because it seems like going from how it was in day 1 to day 3, that there's been a shift, Jack.
There's been a little bit of a shift, and I've got a telestrator for you, Milosh.
He's always ready, man. It's almost like we planned this.
I'm going to head over. Yeah, it's almost like we put it in there on the show and everything, Milosh.
Yeah, that's how I read it.
Do you know what? I'm not going to make, I promise you, I'm not going to make a joke about cheese. Last week, I talked about G2 and their cheesy strats. And I'm actually going to say G2's strength as a team is having big moments and these big plays where they just explode together all at the same time. And that's what today's Telestrator is about. And this is G2 last week on Theme Park. They're attacking Bunks and Daycare. And I want to keep your attention right down on the bottom of the screen. There's 2 players. There's a Ying and an Amaru down on the bottom of the screen. The Ying's going to throw the Candelas into the kitchen. The Amaru's going to come up the hatch. And at the same time, one player is going to jump in the arcade window. Doki is going to drop down the hatch. And one's going to come up yellow stairs. So all 5 at the same time. And I'm just going to let this run through because genuinely, I think this is when G2 play their best Rainbow Six Siege. You can see up the hatch right now. Ben actually dies in this as an entry death, but actually people push through all at the same time. And this is G2. This is not them going through processes, trying to play default. This is them going, do you know what? I've seen an opportunity. I'm going to go for it, and we will just win the round off the back of it. Theme Park is very hard mapped in terms of actually getting rounds like this. But G2, they've done it consistently now for a couple of weeks. If they attack more like this, basically as their default every single time, they will become a very dangerous team in this league.
Well, Jack, thank you very much. But moving on from gameplay, there has to be players that kind of support all of this happening. And I think the biggest comparison is if we look at the top players from these two teams, the ones that were talked quite a bit about. Citizen, and on the other side, we got Cryan. So how would that look like? We have a nifty graph for that, actually. Thank you very much, production team, for putting it together. But what are we supposed to read from this graph, just for people to understand?
I really enjoy this because we often talk about players having a good day or players having a bad day. And obviously with the EPS, the expected performance, it's easy to give a number to that and it's easy to give a value to it. But to be able to see it actually mapped out here, you can just see how consistent both of these 2 players are on any given day. They're very often matching one another. And there are just some, slight peaks and troughs here and there. For me, you've really got to be looking toward Cryan. Cryan is, of course, the blue line. Crying is the yellow line, and there's just that little bit more deviance there for me. There's more highs, there's higher highs, there's lower lows, whereas Citizen on the whole usually keeps himself fairly level.
And the fact that Citizen's actually come into this roster, and during stage 2, the back end of stage 2, he was obviously but he took over the IGL responsibilities from Prano, and he was a big reason why G2's performances increased, got them to the major. And I think the fact that he's able to maintain, look at his lowest, it's still in the 90s, right? In terms of his EPS. Despite that, you've got to say just how good a player he is off the back of that. Like you say, we're crying a little bit more high and low, but he has massive impact when he is on those high highs. That's the thing.
But Citizen did come out, and everybody, I guess, we're talking about this over the past few weeks, and beforehand, that from Charlotte and maybe a bit before it, leading up to, I guess, Berlin, there were issues with how the team was communicating, with how Citizen was also in behavior within the team. That's improving, that's being worked on, as was stated, but that's something that also you cannot account for in just numbers, can you?
No, you absolutely can't. There's so many things in Rainbow Six where you can't actually statistically prove somebody's worth, and it's just a thing like a call out, or not even just a call out, a context of a call out of this guy is standing, he's peeking, he's swinging. The communication and all those soft skills around Rainbow Six, you can't give them statistical values, but Citizen also, whilst maintaining the good statistical values, also increased his team's performance from being the IGL.
So in this case, we're comparing two spearheads of the team, right? Is that a fair comparison?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what if we were to compare two players that fit more in, I guess, a support role, as stated, Leon and Blur specifically? I'm going to pull that up for you. And I want to ask, because when you think support in a rogue system, you think Leon. It might not be the case for every team out there, but is Blur really in a support role, or does G2 really have a support player? What do you think?
We had a hard time, didn't we?
Kind of hard to say, isn't it?
We had a bit of a tough time picking somebody for this graphic because we wanted to compare more of the. We wanted to shine the light on the supports, as is the norm. But to pick a support player who is categorized as a support player out of G2, it's not easy, is it, Jack?
No, and even Blair, he came in, and it will say Hibana's his main attacker. Jaeger's his main. Jaeger's more of a support operator now, but. It's kind of like G2 operate without any support. They operate as 5 people. We know very well that everybody does a little bit of everything in G2. And this is why it's quite an interesting head-to-head, because everybody does a little bit of everything, so G2 really operate without any supports. Whereas Rogue, they have 2 supports who also operate as fraggers. Leon on his entry engagements, for example, is absolutely massive. So both of these teams, in their own style, are actually changing how support operators and players work.
And on to a bigger question. I know there's not enough time to discuss it fully, but are roles kind of dead with how attacker repick is, with how flexible you have to be able to win? Are like dedicated 100%, everybody's on a specific role? Is this gone?
I'm not sure if it's going to be gone, but I think that there's going to be fewer roles needed. I think you will come to a point where you just need 1 or 2 people on roles. And even the role, it's like when your job description gets changed. Everyone's role's job description has just got changed a little bit. Few roles have been made redundant, and now you've taken on a little bit more work. But you can do because you're a little bit less busy.
I've stopped calling entries and supports when I've talked about teams. I've started talking about the front line and the back line, because you can still play the front line as a support operator. You can still play the back line as an Ashe.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? So that's how I've started distinguishing not so much roles, but actually like where they are in terms of the actual process of an attack going into the building. I think Ollie's right. It's just shifting.
So because as asymmetric as Rainbow Six can be, the equalizing line is always, well, you can just shoot them. Everybody has pretty much the same guns. Everything is killing from 3 to 4 shots. And, we talked about DMRs for a bit on Wednesday, comparison with how people don't really use the P10 Roni anymore. Like these sorts of things that we have to account for. It's, again, very difficult one to put into statistics and pure objectivity. But that's why I want to hear from you out there. This is part of the engagement that we're kind of looking for, because there's so many questions that we'd like to answer. But that's kind of how we're sitting for today in our match a day. Let us know what you think about all of that, but also our predictions. Since we have a tiny bit of time, why not use it for something, I guess, productive? I don't know how to describe this properly. People went for Secret versus Outsiders. You even went for Outsiders, Jack. What's going on?
Yeah. I thought I would be one of the only people that went for Outsiders there.
No.
Wow. That's incredible.
I
only
think
one
the
person
people are right.
yes.
I think the people are right.
I think we've all trolled.
I think we've trolled ourselves.
You didn't even go for BDS.
Yeah, I know. And again, I thought I was going to be the only person that would go for Outsiders and Heroic there, to be honest. I'm very surprised.
We're all over 50%. It's only X that's
Yeah, you let them
NA.
To be fair, I could, in theory, at the end of this, I could be leading.
That's true. Because ours is a combination.
Depending on how your percentage is
2
calculated.
years of it, 3
Yeah.
years of it even. Yeah, so there you go. Let us know what you think of the predictions, and of course, predictions in the chat itself before the games start, which leads us into our next point. Just a reminder, if you want to check out all of the VODs, which you should, there's been some fantastic and or hilarious matches that happened over the past week. Make sure you're checking them out on R6 Esports VODs over on YouTube, or if you're watching on YouTube, you can go ahead and go on the homepage of R6 Esports where you're watching the stream right now, and you can see the playlist that is listed on the homepage. With that, we start off our day. Ollie, thank you very much for joining us first day. We're going to keep it all going. And thank you very much, Jack. Let's take a short break. When we come back, it's game number 1, TT9 versus Navi. See you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to EU League. It's game number 1 to kick off Playday number 4. TT9 Esports versus Natus Vincere on the other side. Welcome back. Let's have a chat about it. I'm Milosh on the analyst desk. With me, our fresh and extra troika, our guests for the next couple of weeks here in EUL and APAC North. Happy to have you here, both boys. Let's talk about the two squads, starting off with TT9. Jack, what's up with them?
What's up with TT9? Well, I don't want to say this, but they're the only team in the league that don't have any points yet, which is a little bit unfortunate for them. And I think, you know, they obviously did struggle through stage 1, stage 2, sitting bottom of the overall leaderboard. Obviously, they're going to be a little bit buffed now that, you know, they can already look towards next year with the announcement of no relegations. And I think that TT9, they have made some improvements. I don't think the improvements have necessarily been good enough to run with the other teams, but they have made some improvements.
They haven't been good enough to get games, have they?
Yeah.
No, they haven't been able to get points yet. 3 losses, 2 close games given, against Navi and Heroic. There was 7-5, so not beyond the realms of possibility for them to look at walking away with a point there. But it's that inability to close out the game that is becoming a little bit of a problem now. And if that starts to become a very consistent theme, there's going to be some serious warning signs. For me, Fresh, one-man team. Yeah. It's blatant. It's obvious. There's no other way of putting it. A mission is a one-man army at this point.
It's so hard. It's so hard to look at it and not see it as that as well. And they're trying to get around it. That's the biggest thing for them. They're trying to get around it. They're trying to make Exodus play alongside a mission to make them play as a 2. They're trying to put Cypher a little bit more forward in a frontline role. But unfortunately, we've got another situation yet again with this team where there's one guy that's having a great time, he's getting loads of kills, and he's positive, and the rest of the team, they're dropping negative numbers. And, you know, when Exodus wakes up, or when Cypher wakes up, they'll be a good team and they'll beat people, but they're just not quite there yet.
I think watching him, I don't know if people still remember this, it's only been a couple of weeks, but that ace in Basement Chalet, that was beautiful. Every part of it. We were sitting back watching it here in the studio. Of course, the casters were screaming the brains off here, but we were in our own room and kind of just, hold on, and then he wins it. Everybody was screaming all over the studio. It was fantastic. It's beautiful to see. So there is a lot of skill involved in there. It's just putting together the players to actually make it work. You can't rely on one person to bring you the points, although their games have been, like you said, Ollie, 7-4, 7-5, 7-5. We'll get to see how they play against Navi on the other side. What is with this Navi here? Because we were saying that this team actually came out with some pretty good roster changes, Ollie.
It's almost like there's a little bit of a recipe for success here, Mil.
Yeah.
And the recipe for success is to take players from NPL or Tier 3. Because that does seem to be what is working for a lot of these teams. You look at somebody like Leader and the impact that he's had coming on into Navi. For me, Navi are getting in toward more of a final form team. They've spent quite a lot of time in almost a bit of a transitional period, but if you look at the experience that they've got on the roster now, you look at players like Kayak, you look at players like Nathan, that experience guiding those slightly younger gunners is a recipe for success, and it's something that we see consistently work.
It's crazy how you think about that this roster is such a young roster. It's full of guys that are 18, 19, 20 years old. And then you talk about that international experience on Nathan, on Kayak, who, you know, Kayak was G2, the Mexico major. Nathan Navi with, I want to say Sweden, went to Invitational. I remember seeing him in Sweden at one point. And it genuinely is, like you said, it's like final form. It's looking towards next year. This team could genuinely be really scary. They feel very well balanced. They're very competitive. They've not picked up clean wins or anything yet. They might still struggle in games and situations at this stage, but looking towards next year, this team could be a scary one.
I want everybody, just so we add a moment of humor, I guess, in this. Look at Kayak in the center. Really look into his face. He looks like if Stokes was from the UK.
He's glowing, isn't he?
He is. Stokes is a handsome man. Kayak's a handsome man. There you go. Put it together. That's all you need to know. Anyways, moving on then. We have a head-to-head for this matchup. One player from each one of these two teams, and I'm wondering what my beautiful analyst picked for this matchup. Show us the money, production. Let's see how it goes. It's Amision and Skitty. Now, you talked about Amision, but why Skitty?
Well, both of them. And I think, you know, if we're looking at the context of this game and where it might be won or lost, I think one of the main places it will be won or lost is in the entry battle. And these are currently two of the best entry players in the league. They're up there, both of them in the top 5 for entry statistics. You'll see Skiddy just edging out towards a mission there. And I think both, play similar roles, both prolific on their teams as well. And that's why we wanted to throw it up as a head-to-head.
I think for me, again, it comes down to this one-man army approach from TT9, where we don't want to see a mission go 1 versus 9 here tonight. We want to see him have a little bit more of his team behind him. And with good stats often comes a good element of team play. He's not going out there and getting the kills on his own, but that is costing his team in other areas, where on the other side it's coming a little bit easier for Navi.
So there it is from the 2 players. If you have anybody else at home just thinking, these are also players I'd like to look at in the future, then let us know. We're open to all your suggestions on socials and in the chats. But moving on to that, take a look at which map we're going to be playing in this series to kick off our Playday. So 9-map pool, 8 are out, and we're left with Clubhouse. A classic. Everybody should be able to play it. TT9 will have that final say. And they're starting off on the attacks. Navi has picked up defense. You got a numbers to help out, Jack.
Yeah, so normally with TT9, teams are able to expose their shallow map pool a little bit. Navi's not one of those teams because Navi don't like Chalet. They also don't like Bank, which are 2, pound bands, what TT9 would try and get away from. They did actually play each other on this map in, I want to say it was stage 1? It was stage 1, where Navi ended up winning.
Completely different universe.
Very, very completely different meta universe, but a little bit of history. But Clubhouse is certainly a team that a map that TT9 are able to play and do like playing.
I think, again, it comes down to the basics, doesn't it? Those fundamentals. And if TT9 are able to get some of those fundamentals over the line, then they might have a chance at picking up a few more rounds. We've seen them be relatively competitive already this stage. We just haven't seen them have that bite to get a win.
Does NPL prepare you to play Clubhouse in EUL? Is the question.
Yeah, I think a lot of things could prepare you to play
Leader actually got a really nice 1v2, I want to say, against Heroic on Clubhouse in NPL. Yeah. So he's going to be more than used to playing it. He won his team a game. 10-star that was, when he played it.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of swaps.
A little bit of recent history. I know you'll go way back with the history, but that was in this current NPL season.
I'm too old to keep up with what happens now.
Oh, okay.
I've hit 28. That's it. Well, I'm almost 29.
Fair enough.
Damn. You really had
29 soon, actually, yeah?
Yeah.
Month or 2?
Wait, I need to remember when my birthday is.
Younger than me.
Milosh has a hard time remembering his birthday.
He can remember all these things, but he can remember back to the Chinese, whatever it was that he was trying to talk about earlier.
I was there. Lubu, best friends. There you go. I know Kalkal knows exactly what I'm talking about for those who are very interested in the history of China, that's very debated if it was real or not. But anyways, that aside, it can be very nerdy in many ways here on the desk. But Jack and Ollie, thank you very much. Sorry for that short delay, but our game is ready. Navi versus TT9. We'll toss it to our casters. It's Des and Ace. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Welcome for the first game of the day. You got me and Tim for 3 games in a row today. You lucky sods. Tim, how are you feeling today, big man?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm looking forward to the 3 in a row, Des. Basically, anywhere I can spend more time with you. It was 2 games last week. It's 3 this week. That's better for me.
Oh, mate, I just love saying foie or core. Hang on. You know what the best thing is? I think Fresh and Ollie don't realise I can still hear everything they're saying. And they've walked out the room saying, Des, he gets a little bit insufferable sometimes, doesn't he? Just heard him say everything.
Rumbled.
Because it's the foie, it's the core. I'll just keep on layering it in. We'll have a wonderful day. Tim, first game coming up. As Fresh mentioned on the desk, this was a game that we had earlier in the year where Navi won 7-2. But things could not be any different between these 2 sides now. A few roster changes have come in for Navi, especially. For me, all bets are off. It's a blank slate. This could be an absolute banger.
I think you're right, Des, and this comes back to something that I've said previously, and that is, it doesn't matter necessarily the quality of teams, and I'm not saying that these teams don't have quality, because we know that they've got ability, but they haven't been putting up the best, most consistent performances. You know, particularly on the side of TT9, they've not been winning games. But what I've always said, if you've got 2 evenly matched teams, you're going to have an entertaining game of Siege. No 2 ways about it. And I think that's the sort of area, that's the category that this game falls into today, is 2 teams that are actually going to be really pretty evenly matched. And I think this is, as you say, going to be a slugfest, especially somewhere like Clubhouse. I wouldn't expect to see a massive map advantage for either. And, you know, you look at the side of TT9, they've lost 3 games, fair enough, but they've secured at least 4 rounds in every game, Des. They've come close.
Yeah, and just going back to Clubhouse for a second, for both teams, it's kind of in the midfield. It's a 3rd to 5th preference map, which, being honest, when you're looking at how teams tend to ban in the best of 1, they're removing 4 of the maps either away from their opponent or their own weak maps. So you do end up in that kind of 3 to 5 range. So I'm not too surprised to see us going here. I did, however, DM Leader just before this game started and said, hey, Clubhouse, why? And he was like, they banned all the juicy maps. And I was like, so that's it. We just go back to the basics. And he was like, yep. And I was like, sweet. Makes sense to me. So let's get into things. Starting off on the defensive side is Navi, as we've already touched on. Tim, they're going to kick things off inside Gym and Bedroom, a site that has really risen into popularity with the fall from grace of Cash and CC. Really, Gym and Bedroom and the basement are the 2 main sites on this map now.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing Gym and Bedroom come along as a primary choice is definitely getting tasty. It's getting spicy because, as you say, that signals it. That's the big telling point. You know, yeah, you can say, well, this team likes it a bit more. Maybe that team prefers Cash CCTV, that one with Syntape Bar and such. But at the point where teams are coming in with it as number 1 primary choice, then, yeah, you are saying that has definitely risen to the top of the pile along with basement. So we're going to see a hold in Cash and CCTV by the looks of it. It looks like we might actually see a rehost first. We've got a call for it, but that'll need to go through the admins, so we'll see what happens with that. But it looks like Navi are shaping up to hold on to Cash and CCTV side of things. They're going to be trying to lock that down, basically, just to try and prevent the attack coming in from multiple angles. They don't want to be suffering, too much pressure from everywhere. So the longer they can hold on to that east side of the map, the better. It also prevents the window push as well, because as we've said before, they've got control of that CCTV window. So then the attackers need to be careful because they know there's always the opportunity for that little poke onto their flank from the window.
I really enjoy this setup on this site, and it feels it's been around since the dawn of the game, really. But it's like the saying goes, there are 3 things that are certain in life: death, taxes, and an extended hold on Gym Bedroom. That definitely was a thing. Don't question it, Tim. The reason for that being is that when new players come to watch the game, or new viewers, for example, sit down, and we get to talk through this kind of hold, it just makes sense. The areas that might be trying to extend into out towards Cash and CC, with the idea of protecting the window, which then protects onto the south balcony, you kind of then start to really appreciate the game of chess that sort of forms inside of Siege itself. And that game of chess sometimes can just be, well, ignore it all and just go straight in through Jacuzzi, Wolves style, but often teams will have to fight over that east extension first and foremost.
Yeah, exactly that. It's about burning. Ultimately, extensions are about just burning more time, giving more utility for attackers to get through, giving more manpower for them to get through, and ultimately giving you a secondary option to defend your site. And sometimes you'll even see teams go as far as playing completely in those extensions. We'll comment on it. They've actually given site up. They're playing for the retake. It is a defensive strategy. Allow the attackers in, allow them to get that diffuser down with a specific plan in mind of how you can use those positions of power to be able to push back in and get that site control back. Get those kills that you need to disable that activated diffuser. It's sort of like letting the attackers play their final card and you're ready to pounce on it. You're ready to overturn it. But I don't think that'll be the case. They're not going to be giving sight up here, but the extension will stay firmly in place, I would expect, for at least half of the round.
And always the inevitable question now that we're in stage 3 is, do we see vertical nade play? That was a big thing last stage. Teams bringing along 6, sometimes even 8 frag grenades has really dropped out the meta now, as only 4 operators have them on side, and you tend to see 1 or 2 of those banned away or just not picked at all. So we're in a spot where vertical nades aren't so present, but as far as I recall, I don't want to say it was last week, it could have been back in Playday 2, TT9 were one of the teams that were still making use of vertical nades quite aggressively, to the point that you were like, it felt like a team was really just trying to force them to work. But then on the other side, against their opponents, they also started using vertical nades. So I was like, oh, vertical nades aren't dead. They're just fewer in number and so have to be used much more effectively. So you could even see a little bit of play around bar downstairs coming through to put the focus on those vertical nades heading skyward.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think there's certainly an opportunity for a little bit of a comeback, a little bit of a resurgence. As you say, we've seen them drop off. I don't think that's necessarily down to the effectiveness of vertical nades. We know that they are still effective against personnel. It's the utility particularly that's been impacted by recent changes. But so they are still useful. But what we have seen is a shift away from operators like Finker. Maverick lost the nades. You know, there's fewer nades, and I know Maverick is banned out here, but the point I'm making is there's fewer nades available across the popular operators. So therefore, we've got fewer nades in the lineup. The nades that are there are maybe needed for other things. You know, prior, like you said, as you might have had 6, you might have had 8 nades. So yeah, you can come and you can try 4 vertical kills. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't matter because you've still got 2 or 4 nades to blow up the deployable shield, to take out the bulletproof camera, to deal with that utility inside a site that you need to. When you're coming along with only a small number of nades on the attacking side, you need them for that utility, so you don't have that luxury anymore of being able to give the vertical nades a try. It makes it more difficult. So they are still absolutely possible. I got a beauty. I'm not to toot my own horn, Des, but I got a beauty on Oregon the other day inside a ranked. It's not a big thing, Des. It's not a big thing. But it was an absolute beauty onto an Azami inside of dorms, just from inside of a security room. So it's definitely still possible. But I think it's more down to the change in operator lineups that we're seeing and the reduction of overall nades. They now have more value on site than being able to just chance your arm, roll your dice, and see if you get a kill.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Oh, look at this. Oh, I love this. I love it. It's like little leapfrogs. Who's going jumping down first?
Where's
They're
the
going to
mission?
smash their way through and just try and hit the site because as far as they're aware, there's a big focus on the other side, but 3 are in. Team kills galore, potentially. No! They find 2 kills. They lose 1 in the process, but they've got sight, and Navi are nowhere to be seen. That nade that we were speaking about being used more to protect the backside there stops someone pushing in through construction, but the diffuser is down inside of office, Tim. They've got to recover that. For now, they'd rather hold the angles and wait for Navi to come pushing back through, of which they are starting to do. Skiddy's in a spot to be able to fight for the diffuser, sees a man and finishes him off, and suddenly things aren't looking so good for TT9.
No, absolutely not, because as soon as Navi knew that diffuser was there, you saw that collapse back onto site, just stopped. Kayak, he manages to find that kill onto a mission, so all of a sudden, from a position of power, Exodus is now fighting from behind. He's going to try to take the man in logistics. Absolutely not, says Skiddy. He closes him down, and, you know, hats off to TT9 for taking the chance, for, you know, risking it. We love to see those players. That's what entertainment is about, but unfortunately, it was always going to be difficult. As soon as Navi knew that diffuser was down in logistics, that was pretty much round over, because as you saw, they were collapsing back to site, and as soon as they see that, that's the punctuation mark. Slow down. We don't need sight. We've got the diffuser.
Just that tiny little bit of miscommunication, effectively, right? The team kill came through, and honestly surprised there weren't a couple more. with
I was
3
going
or
to
4
say they
people.
were lucky there was only one.
Honestly, they'd have tried to kill one player on Navi and probably had to cut through 3 of their own to be able to even get a shot off in the first place. But again, I appreciate the intent, like you say. They tried something, it didn't work out. Can't knock it every single time. Now we go down to that secondary site that I mentioned, a basement being one of the 2 main sites. Then it's not so much guesswork. You can go and look back at what teams have done historically, but that's when you have that hard choice between bar and stage, a site that a few teams have employed and ran pretty well, or potentially cash and CC, which many teams fear defending these days because of how easy it is to attack.
Exactly that. You know, we see that east wall opened up in double quick time, especially with Thatcher on the board. Interestingly, for those at home, keep your eye on that. Nico has played Thatcher in both rounds so far. It's always an interesting one to watch out for when he's not banned. His ban rate is so high. It's, you know, fascinating to watch his pick rate when available, and so far he's on 100%, and for good reason. We've got the EMP impact nades, we know that, but they have to be very specifically used. The radius of effect is quite small. You've got to know where the gadget is. If it's, you know, something Kaid's banned out, but if it's an electrical, if it's a mute jammer, you've got to be aware of just where it is so you can land that impact in the right spot. Thatcher, he doesn't have those problems. We see the mute jammer there just stopping the Gemini decoy from coming into cash, and that is going to help Navi stay in position on top floor. Let's not forget they're defending basement here, so this is a nice 3-floor roam from Navi. They're going to burn as much time as they can.
Oddly enough, these are the kind of moments when you look... Oh, I'll tell you, this is too easy. Tev finds one for himself, but I was going to say, oh, no, Tev! You can't do him like that. The fuse is down once again. But I was going to say, these are the kind of spots where attacking teams sometimes go, well, they've got 2 or 3 players off site here. Let's just go and smash site here, going through dirt, drop down through blue. But they've chose to go and fight the roamers, and you can see why roaming on this map is so rewarding. Exodus sadly taking out his own drone there on the way through. Is going to have to make use of the decoy to get some information. Kayak looking to challenge around bar, but Navi, for the most part, have torn TT9 asunder. 3 down inside 90 seconds. Essentially still full control of the map. It's not looking good for the Bears.
No, absolutely not. They've got so much work to do here. Navi can just start slowly retiring back to site. They don't even need to take risks in doing so. If they come up against one of those TT9 players, they just hit the pause button. They just wait where they are. They burn out a little bit more time. As it stands, I think all 5 have now got themselves back down. I can see 4. No, I was just going to ask this question. Where is number 5? Because Navi have still got a man above bar. And if TT9 don't recognise that, Des, it is going to be over for them.
All right, well, they've got themselves some sort of control down main stairs, but the problem is there's going to be 2 or 3 players looking to challenge you down every single angle. Hatch also being opened up here as we get in towards that last 40 seconds or so, and Exodus is starting to make his move. In towards Moto he goes, with support coming in from above. But if they manage to pull off any kind of plant in here, it would be an absolute miracle. Ted makes it a 3K in the round, was going for the 4th, but a mission finds him first, only for Skitty to get the close out. 2-0 to Navi.
Going well so far for the side of Navi. Now, I'm going to say something here, but I'm going to preface it very, very carefully. I am not being critical of Amishan, and I'm not saying that he's not going to have a good game, but what I am going to say is at this point, I'm starting to wonder, we've been saying it for a few weeks now, what happens to TT9 if Amishan doesn't have a big day? So far, little bit quiet. It's only 2 rounds in, and that's why I prefaced it by saying I'm not being critical yet. And I wouldn't be critical of him at all, even if he does have a bad day. The thing is, this is the point. He can't turn up and drop 15 to 20 kills every single play day. That's not going to happen. So TT9 needs somebody else to step up. And if this is the day that Amishan cannot deal those sort of numbers against Navi, that's where the questions are going to be answered, or potentially not. Who on the side of TT9 is going to step up? Because right now, Des, it's nobody.
That's it, and it's been the concern for them across a number of weeks. The number of, we've had 3 games down. I think after pretty much every single one, all of us have been like, wow, Amishan was great. Had a 3K, a 4K, an ace, for example. Had 14 plus kills in every single game. Like, wow, he's really a great player. But as you say, if he's not showing up on the day, who is then going to step in towards that spot? And that question will be asked now, I imagine, until we start seeing some big changes in TT9, either in terms of roster or in terms of playstyle, because otherwise it does feel like they're sort of middling things out. Let's see how they do in round 3, though, if they can figure things out on what is technically the offsite, as mentioned earlier on. Cash and CCO bar and stage are the 2 choices that you get, and Navi have put their stake in the ground on bar and stage. Not that that means they won't roam, of course, Tim. They've got a full setup on the upstairs here featuring castle barricades. They're just really trying to lock things down. Also making use of the bandit, interestingly. I think it's onto the single wall inside of construction itself, just to stop the attackers opening up that wall and getting a long line of sight through towards bedroom.
Yeah, I think Bar and Stage is a good choice for Navi here. We've just seen them have a great performance up on the top floor. Absolutely decimated TT9 as they tried to cut the roam game out. So now they're doing essentially the same thing. They're not doing it over on garage and CCTV side. It's going to be more on bedroom and construction side, but they want to achieve the same thing. They want to keep top floor away from TT9. And, I can absolutely understand why they've said, let's just double down. Let's rinse and repeat. Let's try and do the same thing. If they defend CCTV cache, it becomes a little bit of a different ball game and they can't play it in quite the same way. So for the time being, Navi holding on pretty well, but better progress from TT9 than we've seen in previous rounds. They've managed to push Navi back out of construction, which is one of the key areas here that they need to deal with. Step 1 is complete effectively. They need to keep pushing on across top floor now, but Skitty isn't going to make it easy, as that man I picked up on at the beginning of the round as a mission finds himself off the board.
Does he fancy this? How much does he fancy it? Skitty went for it for a second there, but not quite managing to finish Exodus off. Has lost about half his HP though, so still come off worse for wear in that small brief exchange. You saw these members of TT9 as well being flagged by the Vault Cam coming out of Nafe. Yet the fact that we've spent 2 minutes, Tim, and they've only just about started to get control on the east side and started to open the windows up, it's a little bit nerve-wracking for them, I think.
Yeah, that's it. They've done nowhere near enough work at this point. And that's not going to help us. Skiddy, he manages to take down the half health that Exodus had, but the trade comes in from Scyther. There is something there. There's a glimmer of hope for TT9 as they continue to try and take control of the top floor. Nico, he's going to get flashed, unfortunately, pushes into logistics. Leader gets 1, Leader gets 2, and leads the way in round 3 as he helps push Navi towards another round win. Scyther, he moves in, but he's just trying to clear out the top floor now. Cut down by Nif, and that is going to be round 3 for Navi and a clean sweep of defensive sites.
The thing is, in the first round, maybe I would have looked at it, and even the second and been like, all right, look, you've seen TT9 try some mad stuff. They've tried a full clear, for example. They've tried this 4-man drop, and it hasn't worked out. I think in round 3 there, you've just really started to see the difference as well. Navi are looking so confident, Tim, so brave and willing to take these gunfights. You know, Skiddy spent the entire round staring at a window, waiting for someone to appear so he could take a gunfight. Whereas normally on most teams, you'd see, for example, someone tucking behind the weights, or they'd hang around inside a jacuzzi corridor and try and not expose themselves to windows. But Navi are actively looking to go for gunfights, and sometimes, sure, it's going to cost them. You saw Skiddy die at the longer angle to Scyther, for example, when he got the kill all the way through from Cash, all the way down to bedroom, straight through in towards Jim. So there will come a point where they get punished by that, and no doubt maybe we will lose a round or 2 in this game as a result. But at least for now, the aggression they're showing and how they're giving nothing to TT9 for free is really good aggressive siege.
Let's see if it continues there, shall we? Round number 4 is underway. We're heading into the action phase. Teb is underneath, along with Nif. Goyo and Echo. Nif's going to head himself back upstairs. I'm just interested to see what Teb does. He's going to head all the way down. The reason I'm particularly interested in him on the Goyo, he has Nitro in hand. If you're newer to watching Siege, have a look at Siege. Look over to the right-hand side. Teb up at the top, his player card. Just underneath where you've got that beautiful picture of Goyo, you're going to see the utility that he's carrying with him, and that is the Nitro cell little icon there. So that can be thrown onto those destructible floors, ceilings particularly. So if he can creep his way up into bar later in the round, and there's TT9 players on that upper floor above him, could be an easy cheap kill, could be a double kill, could be even more catastrophic. Something that TT9 need to be very, very aware of. And I don't feel like their drone game has been the best so far, Des.
It's a very limited use of reinforcements, it feels, for the most part on this side of the map, where normally you see a full-on lockdown over here from the defenders, right? Committing very little themselves out towards the site itself. Whereas it feels here some have been held onto and potentially even used on the downstairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I thought maybe we would have seen a bit more reinforcements out towards the east, but no, it does mean that it's quite easy to move through for TT9 for the most part here. No Bandit on side this time round from Leader also means that opening up that exact long angle where Skiddy died to Scyther in the previous round is much easier and quicker. But you get a real strange sense of deja vu here, essentially, Tim, where, again, there's a lot of focus to do inside about a minute and a half or so. Just got themselves on that east side, have started to get some control, but now the denial game will begin.
Exactly that. Kai's got another impact in pocket, so they need to be very careful here.
By the way, they've got no Selmas, nothing.
They've got no Selmas left. This is their one chance to get logistics wall open. WTG, he's going to try and place that lower down the wall to keep it safe, but she's going to take a little bit of manipulation of that soft surface in front to try and get it done.
We tested
there
this.
We go. Yeah, the nesting absolutely does not work.
No, it doesn't.
Putting it lower down the wall can do sometimes. However, Kayak's throw is good, and he gets his splash radius right, takes off the exothermic, and that is logistics.
I tell you what, this is horrific, because you need to have some kind of control inside Logi. Like whether or not they send someone up on the roof and have them drop in, that's probably the best next alternative they've got. But this makes it so risky to attack into. They have found a kill and are starting to looking for a plant here, mind you. A skill kill comes back the other way, but they're in behind the bed because there's no one inside a gym as the C4 comes through. That's the kind of play you're looking through as Kayak is still trying to take the challenge. Scyther stepping over the body of his dead comrade, stepping here for a plant as well. WTG on the swing finds one down as well, makes it a second. It looks like TT9 may have just about done enough. I said they might find a round or two on the way through, but now in a 2 versus 3 for Navi, this is looking dicey.
Certainly is. That's Ted needing to cut his man down there. Needs to level that up at 2 versus 2, but can't. WTG and Exodus managed to close out the round in the post plant. It's well played from them. It was interesting to see Teb hit that nitro. I picked up on him in the early round, and the reason I pick up on it again, was it round winning? Not this time. However, it just shows us that TT9 are not dealing with the entire map. They're not using the drones, they're not picking up on Teb, and they're not preventing him coming back and hurting them like that. That could have been a very different situation. They were fortunate in where the diffuser went down. There was the opportunity for Cider to get in there and get that plant going again. So it worked out for them. But if they continue to leave players out in the map, not just today, but in future play days, they will get punished and they will lose rounds because of it. So TT9, you got that one done, but make sure that you learn the lesson.
Alrighty, let's see how things go back down in the basement here. I think for TT9, despite being at what felt like a massive, if not catastrophic, deficit in terms of not having control of Logi, to be able to pull that off still was quite impressive. But they did enough and showed again the importance of that south balcony, and therefore why a roam out towards Cash and CC, or the extended hold, is so important for the defenders. Now, last time round we were on this site, we had a lot of aggressive roaming all around the map. Navi had 2-3 players hanging up around Cash CC, for example. Here, they've got out of dodge pretty damn quick. We're looking to find a couple of drones. They've only managed to take out one, but now most of them have dropped back down towards site. One on main stairs, which I imagine means we stall. In fact, no, I can see him inside of dirt. That's all 5 players back on site incredibly quickly.
30 seconds into round 5, we've already got the east breach opened up, so that's going to allow that top floor clearance to begin. One goes into construction as well, as Nico tries to move in. But as you said, this is the thing. It's smart play from Navi, Des, because they're dining out on the success of previous rounds here, is the way that I would see it. This is a free meal for them. You know, they've just burnt a minute for absolutely nothing. And it's because they hurt TT9 so badly from this top floor previously that they have no choice this time but to come in and make sure 100% that everything is clear.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and thinking, you know, everyone back on site after 20 seconds or so feels a little bit odd. I think the main reason why they've done it is because they didn't bring the mute this time around. They've changed up a couple of things. For example, the Maestro's on side for this site this time around. I don't think they had smoke. Last time they were very much committed to this roam strat, whereas they're very concerned that if they go and sit upstairs, for example, with nothing to stop drones raining in on them, they will get caught in pinches and finished off. So instead they're trying to play a much more defensive style with these C4s, trying to play denial potentially onto the exothermics, of which both have now been used. So I'm looking at those impacts now in the back pockets of Teb and Kayak and thinking, Emission, you ain't getting kitchen hatch open, buddy. It's staying closed.
Yep, more than likely. 3 Selmas, so it can get done, but as you say, they're going to have to deal with those players underneath. If they open up enough of the soft floor above them, which they're now doing with those soft breach charges, they might actually get away with this, because it'll just make it too perilous for anybody to go and stand under there. That's exactly what they're doing. You can see now Emission just watching that angle. One Selma goes off. There's the second. Well played, TT9.
Yeah, really good making use of the verticals there to deny Navi the chance. So those impacts that are now left in back pocket, really not that of any use, because all of the exothermics have been used, all the Selmas have been used, bar one, but they've got open what they needed to get opened up. I don't know if they were expecting a main stairs opening in towards the church wall, and that was going to be the point of focus, but for now, TT9 have been left to sort of get on with their own devices, but it does lead us down to about 35 seconds left. Exodus coming down, a swing comes in from Skiddy, but the trades back and forth are ludicrous. A 3v2 for Navi as one more inside of sight, as Nafe just catches Emission's head on the drop through with the silenced out rifle. One left standing, it's WTG, who found 4 kills in the last round, but nothing since. Will this become a second round where he finds any kills? You'll find out in just a few seconds, as he's still trying to find a kill or 2. Looks left here, and he'll find one for free. 1v1. Can he find out? Tebu sat at the very, very back here. He hits the deck. He's got about 8 seconds to play with. He's going to try and make a plant work out, which means Teb has got to move. I don't think he knows that he's planting here, Tim. This suddenly starts looking very, very precarious. Teb's going to step on through. WTG in a fantastic position. All he's got to do is just sit and wait. Let him come for you. Let the Alder do the talking. Let him know where you are and get the swing. WTG, a fantastic 1v2.
fantastic play. Absolutely beautiful from WTG. Really used his smarts there, got himself into blue, finds that first kill, and then took the perfect opportunity to put the diffuser down. He knew where the player was. He knew that they were over at bar. Now, whether there were some drones in there maybe to support him, so he knew if he was going to be pushed or not, I don't know. But regardless, he's going to hear Maestro coming from an absolute mile off. He's a chunky boy, Des. He makes a lot of noise, especially if he's on the run. And that's what made that 1v1 definitely winnable for him. He's got a very noisy gun in the outer. Every step he takes, you're going to be hearing it. And WTG used everything to his advantage there. Really well played. And TT9, they are rising from the ashes at the minute. 3 rounds in, they looked done. They look cooked. And right now, they're looking like it might have actually just been cooked to perfection. They've got themselves 2 rounds. They might just tie this up at the half.
What I'm really enjoying is WTG was a player that back on the old roster, back when he was on Virtus Pro, obviously now currently known as Outsiders, he was the only player in a game they had on Cafe where it was attackers could win nothing. He was playing things like a banner, yet was the go-to player who would run at White Corridor, for example, find a couple of kills and really open the round up. And he's not really a player we think of when we think of great support players in Europe, for example. I wouldn't ever go as far as saying he's like up there competing with the likes of Shepard, of Primetime Breeday, people who play that sort of role. But I do see this capability in him every now and then, and every few games where he does pop off and play ridiculously well. It might not be super consistent, but this could be one of those games where that question too, who stands up in a mission instead, the answer may well turn out to be WTG.
Certainly could be. It's looking likely here on Clubhouse at the least. We're going to be in the final defensive round for Navi now. It's going to be back to Gym and Bedroom. We saw them win it in round 1, but lose it in round 4. 50-50 win rate for them so far. TT9 lessons to be learnt from round 4. They allowed Teb back onto the flank to hit him with the nitro, to put the diffuser down on the ground, but they were still able to overcome that setback and get themselves the win. So Navi this time just holding on to Cash and CCTV a little bit more. Nath is still in there. He's got support from Catwalk. They really don't want to let this east side go this time.
They don't, but depends exactly how hard TT9 are happy to fight for it. They've got a couple of nades in back pocket still to use. And by the way, 9 breaching rounds and a sledge. Maybe a little bit excessive. Exodus charging on up, but that's exactly why we love those wee-woos. Gives away the information, saw it's a trade, but you still lost 1 man. Down goes Exodus, so Fear off the board, and Teb in the same spot as back in round 1 finds himself a freebie. A second? Make it a third, why not? It's Kayak to collect that one, but 2 kills come in for TT9, and suddenly, Tim, things aren't looking as peachy as maybe we first thought. Not forgetting that this isn't even the site. This is just the starting point of this attack, and already we're down to a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, maybe Navi not using those man advantage situations as well as they could. We keep seeing them get these couple of kills and then TT9 are able to rein them back in, and it's quite often this situation of 3v3, 2v2, and it's coming down to a bit of a scrap on site, and that's what it's likely to be again. A point to the credit for Navi is that they've got Kayak alive and in sight here. We know that he's got a good brain for the game, and he should be able to play around this, and then they've got the gun skill of Leader. So this should be doable for Navi. Looking at the health on the side of TT9 as well. WTG very low, 2 bullets max. We'll see him done. Nico also had a bit of chip damage, whereas Kayak and Leader, they are fully juiced at the minute. But Kayak just gives his position away, Des. WTG knows he's there. He's going to ping him out, but Kayak moves away and the opportunity passes by.
He's back again. Oh, the timing is unreal. Kayak finds the man with the diffuser as well. Nico, the last one left standing, staring now in the face of 2 with just 15 seconds to play. We tend to know how these ones end out. It's coming on to the end of a shotgun, finds the 1 man, and understandably Kayak is like, get me out, drops down the stairs. There'll be not enough time for Nico here, I imagine. He'll try and make the stick, but just about a couple of milliseconds too late. Will not be able to make it happen, and Navi hang on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, he knew that planting in the position, if anybody at home is screaming at him, just hit plant immediately. Planting in that position that the diffuser was in was as good as giving the round away anyway. It didn't matter because the hatch was open. Kayak just goes underneath. He's going to take his man down. Kayak knew exactly where that diffuser was. So no choice but to move across there. And that's going to be round for Navi. But again, Des, even in that advantageous situation, 2v1, they still got reeled back in. There was still a chance for TT9, and Navi just need to be a little a bit more clinical in those late rounds. You got to feel for WTG. That's a situation I've been in a million times. He's stood on gym window, he's watching that angle, he sees his man, he gives it another 20 seconds. Surely he's gone. Surely he's left. I'm now going to go in through the window and think about a plan. And the second that he does and he takes his ADS off that corner, Kayak comes round and shoots him. It's siege timing to a T, and I feel for WTG.
It is one of those. You sit and watch that angle for the longest time, then make your move, and yep, that's when the swing comes through. Absolutely brilliant and wonderfully frustrating. We're going to start things off on this second half here for TT9 on the defensive side. Going to the site that shall not be named, the one that we referenced earlier on that many teams are now preferring to avoid, instead opting to go into the basement or over to gym. Instead here, no, we're going instead in towards Cash and CC. This is going to be a telling round for me, I think, Tim. Navi, they started out strong. I think TT9 will feel cheated that they couldn't get themselves a 3-3, if not 4-2. So, realistically, Navi have got to start strong, pull us ahead to 5-2, and show us they can get the full 3 points.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I feel like TT9 have maybe given them an opportunity to do that here. They've gone to CCTV and Cash. It's a site that we've spoken about. Navi chose not to go here. It's one that attackers have got better and better at over the last 12 months particularly. So it's not going to be easy for TT9 to hold on. It feels like a roll of the dice, but it could pay dividends if they hold on here. Because think about it, they can then go to Church Arsenal. They can then go to Gym and Bedroom, to those more popular 2 sites. And so TT9 could well find themselves off their first defensive rotation coming out 5-4. So it's all up to Navi here. They can't give anything away. They've got to get this round done.
Well, what I'll give is I was going to say, I commended Navi for being aggressive in the early round. TT9 have tried that, but Navi, after running it for 6 rounds themselves, have got the perfect read and have dealt with 2 players super early on, giving themselves still over a minute and a half to play within a 5 versus 3. Dream start to the half. Make it a 5v2, why not?
And not even taking a lot of damage, to be honest. Teb and Nath a bullet each, but certainly not the end of the world, not when you're now in a 5v2. The problem that TT9 have got here is that Navi have got the manpower, they've got the time, and they can actually separate and they can come on both sides here. They're probably not going to necessarily worry too much about dealing with Cider. They can push up red stairs, they can push in through construction, they can just make life a nightmare for Nico, take him down, and then Cider's left out in the cold inside a garage just having to deal with that situation. Alternatively, they do the same thing into garage, they take Cider out and they leave Nico out in the cold. So one way or another, they just need to focus on one of these players at once.
Well, they found the one, and the man a little bit blind as well, but I say that, and 2 come in very quickly from Navi, closing down on the last couple. For an unfortunate loss to lose the 5th man, or the 1st man, I guess, in the round for them, but a comfortable closeout in the 1st. And like I said, this is the kind of stuff I wanted to see. If Navi had a good, decisive first attack, you start to feel confident for them. TT9 clearly feeling less confident, calling their tactical timeout.
Big gamble for TT9. As I said, going to that site, we know it's not one of the most powerful defensively, and that's what I was concerned about. Navi come in, get themselves around, and all of a sudden it's 5-2. You're 2 rounds away from losing the match. So big risk for TT9. Had it paid off? Yes, I think it puts them on the front foot, really gives them a strong position. But right now, they're fighting for the very lives inside of this. They're going to take the time out, as you've said. They need somebody else to step up. Again, it's that one-man show. Yeah. This time it's not a mission, it's WTG, but where is everybody else?
It's always the nervous thing. It's the kind of thing I speak about for teams that are at the top. I think about like TSM back at SI when I say this. When one of their front 3 players had a quiet game, you could rely on like Gio or Charla to go absolutely nuclear and carry them through a game. Or you'd rotate one of the other 3 players into the sort of frontline role, and they just always had someone who was on their game, playing well. The battle kind of comes in for TT9 that I know WTG's had a good game, but let's not also lie about this. He's had 1 round where he got a 4K, otherwise he's sat at 4 and 5. There's not really anyone on the team stepping up particularly. So even when a mission's offline, for example, there's just no one in particular that you can turn to and say, okay, it's your turn to play well, your turn to drag us through some tough rounds. On the other side especially, Skiddy's had a field day, Teb's had some good kills, Kayak's got involved. Across the board, we've seen involvement. And for TT9, I don't know, it's hard to believe when you don't see it across so many play days that more than one player can step up.
Yeah, exactly that. I think, as you say, yes, WTG played well, but ultimately we're not talking, 15 kills at this point, which is when we say Emission's been playing well. That's the sort of numbers that he's been putting up. So, yeah, definitely needing a little bit more from everybody on the side of TT9. They are still in this, but Navi right now, they're going to be smelling blood in the water, I'm sure. They're going to be circling, looking for those full 3 points here. They've had a reasonable start so far to this EUL season. Navi, not looking terrible. Middle of the pack in 7th position as it stands, but 3 points here will rocket them up to 3rd for the time being, depending on other results. So,
Yep.
It's there for them. They know that the reward is there, and it just feels like these players can taste it at the minute. Now, they're going to have to try and shut down this roam game from TT9. Make sure that they get them cleared out before they start pushing down onto the basement. Skiddy is working to do exactly that, and right now, what they're doing is they're cutting TT9 off.
Yes. And that's the beautiful part for so many attacking teams. They've got this ability to find and isolate individual players and shut them out of the game or out the round. It just gives you the kind of 5v4s, 5v3s, even 5v2s like we saw a little bit in the last round as well. So for TT9, what are you going to do? This is normally when you're playing behind something like a mute jammer. I love the really high-placed exothermic there, by the way, just to deny away the possibility of something like a jammer blocking things out for them straight on the way through. And now they've got all these walls opened up inside 90 seconds. Again, good pace being shown, but we've got to see where the attack is going to come from next because they don't have that east side control. The big focus of the first half on this site was always looking out towards Cash and CC. Skiddy may even find himself getting shot in the back here if he's not too careful.
Well, this is it, and this is the exciting bit now. As I said, they've got Exodus cut off effectively here, so it's how they deal with him now. They've started the work on towards site. They've got their access in through Jacuzzi Wall, so they don't necessarily need construction side here. But Exodus, he was cut off, and he should have been cut off, but ultimately is able to find a kill onto Nath, and that is maybe just a little bit of taking the foot off the gas from Navi. They know he's down there. They've been covering the stairs, but they haven't gone ahead and tried to get that kill. Teb, he's going to find one back onto side. That leaves us 4v4, but Exodus still not dealt with.
This is the issue. They know he's here, though, because they've drawn him out earlier on, so they know he's dancing around downstairs. At this point, it is a conscious choice to ignore him and say, look, boys, we can't go chasing down to the depths to find this one man that's roaming around. Let's go and hit site whilst he's distracted elsewhere. And by the looks of it, they're ready to march inside a site here, Tim. I don't think TT9 are fully aware. They've actually stepped inside the room itself. They get the long-range shots off, but can't quite find the man. Exodus now rejoining them after coming up red stairs. They're in a spot to fight, but Navi still have the numbers advantage as the plant was going down, but they've peeled away and want to relocate. Kayak tucking himself inside a bedroom corner. They know where Exodus is. They've got the one cover on him. Last man inside a construction. Teb with the shutdown. Navi with another well-coordinated round are one away from taking all 3 points.
I like that from Navi. Not one, but two adaptations through that round, showing that they've got multiple plans in how to attack that they can take that decision. Kayak moving his position into bedroom after the initial attempt to plant, but also the way they dealt with Exodus as well. Very, very well worked. In that something goes wrong, that's okay. Let's just rotate around. Let's mix it up. Let's do plan B, plan C. And that's what great teams need. They need those multiple options, and Navi looked sharp on there. Exodus, he was a little bit unfortunate. He manages to get Nath. He got himself all the way back to site. It just wasn't impactful enough because the rest of his team didn't step up inside of site.
That's it. And really, as the rounds have worn on, we've seen them getting a little bit tighter between the two teams. The first 4 rounds or so, we still have like 1 or 2 players going down on the winning side. 5 and 6, much closer. 7, very one-sided. That round there also starting to pick up to be a bit more one-sided. So a small lull in the mid-game for Navi, but it feels like now they've really got their pedal back to the metal once again and are showing TT9 what it means to come up against them. Down to the basement we go for what looks to be the very last round, unless TT9 can pull off something special here to win their first defensive round.
Underway we are then in what could be the last round. TT9 looking to get aggressive here. Emission not had the best of days, 3 and 8. Just trying to get something going on that garage door there, but it was a very watered down attempt is what I will call it, on trying to find anybody outside of that door. Obviously not too confident. Exodus waits for the longest time by the kitchen door there, but again, the opportunity just doesn't present itself, and you feel like that's something that's maybe plagued TT9 through this matchup, is just those opportunities not presenting themselves. And Navi, are looking pretty good. Look at this progress that Skiddy's
they've
making.
got
If he
no
knows his
idea.
man is here,
They've
this is
got
going to
no
be a
idea.
freebie.
Oh no, Skiddy! They were not the shots to be with him, my man. That's a C4 in the back pocket of Exodus as well. Call it a gold bar. But no, just about makes it away. And it's even looking here for a potential reswing back onto Skiddy. But Skiddy's charging on forwards. No! Doesn't expect the man to be so close. And what looked to be such a good start for Skiddy, Exodus puts a stop to.
That's a good turnaround for TT9.
Really good.
You know, really, in many other rounds, that is an opening kill for Skiddy. But as you say, Exodus manages to keep himself alive, keeping Nitro on the board. Just really good utility and good play from him there. So leaving us now in a 5 versus 4. We're going to have the hatches getting opened up. This will be a little bit of a lull for TT9 now. They don't have anybody out in the map particularly. They're just going to have to wait for the round to play out, for the push to come from Navi, and then they will react to it.
That's exactly it. Unless they really fancy getting brave up blue stairs, for example, or trying to push their way up main. But given you've got Kayak set at one, no doubt Drone watching the other, just doesn't really feel like it's worth the risk. But with this vertical control being established, they can start trying to think about a way forwards. But as you said, Tim, I think TT9 are actually in pretty good spots right now. They've got themselves back on site. They've found their opener. It's comfortable. They haven't got to stress too much, but it does give Navi quite a little bit of free agency here to keep on opening things up.
It does. It's not the end of the world to try and turtle up in this site. Absolutely not. Teb going to take a ton of damage inside of the kitchen there, and that puts him low health as well. So things certainly not looking good for Navi here. If it comes down to one of those last 20-second fights, and Nico's just holding an absolutely beautiful angle there between those shelves up to the kitchen hatch just to make things difficult. Nade's going to come out to try and deal with players just inside. No, it's going to be the flashbang that goes rather. Just trying to deal with that utility for the drop to come into blue. Emission needs to just be aware of that, but he's got Nico in support as well. He can switch his attention and play over the top of that deployable shield. Scyther there. Honestly, TT9 know what's going on here.
They've got a great read on. Scyther is unstoppable. I thought he got the first kill, but he didn't. But instead was on the assist. A bit of a team kill to kind of put him to bed, but it doesn't matter. TT9 destroying Navi on the downstairs defense, and we'll see where they head to next.
The problem is, for TT9, as much as that was a good round and a good defence, they can't make any more mistakes. It's 6-3 Navi now, and we've seen, them struggle to hold on to Gym and Bedroom. That makes me concerned that they're going to be, struggling to hold on to CCTV Cash where Navi won as well. They've got to find wins on one of these sites, or both of these sites, rather, that Navi have already been able to win. And I don't know, TT9, they're just not instilling me with confidence about the depth of their game when it comes to bringing a new idea, a new plan, and adaptation, whereas Navi, they've had the options, they've had the ideas to be able to move around what TT9 are doing. I still can't see Navi not winning another single site on this map.
That's the problem, right? You've got to go through another 3, the full rotation, and then get it up to overtime and potentially do some damage there as well. Navi have got a lot of time and options here to pick from. One of them apparently turning into Kayak being on the Monty. Not something we already gambled on us seeing in this game, but we are going to see it for this site. Probably good chances there, Tim. We see it come charging up through Catwalk, get control of Garage nice and quick, open the East Breach, and look for a nice standard plant there in behind the server stack.
Yeah, I mean, they did struggle to deal with Scyther on the Garage Catwalk last time around. He was one of the players that they were very tentative about pushing. They got the kill at the end of things, not a problem, but it was certainly one of the positions that they didn't have an immediate answer to. So, as you say, definite potential for seeing Kayak going through there. He's going to open up the lower Garage wall with the hard breach charge, so just using the the utility of the Monty there to give that advantage. A Mission is in a position here to prevent Kayak from being able to just push up those stairs, so needs to be dealt with.
I don't think that's his goal, though. His whole thing is to be getting in through, likely, the garage door. But just by opening up those 2 panels on the garage itself, you give threat. Like, you don't know when someone's going to come peeking in from those angles and just completely dome you. So playing on the lower area of garage becomes highly risky. So that's the one thing that we've really got to consider here for, I think it was a Mission who's been dancing around. How long can you hold there before someone finds a really cheeky angle onto you?
East Breach is going to be open. Emission just needs to be careful stepping into lounge here. We've seen that Skiddy is on main door. He's ready to apply pressure to these small garage steps. And if Emission's not aware of that, he's going to find himself the wrong end of a knock-knock joke, let me tell you. He's going to be trying to challenge onto blue window at the top of Adam as well. And it's not looking good right now. Nico is down inside a site. I'm not sure exactly how that's come about. I think it's likely to be a nade that's been thrown. There you go. The follow-up comes in from Teb, finds his kill. Skiddy not able to lock down Emission, and that was the battle that I said was important for Emission to pick up.
I mean, I talked so much about Skiddy when he was like 13 and 4. He was destroying everyone. The last couple of shots in the Nook been a bit questionable. 2 kills flying back on the other way as Teb takes a bit of damage across bar as well. And this is what I mentioned, you know, the angles that were opened up by Navi look to maybe try and restrict TT9, but they've started to show their fangs now and bite back.
1 minute left to go, so Navi, for me, just need to take a breather here. They don't want to get carried away. They've got the Monty. That is a big play. But Kayak, he's got himself in a bad position here. Look, Emission's in bottom garage. There you go. It's as easy as that. And that's why I said Emission had to be cleared out from that position before they could push on to the rafters. It was not an option because all he's going to do is run behind you and get the kill. Exodus finds Teb, and it's now all up to leader. 40 seconds left to go. He's got the time in his pocket, but he's got 4 kills to find. It's not going to be easy. They know exactly where he's coming into. I guarantee they've heard him come in to stop there. Exodus runs down and gets the kill. Well played from TT9. Navi just clutching at straws a little bit towards the end of that round.
Yeah, absolutely agree, yeah. And I think, really, I'm kind of surprised you haven't seen it already, but a tactical timeout for Navi feels like the right time to have it now. You've had a couple of rounds where you've seen that momentum building back up for TT9, and there it is. Navi have just kind of crumbled a little bit on the ideas. In that round there, it was kind of, okay, solo swing this guy, Kayak go and push up here by yourself. They just feel a little bit short on ideas. So I think taking the 60 seconds or so to have a conversation, they know what site they're going into. It's likely going to be gym and bedroom, I think it is, we step into next as part of the rotation. They can plan for that. They can say, right, boys, how are we going to crack this now before we get ourselves going to overtime? Because at that point, it feels like the mental is gone.
Yeah, this is surely the site for Navi. We saw them have, a great round. They got Jacuzzi wall open. Kayak was planting. Jamie rotated to plant bedroom. That tells you how much coverage they had, how much they, had site locked down, that he was able to move from one extreme side of the site to the other to be able to put that diffuser down. It's, that tells you everything you need to know, that he had so much freedom. So this was a good attacking site for Navi. What I would like to see is them deal with Exodus a little bit more directly. Should he or somebody else be playing in that basement position? They gave him too much opportunity to come back up, get the kill onto Nathus, it was, who went down on the Lion. They need to prevent that from happening. If he's down there, get down there in numbers and get him taken off the board.
Alrighty, let's see how this plays out then. Let's see if that tactical timeout was enough for Navi to recover things here and get back on board, or if TT9 have got ideas of their own. I'm looking in towards things like the Bandit that we saw Leader playing back in the first half. I'm seeing the Castle on side once again, so really looks to be a bit of a shutdown for TT9, just trying to control large areas of the map. Think you'll see that extended hold coming into play, and this actually, truthfully, is more what I expected to see. The amount of reinforcements they've actually used out towards the east side here, locking up both of the double walls between sites and the 2 walls that go out on towards the platform, makes it a little bit harder for Navi. They have to invest more time, more of their hard breach gadgets, for example, to get through those walls. So TT9 should fight for it a little more aggressively than maybe Navi did.
Exodus is downstairs once again. He's just in showers at the minute by the looks of things, in the bathroom area, sorry, near kitchen. He's going to be just skulking around and lurking. Like I say, Navi need to recognise that and go in and deal with him, or they need to go very route 1 to site. Dealing with trying to play in that mid-floor, that's where the danger is going to come. If they want to play mid-floor, fine, but they need to make sure that they've dealt with him. Nico, he's going to be at the top of red stairs, trying to hold on to the breach, keep them out of it. He doesn't have a lot of utility on his side necessarily, though, which could be a little bit of an issue for him. He's the one eye. He can keep the throwables away from himself, but doesn't have deployable shield and doesn't have other items that you might expect. This pressure's going to mount on this position very, very quickly.
Teb's just waiting. Sees the swing there. You've got to be careful if you stay in that angle. They'll just re-swing you again, hopefully take your head off in the process. But again, TT9 really committing towards this east side hold. 3 players, 1 inside of construction with support, but Teb catches a mission on his way back out. 5 and 9 for him this game. It's not been the kind of performance we've gotten used to from Emission, and now Navi can start getting to work. Exothermic on the ground. Oh, that is really interesting. The whole goal here to obviously get the nice feet angles open up so no one can play inside comfortably. You can get the long angles into construction. That denial coming out is a really spicy commitment towards getting rid of one of those exothermics.
Certainly is. We've still got the man underneath. Don't forget about Exodus. He hasn't been cleared out as of yet. Navi are playing that Route 1, as I suggested. They're not playing in the mid-floor, so it might not be the end of the world for them, but they just need to be aware. Exodus does have impact nades in pocket. It won't necessarily be enough to stop a plant like a Nitro would, but it can open up a hole that he can shoot through, and it is going to force any planter to move. What's WTG doing here, Des? He's looking for a run out. He's thinking about getting himself out of strip. He knows that they're on Jacuzzi wall. I don't think they're going to be prepared for this. Ooh, he thinks better of it for the moment.
If the impact goes at range, what did he just use it for? I thought he might be trying something really crazy to make use of the impact nade to try and arc it over and destroy the last exothermic to keep the wall closed out. And maybe he did. He did use the impact, but didn't find anything with it. If he got away with it, though, that would have been something else.
Skiddy is knocking on the door right now. He's stood just inside a construction. He's been waiting patiently for the longest time, and they just need him to have that explosive moment, get in and get kills, but it's not going to happen as Cider manages to cut him down, but Nate, he manages to find the trade there. 3-3-3 as they start to rein in. 3v2 as Teb finds Nico. Teb finds WTG. This is the Teb show right now here in round 11. Could this be it for Navi? 3v1. It is down to him to try and deny this diffuser, as I suggested that he might. Yellow pings coming out. There's a bit of information. There goes the first. Can he find the shot? No. He's just got that tool chest in his way, but then the second comes in and he wins it, Des, just as I said he might.
That is unreal. You just look in his back pocket, you see 2 impacts, you know what the game plan is. And Navi, the thing is, I don't overly blame them. I can completely align with the idea of you can't spend a minute and a half chasing someone through basement, throwing drones at them, committing players to try and push down them when you've got so much still to do upstairs. And they do try to mitigate it. They move away from Jim, they try and plant on top of the bed, but Exodus still finds the angle and they hold on for another round. We could be in for overtime, Tim, here, unless Navi can crack the downstairs, and that is not an easy feat.
It's not. It's been TT9's best site, realistically, so far. You know, they were in complete command. Now, maybe if Skiddy gets the opening kill onto Exodus, we see a little bit of a different situation, but that's not how it went. They're going to need it, Navi, this time to go that way, because they're going to need the man advantage here. Honestly, Des, I wouldn't have said so, you know, 3 rounds ago, but I can really see overtime coming, potentially.
This is the issue, right? Navi have got to find something, dig down somewhere to be able to turn this back around. I will also give it to TT9, though. We were sat here saying, you know, WTG's had a good couple of rounds, but outside of that, no one's really stepped up. But it does feel like the team are starting to warm into this. And I know warming in this late probably isn't the best thing, but warming in regardless and getting themselves this close to potentially being able to go to overtime is brilliant.
I think we've got an issue in that our observer game has frozen, but just looking at Teb's monitor there, it looks like the game, the round could be continuing at the moment, Des. Everybody intently focused. We'll certainly see what detail we can pick up. Des and I have watched a couple of games of Siege, so, you know, we might just be able to pick up the odd thing here and there. Teb's currently drawn in through the map, I can tell you that much. I'm trying to watch it in
Nate's glasses, top right corner.
That's even more dedication.
I can't see
I tell you what, Teb's screen I could go for, but if you can catch detail from Nate's glasses, then you are definitely the GOAT.
He's droning out at the minute, mate. I'm pretty sure he's watching for his boys. Teb might be the play, though. I think you're potentially right there. Where is he, Tim? What can we make out of where he's pushing?
It looks like he's in bar at the minute.
Like
I would suggest he's gone back into his drones there. So that would suggest to me, and this is all conjecture at this point, you know, we are guessing, that would say to me that Navi are in control of the top 2 floors. If he's getting himself established inside of around bar, around kitchen area, they're obviously happy that top floor is cleared out, and they're looking, don't forget, they're attacking onto the basement. So they're going to be pretty comfortable at that point. And that's actually pretty quick for Navi to have done that. So
we got back
maybe not looking too bad.
Cool, look at that. We're back in mid-round. You love it. Just as things start to spice up, no one's dead. Absolute dream.
Look at that, Navi have got control of the top 2 floors there. It's as if we've done this before.
Weird that. Look at this big focus, though, coming straight in. This is why you can see the thatch coming into effect. The size of the EMPs are huge. All the church is going to get itself opened up here, hopefully. I say that as they haven't fully gone all the way through. Exodus sitting tight here as well, waiting for someone to come pushing into Moto, but he's got to be wary of the long range here. Pistol out, charges across the opening and has got himself now safely tucked in, back behind the bomb chassis.
Now, I love this from a viewer perspective. From our perspective, we really don't see Church Wall opened all that often anymore. A lot of the executes we see come through Kitchen Hatch or come through Blue. It is rare, and there was a point in time where the triple wall was the absolute focus all the time. Not the case anymore, so let's see if Navi can make this work now then. Skiddy tries to sneak his way down Blue stairs, but the wee woo gives him away, and he doesn't find his man, but Kayak does.
Oh,
Ted finds WTG. Navi have got the advantage, Des. They've got themselves inside a site. They could get a diffuser plant down here. Kayak's going to go for it. Skiddy with an important kill, but Cider, he manages to find one. Nico as well. 14 seconds left to go, and that is the plant confirmed. 2v3 now, but TT9, they've done this before.
It's the West versus East retake is the issue, Tim. Yes, there are a couple of players dug in on the downstairs that TT9 need to push, but Nico and Cider are both pretty low HP. Any step in for a challenge means they get swung from the other side. It's not feeling good to be them right now as we get towards the last 15 seconds or so. Cider, the last one left standing, can do nothing about this. Navi will be able to take it 7-5, and TT9 will feel a little bit robbed, but when it mattered most, Navi stood up. They take all 3 points.
It's honestly, it's really tough for TT9 because I commented coming into this game, they've now lost 4, but they've had at least 4 rounds in every single game. In 3 of them, they've had 5. They've gone as far as they can without getting overtime. But that said, congratulations to Navi on what was not an easy win come the end of things. They had to dig deep there and they got the job done. 3 points, and I believe off some quick maths, that should put them up into about 3rd place, I think.
Yeah, the indicator in our top right corner of the screen was saying 3rd throughout most of the game if they win that one. So yes, they get there for now, but still may find themselves falling down towards, say, 7th place by the end of the evening. But overall, a really good and competitive game for what started out as a bit of a domination stand by Navi. TT9 did fight back in. They've shown other players can perform, but it's still not enough to get that win on the board, Tim.
No, but this is what we expected coming in. I said you've got 2 teams playing at a fairly similar level, and it was always going to be entertainment. Entertainment went up to 11. I really enjoyed that game. It was great to see Navi get the win, but I'd have been equally happy for TT9 after their comeback. You know, a great start to the night.
68-75 rounds on Playday 3. Could this be the start? Playday 4 needs to have a repeat of that. We'll find out after a short break. Back with you soon.
Welcome back, friends. A close match between Navi and TT9, but Navi are able to squeeze it through. Let's have a chat with our victors. Hello, Teb.
Hello.
Congratulations on your victory. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm fine. Hope you're doing well as well.
I mean, I am doing quite well. That game really put us on the edge. First of all, how's your cooking been?
Today I just pasta with tuna. I don't know if you eat it around the world, but
is it like a cold tuna pasta or?
No. It's just like you cook pasta, then you put tuna, and it's something you eat when you don't want to eat something like really, how do you say it?
Complicated.
Complicated, yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I can't wait. Maybe one day we'll share a kitchen together, Teb. But today in the kitchen, you were cooking up something great here. It started off with a great time for you on the defense. You had a lot of comfort with it. But then on the second half, some things were kind of slipping away. So talk me through about what happened there in that second half.
I think like we struggled at the end of the round, with the last phase of the round, and we got a little bit unlucky also in the gym attack. We knew that they had a bulletproof that were spotting us on mass, but we didn't have time. And honestly, I was the guy holding for the Melusi, on the bed, and I didn't think he could reach him, and that's my bet. On the other rounds, I think we were just doing things too fast. They were not doing anything special, and we could have closed it way before.
So being able to take your time really to set yourself up. But that's, if you ask me, in the final round, it appears that you actually did do that. You were in a good spot.
Yes.
Not only did you have control of a black box over Moto, but you were also sitting upstairs with an angle all the way down into where the diffuser was. So it seems like the issues were fixed relatively quick in the same game.
Yeah. At the end, we fixed it completely, and I'm so happy of this because, like, as a team, we are working so much, and we are improving on that thing. Like when we spot a mistake, an issue, we try to fix it instantly, and everyone is putting a lot of effort. So I'm happy.
And actually, that's I guess the second part of this interview here is to understand or better understand how Navi functions. Because usually you have kind of teams that are built around a couple of very experienced players that can guide everybody, a la M&M, for example, with Nello, just as an example. But here, This is a team of mostly young players, young gunners with different ways of thinking. How do you guys kind of get into game? How do you practice together? And what's the goal of this work that you've been doing over the past few weeks?
Of course, we want to do well this stage, so hopefully we can reach that goal. And as a team, I mean, there is Nath and there are Nath and Kayak that have a lot of experience, even if they're young, and they help us a lot. About me and Jake, leader, like I think we brought a lot of things with us, with different things that we use in the team, and I think we are doing kind of well. Skiddy is so good, so nothing to say to Skiddy.
He has been performing quite well, I have to say. But for the past couple play days, you've still been pushed to the edge. You've gone to overtime. You pushed Heroic to 8-6 loss for you, 8-7 against Team Secret with a victory on Damon number 1 against Rogue. Why do you feel that it's been a bit tough to close out games? Because even today, you were very close to even going to overtime a third time.
Let's say that today and the first match, we started really good. On the other play day, I think that was the issue. Like we didn't start playing our game since the beginning. We were kind of sleepy, and things were not working. So I think that we waste a lot of rounds at the beginning of the matches, and we would have done better, honestly.
Okay, well, next Playday you'll go up against M&M. And if you ask me, I think that's a game that says a lot for us here as people who follow Pro League constantly. And I want to hear from you. What do you expect out of that M&M game, and is there something you'd like to say to them?
Honestly, like we are friends with M&M, you probably know, and I know that there are they have a lot of aggressive play style, and so I expect a really hard match, and they're gonna swing everything, and we're gonna get ready for this.
I can't wait for it. Honestly, that history that both of the teams have with the different players and the NPL origins or the UCAN origins for the oldies out there, I'm really looking forward to that game and see how it goes. But with all this done now, Teb, anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Yes, can I say it in Italian?
Oh, of course.
Grazie mille ragazzi a tutti voi che mi supportate, e sono contento che oggi potete vedermi qua per la prima volta e spero ce ne saranno altre milioni, e nulla, Forza Italia sempre. Thank you guys, and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much, Teb. Until next time, make sure for all the fans you're tuning in M&M versus Navi in our next Playday on Monday. Till then, take care, Teb. We'll see you. Ciao. Bye-bye.
See you.
And here we are back again. Good to hear from Teb. Honestly, a very well-spoken player, for especially being such a young player. But the whole team performed well. They pull off the victory at the end, but it still got close to an OT.
It got close to an overtime. And while he's well-spoken, he is also well-played, because he played fantastically here tonight. Teb, for me, was one of the big standouts. You can see there, 12-7, 83% cost as well.
Yep.
Some of those multi-kills in the rounds, really impactful, and they came at the right time, didn't they, Fresh?
Yeah, Teb, you know, he had a very hard, and I'm going to talk about Skiddy, but Teb had a really hard first couple of games into EUL, and it's really come back, so it's really good to see him come back. And Skiddy, again, once again, excellent today. But, you know, both the frontline players of Navi, and they are the two frontline players. They're the ones that you want in, getting those kills, were both very effective today.
I think there's maybe a little bit of an argument, and as I was watching the game, I did just get the impression that Skiddy was maybe trying a little bit too hard. He got himself caught out on a couple of entries. No, I looked over and you were quite excitedly like looking at the screen like Skiddy was about to get an entry, but he didn't. And yeah, he's the MVP, but there were just some elements there of him getting caught out.
You've got to let him just go free, I think. I think that's the main thing. Navi will be, you know, they'll be like, don't push it too far,
yeah.
But, you know, you've done pretty well. And Navi, I just want to say, I really, really like this team. I think they've got the right transfers in, they've got a lot of balance, and the one thing that I really love about Navi is the fact that they still run their strategies whilst just incorporating little bits of counter-analysis into their strategies. You know, the gym defense, for example, where they're closing off logistics. I know it didn't work out in the end because TT9 found a way to get the plant down, but they've just got this little flavour, this little sprinkling of counter-analysis in. They've done it consistently now, and you know, they're up in the top four. They've taken points from every fixture, and that's another reason why.
I mean, their coach is Alo in this case, their Spanish coach in this situation here. What impact do you think he has on the team? I know I didn't ask the question to Teb. Maybe should have been something for the next time. But what do you think has an impact on this team?
It's honestly quite hard to say, because I think, you know, it's not just about the coaching staff. Clearly, he's had a big impact, and they've got their vision, and it's aligned well now, right?
Yeah.
But the players have all got to buy into that as well.
Yeah. And I think that Teb put it quite well there in the interview. You know, you asked him, you know, how do the experienced heads sort of take over and give a little bit of guidance? But it was really nice to note that he himself had brought a lot of stuff in. Leaders brought some stuff in. These players, you know, regardless of their origin, they're still going to be able to bring in a wealth of knowledge as well. And I think that all of that being pulled together, we're starting to see the results of it. Yeah, it's not perfect. There's little bits here and there that you might look to try and sharpen up. I commented on the panic Monty that Kayak brought for the CCTV attack for the second time round. There was some opportunity. You couldn't necessarily say bottling it, but they missed opportunities.
I've said this about this team, though, is that because you've got all this youth, right? And if you take it back to like a football and actual professional sports, you've got a load of youth with not that much experience, which means they're going to make mistakes inside of situations, inside of rounds. That's why it was a little bit closer today. That's why we've seen overtimes out of them and not clean wins during the first 4 play days. But generally, once they've got that little bit of experience, and this is why in the pre-game we said about next year, we're looking at them being good, because they will make these mistakes now, but because they're that young, they'll learn from it as well.
It's a long-term development for Navi, so I'm glad the organization is investing in these players to see where they can go. So far, it seems like there's a winning formula in this, because experience in Challenger League and Nationals is pretty important still, which these players have plenty of, not even counting, as we talked about with Kayak, for example, and Nath, that have their own EU League experience. TT9 seems like the issue is the same, but it has changed a bit. You were talking about, hey, they're playing the same siege from 2 years ago. I'll correct you on that, Jack. They're playing Siege from 4 years ago. It reminds me of Rogue and a Rogue. That is. This is how long we're deep.
Yeah.
We're kind of digging into it. When hey, we're frustrated. Let's pull out Duck and Rook. In this case, it was the Rook. Now, remind me, Jack. You're a stats man here. How many times has Rook been played over the past competitive year here in the league?
In EU, 0. Well, until today. Until today when TT9 brought it on a CCTV defense, no less. They, didn't go too well.
Yeah. Some things to look at in TT9. Ollie will play against G2 next Playday. Looking forward to that.
I'm not sure if TT9 will be looking forward to it. I think some things that you could maybe take away from today, I think WTG had quite a nice game.
Yes.
A mission didn't pop off, and I think that's largely a reason to the, where we got to the result that we did, because we didn't see, that bite. But ultimately, we need to see something new from TT9.
Yeah, we'll have to see in this one. They were so close to securing their first point in the stage, but not close enough. We'll see if they can do it against G2. Many things have been done against G2 over the past few weeks, so who knows. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's Team Secret versus Outsiders. Welcome back, friends, to EU League. Game number 2 is about to begin. Team Secret versus Outsiders. And let's fill you in on all the details you need to get this show started. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Medic, your host. With me are Fresh and our guest for the next couple weeks, Mr. Ollie Exartroika Hatton. Is that how you say it?
Full name treatment.
Full name again.
Harry Demo Dempster, Ollie Exartroika Hatton. So there you go. That's how we're doing it in here, Mr. Jackson. Let's go through with our Team Secret versus Outsiders. Let's start off with Team Secret. What can you tell me about them, Ollie?
Team Secret for me, night and day difference compared to last stage.
Yes.
You've got to look at the pickups that they've made. They've brought in Grubby, they've brought in Astro, they've brought in Twister as the coach, and it has fully transformed the team. They're already sat on 4 points. They only got 9 points in the entirety of stage 2. So on paper, you've got to look at this team and you have to be hopeful about what they have to bring.
I think the one thing that doesn't get talked about enough with this team is we talk about the players in, like you said, they brought in Grubby and Astro, but actually Savage. If you look at Savage, when they picked Savage up for stage 2, he was the thinker main, he was the front man, and he's actually dropped into the backline. He's playing a lot of SMG 11, particularly on the defense, to try and accommodate these boys and be a team player. And it really does feel like a team this time. In previous iterations of Team Secret, it's felt like a collection, a collection of individuals that are trying to kind of be forged together. Now it feels like much more of a team with an actual identity, like we say, under Twister's guidance as well. And they've genuinely impressed.
I've been loving kind of going through Twister's Instagram stories and saying, oh, they're practicing. They got their Discord, stream up between one another so they can talk about strategies and how to set it up. It is wonderful. I don't know if Twister will be moving to Europe at some point, but that would be lovely. If you ask me, that will bring him closer to home. Now, our colleague,
we love
Jack,
Twister.
We love a bit of Twister. Marlon is a wonderful fellow. But moving on to their opponents, and since you're already here, I want you to talk about your favorite team, Outsiders, Jack.
Oh, absolutely my favorite team. And you know what? I actually want to talk about Outsiders in the context of this meta. This meta gets talked about as the flexibility meta, and Outsiders are really pushing it because they've got a very different brand of Siege to a lot of teams that play in the current meta. They play very slow, very passive, very test the execute and execute themselves. And genuinely, I don't think it's the best style of Siege to play inside of this meta, but it frustrates the life out of teams. It frustrated the life out of M&M when Outsiders beat them. It frustrated the life out of BDS last week when Outsiders took them all the way to 14 rounds on BDS's best map. They have this way of picking up rounds and picking up wins where other teams tend to struggle against it. It's a very hard game plan, a game style to play against. And they've obviously got some really good players, bringing in Dan, bringing in Always, and we know of the quality that Milan, Pasha and Rask already have as well.
Absolutely, and it's that frustration, I think, that starts to let teams undo themselves. And often it'll be a case of, you need the team to make a lot of mistakes for Outsiders to be able to capitalise on those mistakes, especially when they're looking at forcing the clock and really working that down either in their favour or at their opponent's detriment. And again, it doesn't quite come down to as one-man teamy as what we were talking about with TT9, but still, Dan, I just feel like he needs a little bit more assistance.
It's been great seeing Joystick behind them when they're in game. That's kind of a flashback for all of us. Great player in so many ways. So we're wondering how maybe we get to talk to Joystick himself. If you're looking at me, Outsiders, so I'm just requesting it officially to you here. You can have a chat with him. Not that I love sitting down and talking to Dan, but I talk to everybody. There's some great people on there. But let's talk about the map pool for this matchup. Again, one map. It's the best of one series. That's how it works. And we're left with Outsiders in the final choice. They'll take out Border and take us to Clubhouse. Again, wow, 2 Russian teams going to Clubhouse. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think maybe actually a little bit surprised on Team Secret. I had this pinned as a Border, and maybe Team Secret did. Both teams have not banned it at this stage. Both teams love the map. But Outsiders, we saw last week just how prolific they are on Clubhouse, starting off on the defense. And they managed to frustrate the life out of BDS on this map in terms of their defenses. They built in a lot of redundancies, a lot of layers in their defense, and they're very passive. They'll fall off them. And it's not uncommon that you'll see 5v5, 30 seconds left with this team. So Secret needs to be aware not to fall into that trap for me.
This is probably one of the more iconic maps to think about time and clock, because you think about those 5-man drops, those 5-man executes, those bloodbaths in Church and Arsenal that you do regularly get. We've just seen it with Navi, and I think you throw that into the context of this game, and all of a sudden Secret are going to be pushed up against the clock on both directions. So for Outsiders, probably the best choice they could have made.
Is this something that Secret can do now. Push up against outsiders and get this victory because, both teams are locked in at 4 points, right? There's potential for one to go over the other. And if you're either one of the two, you're looking for all 3 points in the series.
Yeah, I think for Secret, they probably will have been a while. When Secret played Outsiders in Stage 2, they really fell into the frustrations and the traps that Outsiders set. So I think Secret this week, they should have been working on, working on their cheesy plays with Milos, working on little bits of rush strategies, how they can get aggressive early dots, how they can start unlocking outsiders. Because like I say, they should be an easy team to pick off, but teams generally really do end up getting trapped in it and then getting very frustrated by it.
And Secret is still one of the more sort of structured sides. You've only got to look at the statistics to really realise that Kendry's got 5 plants down in 3 play days. That's still a support player. That's still very plant orientated. It isn't quite taking full advantage of the flexibility meta that we're currently in. But with that young side comes opportunities to learn. And if there's something that Twister's very experienced with, it's working with a young and less experienced group of players, because that's what he did with Furia. And he took those to, I think Furia are only just going to miss out on the first LAN since goodness knows when this time round for November. And you look at that, they've lost Twister. So there's got to be some sort of correlation there. There really is. And if Twister's got some ability, it is to work with those lesser experienced players. So for Secret, it really is all just a growing period.
I'll be very happy if we see more Ratty Kendrew plays, which is something I loved in Stage 2 very much. So, hey, who knows if we get it back today. But our lobby is ready. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for filling us in. Secret versus Outsiders. Toss it to our casters. Stez and Ace, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. Welcome back for game 2 of the day. Outsiders versus Secret. Another one in my books, Tim, that actually is really hard to predict today.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's the same as we said last time around. You've got a couple of lower placed teams, but they're in and around the same region. So I would expect, again, another fantastic matchup.
One of those that even the audience feel a bit split on. 53% leaning towards Secret, 47% of you towards Outsiders. I'm just living for Fresh, being not so sold on Outsiders normally, and now being forced to predict for them. Everyone here, I think, going for Outsiders in the talent team. Let's see how things shape up as they start out on the defensive side of Clubhouse, and they kick off our ban phase.
Let's see who we've got coming in then, doubling down on Clubhouse for us. Des, not a bad thing. I quite enjoy the map anyway, so we can live with that.
To be fair, when I said to Fresh, because he checks it out before, he's just like, I was like, what map are we going to? He's like, Clubhouse, Clubhouse. So I was just like, again? He was like, yeah. And I was like, man.
I mean, variety is the spice of life, Des.
It is.
But it's not the worst map if we have to have a couple in.
All right, Tim, let's say you've been negative. What's your worst map to cast?
My worst map
What does
to
not
cast?
tickle your fancy?
I
like all the maps.
I do love all of them.
Of course you do.
Out of the current list, I'd probably say Theme Park.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I quite like a theme. I don't enjoy a border. Yeah, Easy's with me, C. He's on the comms with us for this game. And
I think Border's a reasonable shout as well. That can be a little... I don't mind one a night, but Border can be a little bit repetitive. It's a small map, so you do get very similar over and over again. Some funky bands
I was just about to say, yeah, what the hell are those bands? I turned away to look at your beautiful head for a few seconds, just to admire the shine on it, and then I turned back around, and Thermite's been banned away. What's that all about?
Freshly shaved for you today is the head.
Oh, love it, mate, honestly.
Did it just before coming on air. Little shave of the head.
It's not really shaved, though. You've still got hair.
Well, yeah. I don't know what you'd call it then.
Trim, probably.
Okay, we had a fresh trim.
Better, see?
Came on
Much better, you beautiful man. Right, we're into things. Starting off down in the basement, so not quite bad. In fact, across the 3 teams we've seen defend so far tonight on this map, we've had different sites in the first one. We had Gym and Bedroom coming out of Navi. We had Cash CC coming out of TT9. And then here, we've got ourselves down in the basement, so different rotations across 3 teams. But one thing that always seems to be pretty present is a roam up on the top floor when defending down in the basement. And that's exactly what Outsiders have ran for. Always even bringing out a mirror window for a hold up inside Gym Bedroom. I love it.
Okay then.
I know, right?
I love a bit of mirror play. I do. I've said this before. We don't see an awful lot of mirror. When we started seeing the increase in mirror bans about 18 months ago, even when she's available, we don't see a lot, and it's because teams just get used to playing without her, and they find strategies that they think are superior, and so we don't see her brought anyway. But when we do, I absolutely love the mirror play. She came along in Year 2 Season 1. It was Velvet Shell, and she was transformational for competitive Siege. For many bomb sites, it made them viable where they weren't before, and that strength remains. So yeah, I love to see mirror, and we'll see just what impact she has on this round. Always is on the downstairs at the moment.
They're already out.
That mirror window at the minute, it's a little bit of phantom pressure because they've just completely dropped away. Des.
I imagine they've drawn most of it as well. And I decided to go and have a dig, by the way, as to why the Thermite ban came through. Look back at the game last week from Outsiders when they played against BDS on this map. Rask, in the vast majority of attacking rounds, did play Thermite, did also play Maverick. We know that they can bring along Ace as well, as we saw, I think it was Dan doing in the first attacking round they had. So there is a little bit of variety there in terms of what hard breaches they can bring. So I don't know how much it's going to bother them, but we'll see exactly how things change when we get into that second half where Outsiders are on the attack.
So we're going to start working those vertical angles with the book. Could go down all 3 levels if he wants to from that top floor, and can start opening up underneath as well. Going to get himself down to bathroom for the time being. He'll start opening up those angles that we see plenty of. Take out the default cam. Ooh, manages to bait out the nitro as well. That's not the end of the world for them. That's a bit of a result.
Yeah, probably a bit of a read where they thought, okay, he's blown out one hole. He'll step to the right and open up another, and the C4 was ready and waiting. Speaking of waiting, always is... I always get nervous when someone's looking to C4 over an electrified wall, because just for the tiniest little misplacement and it's getting zapped. They're looking for it here, I think, to maybe try and find a sledge as he steps across, or potentially one in towards the bottom of main stairs. Either way, looking to secure a freebie at the start of the round. A little bit nervous about the clock here as well. Yes, we've done a lot of the swinging away for the soft flooring, but not yet looked for a spot to pick up any real kills or to start getting hatches opened up. So for now, at least, Outsiders, with 35 seconds to go, are in a good spot. That is a lot of damage with the direct hit onto Savage.
I love this Milon getting really active underneath that kitchen hatch, just, looking to get aggressive. Always is going to, manages to catch his man, finds Astro. Savage, however, does find Milon to level things up. 4v4, Team Secret, a lot of work to do here. Kendry manages to find the hole through the Maverick and get the kill onto Always. Can head inside. Opportunity to get the diffuser down potentially here. That's exactly what he's going to go for. Very deep, though, if they can push into Church. That position at the bottom of main stairs has become very, very important, but I don't think that Outsiders were aware the diffuser was going down. They certainly couldn't get to it to impact. A couple of kills coming from Savage, and right now Team Secret, they are looking golden inside of round 1. Diffuser down 3v1. Surely this is a matter of time until they find the last, and it is Kendrew, the man who got the diffuser down to lock things out in round 1. Team Secret take the win.
I mean, if I'm being honest, that shouldn't have been allowed to happen. The pressure applied by Secret was rather minimal. Sure, they had the vertical holes opened up, but kitchen hatch wasn't open, so they didn't get the nice long angles that you can challenge all the way through into AKs from there. They didn't have the church wall opened up. They did enough to get a kill in there, but couldn't open the full thing up. So Kendra had to go for the full sprint, as we saw, through Moto, through the middle of sight, and took himself behind the bar to make the plan happen. And the only real support that he had was, well, Savage watching the double door, or the long angle being watched from the bottom of main stairs. So really there, I feel like Outsiders are giving away a little bit too much to Team Secret. Fair play that Secret have made it work, but again, hatches weren't opened up. They didn't have control of Church Wall. That wasn't really opened up either, just a tiny little bit. And it feels like Outsiders are giving them a little bit of a freebie there. So fair play Secret, but Outsiders, you should have done far better than that on the first defense.
Up to the top floor we go. It's going to be Gym and Bedroom. Outsiders, I think, recognising what you're saying there, Des. You know, they should have done better with that defence and not really wanting to double down on those mistakes. They're going to move away, try things differently. We don't... Interestingly, so we bring the mirror along for the Church Arsenal defence and we play it up on the bathroom wall. We then don't make any use of it whatsoever for Outsiders. And then we go to Gym and Bedroom, where the mirror wall could probably be a little bit more impactful, and we don't bring it along.
Yeah, That was...
Yeah.
I mean, we had it. There was intent. It's just they abandoned it pretty damn quickly. But I think here they're probably more concerned about the thought of nades come flying in, for example. And I wasn't too sure initially about the intent behind this. I think it's more in case they're worried about the mini EMPs coming through, which is not going to be the plan because instead it's Groovy playing on the Twitch that has the shock drones on side. Of course, the Maverick from Kendrew also getting to work here as well, showing that this is the reason, arguably, why they've also banned away the Thermite. They feel that outsiders rely on it, whereas they, Secret this is, are very comfortable playing something like the Maverick instead.
Yeah, we see a lot fewer of the Maverick hard breaching attempts recently, and in honesty, it's because he's had his nades taken away. We see a lot less Maverick play, but the Maverick breaches in EU particularly have dropped off quite a bit. But Kendrew's still bringing him along there and getting the job done very, very quickly. To be fair, that was pretty much inside the first minute.
Timing.
The jacuzzi wall was opened up, so well played from Secret. They've got themselves access into the East Breach. They can get themselves into CCTV, start working on cash, and they've got jacuzzi wall as well, so not going too bad at the minute. They just need to make sure that they don't lose their momentum in the round.
What a world we're in when bulletproof cameras can fight back as well. Just stunned out the shock drone as it was about to get the bulletproof, pinged it out, and it got freebie killed by Always, I believe it was, that swung in. Still, this jacuzzi wall is opened up, and this is the time for Secret to charge on through. Groovy, the point man, looking to find his one man, sees the Jaeger but can't find the kills. It's 3 quick ones coming back for outsiders. Groovy, he does get one, but immediately traded out. Stubber, the last one left standing, will find one, but he's got 75 seconds here to work with, and 3 players still to bring down.
He's got time on his side, but ooh, look at that. He's going right into a bulletproof cam. They know exactly where he is. He's going to take it down, but it doesn't remove the information. That's it. It's too late. It doesn't remove that information. He tries to bait out a potential difference by knocking the window out. Maybe he's gone out through there, but they're not going to be shaken here. Outsiders ready with a shotgun. Wampum does the job on the construction door, and that's going to be round 2 to Outsiders. And just as we expected, this could be a close matchup.
Beautiful bit of bitterness there as well, and that final kill coming from a shotgun that had the Team Secret Esports skin on it. So just one of those small things that I looked at and was like, okay, very cute. So as it stands, Outsiders realised round 1, we gave away what we shouldn't have given away. Round 2, much more composed. They deal with the big pushing from Jacuzzi. Secret looking to employ... It's the kind of play you'd see out of teams, like I've always said, like Wolves and Rogue, where they move as a unit. They try and push in for 3 or 4 kills at the same time. Instead, it was the defenders picking up those 3 kills, and suddenly the round was essentially over. So good hold. Now we get to try the downstairs once again, hopefully where Outsiders have revised their ideas a little bit and come out a little bit stronger.
We're going to be back down, as you say, with those revised ideas. See whether Team Secret have got more answers. Managed to get the plant in unusual circumstances last time around, I think it's fair to say. Kendrew going in through Moto door, but still getting it down behind the bar. There was the whole sort of half opened up by the Maverick. It was just all a little bit unorthodox. We'll see if we get a more straightforward plant from them this time. They're going to be playing into mirror windows rather than up on the top floor. Always this time around, deploying them down on that bottom floor, so they're going to be more directly useful to them. We'll see again how that impacts Team Secret's push. Do they still go towards that side, or do they work alternatively in towards kitchen, for example?
Milan's done well to get out of there alive with 2 players looking to threaten him inside of construction. He's down to about 70 HP or so did still pay at least for a little bit of damage there to get himself out again. Now, by the looks of it, Secret probably want to try and get some more focus across this top floor. Keep on forcing the back. Ruby trying to come in for the side stab, almost loses his life, down to about 15 HP. So far for Outsiders, some good poking and prodding coming in, but Secret undeterred as of yet.
Dan just holding a tight angle through to kitchen there, just really not wanting to allow Team Secret to really take any ground here. Groovy going to open that door up, and it does force Dan away a little bit. He's going to head himself back down to site, but this is pretty quick from Team Secret in terms of getting control. It's not ideal for them that Groovy is such low health at this point, but with only 1 minute and 15 gone, they've got control of the top 2 floors now. They can start the drones towards basement. So that's essentially, when we look at Around the Siege as a 3-step process. Step 1 is gaining the map control that you need. That's complete now for Team Secret. Step 2 they move on to, which is effectively softening up the site. It's clearing out the utility. It's preparing that execution spot. And then step 3 is that final step, going in and getting the diffuser down. So right now, Team Secret just transitioning step 1 to step 2. And there's plenty of work for them to do on site. They haven't got any kills yet, and watch your utility to burn.
McKendry was still on 14 rounds in his back pocket. I imagine we're looking in towards things like kitchen hatch there, just 2 at a time, chaining it up as that C4 almost found his man. But I don't think they'll be able to do anything about this one. Pasha coming in to try and get rid of some of these. I think the C4 is coming out to try and get rid of either the player or potentially the X-Kairos that were down. But they will connect, they will go off. Hatches this time have been the focus for Team Secret. They are opened up. They've got this longer angle through to AKs like I spoke about earlier on. Things are looking like an air quotes much more normal attack.
Andrew moves in. Going to get himself to look at potentially dropping here. I think he's definitely thinking about the execution. 30 seconds left to go, and they're going to have to. You know, they can't just dither around site forevermore. They need to get themselves in. Dan, he's lurking, looking for that opportunity to open one up through the hatch. Doesn't find his man, and we have a lot of utility raining in here. That full white flash might just save a life as Kendrew goes in and tries to get the diffuser down. He's going to be successful. Des Savage does manage to find Pasha. Kendrew bites the dust, but not before he gets the diffuser planted, and Savage has the vertical. But oh, what a beautiful angle he manages to find on his man. Rast does hit Sleben, but it's 2v3 now, and with vertical superiority, that just might be the difference maker for Team Secret.
What are they doing? You have to send... Oh my word, Astro! Normally, as the defenders, you have to send 2 players on the retake, if not 3 on the upstairs. But they've stood around like lemons and let themselves get absolutely destroyed to the stage that Dan can do nothing but look on helplessly at the diffuser as the close comes in from above. Secret taking another round.
Great round from Secret there. 30 seconds left to go. Kendrew takes the opportunity to get himself inside the site. There's some good cover. That first shot in the post plant from Savage as well. Such a tight angle through the girders there in the floor, just to manage to find his way down onto the player trying to disable that diffuser. Really well played. And then, like you said, as I feel like Outsiders maybe gave Team Secret a little bit of that round towards the end there. They just got caught sort of just looking at each other effectively with no real idea of who's going, who's not. Let's all just go together.
What are they doing? Like, there's 4 players stood there like, I guess we watched him try and disable it to make sure he doesn't press the wrong button. But like I said, that's the kind of moment when you send 2, 3 players upstairs to get the vertical hold. You know there's no one downstairs, really. You just want to get the control of the upstairs. So truthfully, a massive slip by Outsiders. Most teams would go for the retake, and maybe I'm labouring a point here a bit too much, but again, another round they'll look at and go, we probably should have been able to stop that.
As you said, you've got to work together. You have to work together in that situation. And the thing is, I think the frustration, without labouring on the point, the frustration is there's nobody from the attacking side inside of site.
That's what I mean.
So what are 3 of you going to do inside of site? Nothing. You have to get out of there. You've got to get out of there, and you've got to take that vertical superiority. Is it a good option? No, absolutely not. Is it going to be easy? No, absolutely not. Is it necessary? Yes, 100%.
That's exactly it. And that's one more point, was there's no real challenge to worry about on the lateral plane, so focus on the vertical one, get upstairs. But let's put it to one side. Secret did do a good job of getting that one down. Kendrew spotting the opportunity, and they managed to make it work. I always feel bad, you know, Playday is a player for BDS that always does exactly the same. You kind of become the sacrificial lamb that has to go there and just hold F for dear life and pray to God that you don't get shot before you finish off on the diffuser, because as soon as you have, there are 2 or 3 players swinging you. There's C4 coming in. It's just a very thankless task to be in that spot.
Here we go then, round 4 it will be, and we're going to see Team Secret really need this round for me. They don't want to keep allowing Outsiders back into things. You know, they want to start really making that advantage tell. It's going to be CCTV and Cash that they are attacking onto, so maybe a little bit more straightforward than we've seen previously. Milon just trying a dirty little angle there. Is he going to find his man? Kendrew knows he's there, and he flips himself around. It's one that I always like to refer to as the Pino angle. It was a favourite of Pino back in the day on Consulate, particularly. He'd just rat underneath those windows and find so many kills onto those unawares repellers. But Kendrew, he was alert to the danger and gets away with his life.
He does for now at the very least. Yep, Savage, nade in hand, looking to try and force some players away here, although we'll probably find there's no one really there. I think instead was looking for the bulletproof from Milon that normally stats up behind the TVs on the office bench just across the way. Still not 100% sure of exactly where players are, but they've got themselves inside. Astro has gone for the cross, and he's killed 2 players in his journey in towards Catwalk, and that could be all the control that they need to get themselves up to 3-1.
Certainly could be. 4 versus 2. 50 seconds left to go. Rask needs a big moment here, either him or Pasha. It's Rask that's found the kills so far in the game. Pasha has been quiet from the top of red. He's going to be playing a waiting game at this point, just looking for anybody trying to push in through that breach. But to be honest, Secret don't really need to. So I would suggest Pasha on the smoke might be in a better position were he to move himself into cash, where he can loot those toxic babe canisters, the one that's remaining at least, over the top to try and impact and stop that plant going down at least. From red stairs, he's going to find it very difficult. Secret have got one on the rappel on outside of breach, and they're just going to hold that angle. They're not going to push in. Kendrew, there comes that toxic babe canister. What? Kendrew, push forward, not sideways. He's going to find himself down, and that one toxic babe canister could do the job, but 3v1, Rask is holding on. Somehow Groovy gets the kill, Des!
What on earth is going on?
I don't know what the end of that round was.
Lord. Oh. I mean, you saw the intent, right? I know what Kendra was trying to do. The smoke was so well placed. Like, okay, fair play. I really thought he'd just go for it and try and get through the breach and go for a default plant, unless he was terrified about the smoke extending to that default spot. But the fact that it comes down to, what, a 3K, almost a 4K at the end for the last man. I didn't even see who it was. The last man left standing for Outsiders, and then goes for the swing onto Groovy. Ah, killer. Again, around the Outsiders probably would say, in hindsight, a small change in decision-making towards the end, we could still be in this. Secret have played well, but I guarantee you Outsiders in their own heads are thinking, we should be at least 3-1 up right now.
Gym and bedroom we go back to.
Honestly.
It feels far more back and forth than 3-1 at the minute. I think Secret are doing well to keep themselves in the lead here. They have been the better team, I will agree with that.
Yeah.
But there have been moments, particularly in that last round, where Outsiders could have won it. You know, we could be in a very different situation.
The thing is, Tim, what I think I really like about it is, truthfully, the differentiating factor is decision-making. You know, look at the rounds where we said for Outsiders, okay, that last round there. Heat at the moment, I understand, sure. You swung a player when really you could have probably stayed crouched down and still managed to get the time going. That would have been fine. In the previous round, the choice to not send players to go and rotate back upstairs, another great example. It keeps on coming down to this decision-making deficit almost that Outsiders are showing in these rounds. Otherwise, again, they'd probably find themselves with a couple of rounds more on the board.
We're underway with 30 seconds in. Kendrew straight away. And this is what I like from Secret. I've commented on it already. The speed with which they've been doing things. Not mucking about. Again, 30 seconds in. That Selma charge is detonating on the East breach. It's going to allow access into cache CCTV. And Outsiders are going to find themselves under pressure very quickly. That's been happening round after round. So Outsiders, as this game goes on, if Secret can keep that pace up in the early rounds, Outsiders could potentially become fatigued because they're just under pressure so consistently for so much time, quite frequently. So for the time being, Kendrew, he's going to get himself over onto Jacuzzi now. He's honestly doing some real work on this hard breach option of the Maverick. He's you know, going at a real pace for Secret here.
I think every single time I've seen him on screen, he's got the blowtorch in his hand. His whole focus has been getting these walls opened up. Probably means now they want Groovy over there to impact it open. There we go. Once it's been softened up, of course, you've still got to remove the soft wall, I guess, that's still on the other side of the reinforcement. So that's dealt with. Secret have their way in towards site. And let's not forget, last time around they tried to make that big push in through Jacuzzi. They lost 3 players in very quick succession.
Sleben's just holding that angle. I think he's hoping for somebody to overextend, but it's unlikely to happen. Kendrew does manage to find Mill on, though, with a nice headshot. Groovy's gone in, as you say, manages to find Dan, but the trades come back and forward here. Savage and Kendrew dropping along the way. Pasha with a double. I said that he's been a little bit quiet so far, but he manages to make his mark in this round. Rask manages to find Sleben, and all of a sudden, there's inside of about 15 seconds. This round bounces back and forward and becomes a 1v3 that becomes a 1v2. As Astro, he finds Rask. He's going to have to find his way into outer space if he wants to be winning this one. He's going to have to go into orbit because it's not going to be easy against Always and Pasha, who are just going to try to lock this down now.
My main concern is they aren't watching the same angle together here. He can isolate 2 separate 1v1s if he plays this intelligently. Has got himself in, expected to find someone hanging around behind the chassis, but it's simply not the case. He doesn't have the diffuser, which is... Oh, no! That could have been the crouch angle he needed to get inside the other side, recover the diffuser, and make this a little more dicey. Now he's pushing around, potentially coming into a swing here. Finds one, but Does he find the last on the main stairs? No, he doesn't. He's down about 5 HP. He has no idea, but always ready and waiting. He's just daring him to charge forward. He ignores the main stairs. Instead, going to try and look for a potential plant. It suspects the man's on the downstairs. Would be wrong, at least for now, but he's got to go for the plant. Always, surely here's this going down. Has got 3 seconds to plant this one off, though. If he wins this one, it is going to be ludicrous. He plants it down. Does he turn around? Does he know that Always is behind him? He hears the man, but can he find him? No, he can't. It's Always to get the kill. And Outsiders hang on, and again, what was very nearly a lost round.
Really well played from Always there. I love what he's done. Just played that so cautiously and patiently at the end there. Understanding, showing a great understanding of the game clock. Just forcing that position. He maybe gave Astro a little bit too much breathing space. You know, there is a world where maybe Astro hits a lucky headshot there, gets himself over the line. But overall, you always felt like Always was in control of that situation. Well played for Outsiders, keeping themselves in this.
Whew. Okay. This is turning into one of those games.
We said it was going to be close, Des.
Yeah, but this is not. This doesn't feel like the pretty kind of close, if you get me.
Oh no, but do you not like a bit of dirty close?
I'm still recovering from Sandbox versus Fav in APAC North a couple of weeks ago, Tim. I'm not ready.
I'm here for the chaos, Des. You know me, outside of game.
Hang on a minute. You're here for the chaos?
No. Outside of game, you constantly laugh at me. You know that, I love the organisation. I love a straightforward life. It's you that brings the chaos. But in-game, you know that I love it. I indulge myself in your lifestyle.
Your eyes have just been opened to a world of chaos, Tim, and you're loving life now. That's it.
That's exactly it.
As I turn around and you're sat in absolute darkness and only your bald head is illuminated on the screen.
I feel attacked.
I tell you what, it is great just being able to catch like out of context Tim. I turn around and you just sat there. It's brilliant. I think Ollie's got Ollie caught a pretty unkind picture of you earlier, I believe.
Did he?
Yeah. I think you were digging for something inside your gob, I think, mate.
Yeah, very possibly. Very possibly does.
I'll find out if he's got the picture later. Either way, let's see if we can end with a picture-perfect half here for one of these two teams. I'm sure Secret fancying themselves to take the 4-2, but Outsiders, where they found the most success has been on that German bedroom site. When we've had Secret try and steam their way forwards, that's where they've managed to bite back and get a few kills in response. This one starts out well. It's Astro, the almost clutcher to be in the previous round, being taken out.
They're going to do well here, Outsiders, if they manage to hang on to the coattails of Team Secret. Secret have felt like the better team for the majority, but then you've got to start asking those questions. If Outsiders come out with a 3-3 half, what's going to happen in the second half? Secret, are they going to be able to find any more momentum on the defence, or will that be all that Outsiders need? But there is a long round to go yet. 4 versus 5, but Team Secret have got control of the top 2 floors. However, there is a man out in Strip, and Kendra, he's having a look at the minute, but I'm not sure that Secret are aware of Dan here. He's going to take pot shots through the wall that's been opened up. He's just intending to play his life here. We've seen this. It's usually from the North American teams, TSM particularly. Yeah. You play the man out in Strip, and he's basically there to burn his life, but to burn as much time as he can, and maybe a life or two whilst he's at it.
Comes in. The swing from 2 directions. Where does he look? He looks out towards Paul first, but when you've got 2 men trying to pinch onto you like that, it can be really hard to respond. Good use of the DKB as well to make sure that his location was known at all times.
It was a good attempt, but it did give Team Secret the opportunity to level things up. And on this site, we quite often see the attacks coming down to the last 10 seconds or so. So it's not going to be the end of the world for Team Secret in terms of the time that has been burnt. Dan really needed to hold on for a bit longer, but Team Secret made it very difficult for him to do so. So 50 seconds left. The one thing that I would say particularly good for Outsiders at the minute, as much as Team Secret do have time here, Outsiders are really well spread inside a site. They've got presence on both default plant spots, and it's not going to be easy for Secret. They're going to have to move players if they want any opportunity. Pasha, he manages to get the kill onto Groovy, and meanwhile Milon manages almost to find the one in Kitchen, but can't quite get it done. 3v4, 25 seconds.
Like I said for Kendra, the swing always in a great position as well. Kendra hits the deck, but it's just too late. There is no cover. There was no call, and he may have just ended this round for Secret to guarantee Outsiders the 3-3 half that they were seeking.
That's pretty much the job done here. As you say, Outsiders, they're going to be very thankful at this point, I'd have thought, to be coming away like that. Savage knows there's nothing to be done. Diffuser is down, seconds burning away, so we'll take the opportunity to have a little bit of a chat before we move on to the attack, start shaping up a plan. Team Secret, they're going to be scratching their head, I think, at this point as to how Outsiders are still in touch. They have felt on top of things, but Outsiders, they are going absolutely nowhere at the minute. They are the immovable object, and interestingly, I know these ones fascinate you, Des. We've got that half-time timeout.
They do. The chance for a reset here going into that second half. Again, maybe to calm down a couple of frustrations from the first half. For Outsiders, as you've commented, I think that 3-3 split will be something they feel, I'd say, happy with given the current situation. Although at the end of the day, they will feel frustrated. Because for me, this could have been 4-2, 5-1 to Outsiders. I'm not at all trying to say that I feel Team Secret didn't play well, because they did. But Outsiders cost themselves a couple of rounds there with some really poor decision-making in the heat at the moment. You know, Diffuser's going down, a player's setting a 1vx, and it's just not quite the right decision-making in the right moment. So I'd understand if they feel frustrated. For Secret, they want to make sure here they can get things off started well, build a bit of momentum, keep themselves going. It's just one of those things where the timing feels a little bit odd maybe to us as viewers, given you are switching sides. But for them, no doubt it's a communication thing or a decision-making thing they want to get corrected.
Very possibly. Let's see how it goes for them then off the back of the timeout. Team Secret come back into the second half on the defence this time, and we sit at 3-3 on the scoreboard. Outsiders just managing to cling on and keep themselves in touch. For me, the next two rounds are particularly important. I've got a feeling that we might see one go either way, and it's actually going to tell us absolutely nothing. But if either of these two teams can win the next two, you sort of feel like, yep, this is going to be their half, and they probably continue forward and get the win. So we are poised to see how that goes over the next 6 minutes or so. The first one will be Church and Arsenal for Team Secret. Presence on the top floor. We've gone old school. We've got the Mozzie. We've got the Mute. Yep. I would expect them to be trying to stick around for at least a minute and a half on that top floor.
This is the old classic SSG run, right? The old Classico in terms of strats, it feels like, Tim. The sort of thing you'd see on this map is normally with a Vigil playing on the ground floor, a Castle to help lock down certain angles as well. But teams have sort of stepped away from playing that full commitment towards it. I think because a lot of the secondary utility they need doesn't really come from that kind of lineup. So changes definitely coming in. You've got the Valkyrie on side to support as well, the Melusi to prevent any site rushes alongside the smoke, but it does mean they can commit quite a lot towards focusing on the roam as and when they need to.
Impact EMP is going to assist in the opening of that east breach. It's sort of fascinating to watch as well. How much easier is this top floor hold to deal with now that they've got those Impact EMPs? You know, Thatcher is banned out, but it now gives them the opportunity to clear that out. They need to be careful with the IQ on board as well. It's just going to make that job all the more easier. Sleben is still in position up on the top floor. Not anymore, he's not. Sorry, Caster's curse there. The Strats manages to find him, but Groovy! He goes right out of that window, knows where he's manning, gets the kill onto Dan, and brings us back to 4v4.
And drops himself away as well. Hatches not opened up in the way they were previously. Normally on this roam, you'd leave basically every hatch open, so those defenders running on the top floor have an easy out to get themselves back downstairs. Here, not really the focus. Astro was bracing for a C4 out the window, but the attackers have backed away. So we're at that kind of 90-second mark, Tim. We have gone through a player on either side so far, still in a 4 versus 4. I don't know if I'd call it a success, because my concern now is that Outsiders still have a minute and a half to make use of this Ying, and that is going to be the big difference maker.
Yeah, it really could be, if it's utilised correctly, and if they go in at the same time. One of the things that doesn't always happen with the Ying is the timing that is needed to coordinate the Candelas going in and then moving in to get that diffuser down. That's something that Outsiders need to be particularly cautious of. Sledge is going to work always, just opening up those angles. For the minute it's onto the bottom of main stairs, he'll take the default camera out next, and then he'll just continue his way across. Maybe open a few up inside a kitchen as well, just to prevent them playing underneath there. But does he need to be careful? All but one Nitro has been burned at this point. Astro, he manages to get Pasha somehow.
There's also a C4, I think, still underneath kitchen where the Sledge was dancing around here. That could turn into a potential freebie there as it comes out. Milan the one taking the damage, but not quite going down. Still, numbers favourite. Oh no, losing another as well. 2 through the same hatch. That should not be happening. Rask on the Candela as well, just not able to do anything off the back of it. Secret shutting down Outsiders' attack before they can even get started, Tim.
As I said, if you're gonna, we heard the Candelas going off, but it was a desperation move at that point, Des. It wasn't part of an attempt at an execute. You've got to be following them in. You've got to be timing them right. There's a lot of coordination that goes behind that utility, and it just wasn't there for them. Team Secret managed to get the win. It was a great hold from them. A couple of disgusting kills up through that hatch. You know, I've no idea how they found one or two of them, particularly Astro onto Pasha. It was an absolute beauty, but that's the round locked out for Team Secret. If you remember, I said at the beginning of that, the next two were important. That's one of them. So if Team Secret can find the next, it puts them in a real good position to potentially take all 3 points.
I mean, I was half joking earlier on about the number of games that we might have to, the number of rounds we'll step through, because as I commented on our last play day, we had 68 of 75 possible rounds played. If you can't do the maths, potential of 15 rounds. If you go 8-7 in overtime, 5 games, 75 rounds. 68 we got to, so only dropped 7 across the day. So far, we've dropped 3 from the first game because it ended at 12 rounds. This one feels like it could bubble up towards I don't want to say a clean overtime, but it's going to be overtime regardless.
68 out of 75, you say, Des. Was that not the same number we had in the Berlin Major Final?
I think it was, actually. I think you're right.
I think it was the exact same number that we had. Fortunately, they decided last week to give our voices a rest. We do, of course, split the work with the wonderful Emmy and Hap. So it was a little bit easier last week, but still.
I don't think my voice has ever sounded as bad as it did after that final.
Do you remember the recap video? It's beautiful. I love it. I watch it occasionally and it's brilliant.
Fourth wall breakdown for some of the viewers. So they said to us, like, they wanted to do just like they wanted us to record ahead of time before the final. As if the final had ended, being like, oh, what an amazing final. And it all started in map 1. And then Tim's like, no, it started back in group stage. We were going to do it before the final started. We didn't have enough time. So they came and said to us after, as the final was starting, do you guys mind doing it for half an hour after the final is done? And we thought, you know what? 3-4 maps, we'll be done by 7:30-ish. Yeah, sure, we can do that. Obviously, 68 rounds later, they call us over and go, oh, okay, it's time to do it. We're like, guys, we can't talk. Like, listen, we can't talk. So we sit down trying to talk at each other, just croaking like frogs. It was ridiculous. Hilarious, but ridiculous.
Our voices are brilliant on that video. But I'll tell you what, Des.
I'll tell you what, Tim. This all started back in map 1.
What a tournament it was.
That's me and you in an old people's retirement home in about 5 years' time.
All I see there is the picture, the meme of us sat in the corner of the old person. So I'm going, none of them know that we casted the Berlin Major Grand Final.
All right, Grandad, sure, let's get you to bed.
Mixed with the meme of, okay, Grandad, let's get you back to bed.
Let's imagine casting someone bringing you a cup of tea for breakfast or something.
I'll be doing it.
He's pouring the milk. He's dunked the sugars in, Tim.
Oh, no, he's gone for 2. He's gone for 2, Des.
Oh, that would be...
Shall we get back to casting some
Let's get back to casting some actual siege and not tea being made.
It's Team Secret 4-3 at the minute ahead against Outsiders. They're on the defense. They're going up to the top floor, gym and bedroom. If they get this one locked down, you just feel that it's the advantage they will probably need to get themselves into that 3-point winning position. But Outsiders, so far, they've not been beaten up. They've not been dismayed. They've always found a way back into it. For now, Rask, he's going to be burning off the reinforcements on the East Breach, so they're going to be pushing from both sides. I would imagine he'll probably do the same as Kendrew did and get himself across to the other side to open up the jacuzzi wall as well. Of course, the amount of Maverick that you're seeing is directly in line with those bans that we've got, with Thermite being taken off the board. But interestingly, not using the Ace Selma charges. The Ace is there, but not using the Selma charges for the hard break.
No, most don't bother for the main double walls. It's just easy to go down this sort of path in case there's any electrification that can come through. There's no risk of being electrical tricked out by Kendra, essentially. So I think they'd rather save that for looking at something like out towards Jacuzzi instead, which just features the same sort of risk. And maybe you'll actually see the Maverick move over there first and put the focus on this. Astro trying to get himself out of dodge here, very aware that he's in a risky spot. Takes a couple of shots, but there's no one on the construction window to finish him off.
Halfway through the round, Astro low health, as you said, manages to scurry back to site though and will continue fighting for this one, but Outsiders have done well so far. They've got CCTV cache cleared out, they've got possession of that area, so they can start using those south-sided windows as well. Jacuzzi wall isn't open yet, so the problem that Outsiders have got right now is that Secret can front them up. They know exactly where the push is going to come from for the time being. They've got what looks like a laser gate, I think, on the logistics hatch as well. So a laser gate does. So they know that they know that the push isn't going to come in through there. So right now, Secret can hold this one-dimensional sort of angle towards south-southeast. Outsiders need to change that. They need to get a couple more avenues opened up.
This has been some of the criticism levied against Outsiders, and I think it's very reasonable. Their early round to mid-round can be really slow, but sometimes they just manage to pull things out on the attacking side in a way that makes you go, that should never happen. My concern here is they've got themselves up against quite a few different sort of blockades. Electrification of the mirror window, electrification of Jacuzzi, for example, no real control inside of office. There's just a lot working against them right now. They've kind of got the minimal amount of control. So if they somehow manage to shithouse this round into a win, that just tells you the current state of this game.
Astro manages to shut down Rask. Pasha onto Savage, manages to keep it level. Milon somehow gets himself in onto Groovy as well. 4 versus 3 in a quick turnaround, 14 seconds. And Outsiders need to do something with this diffuser. They need to get that briefcase down on the ground. Pasha, he's got to maneuver himself into a position to do it. He's going to give it a try, Des. Let's see if he can stick it. Sleben sees his opportunity, can't find the man.
Honestly.
We've got Astro down. And surely, yes, the plant is stuck. 40 seconds left to go. Sullivan manages to find one. Kendrew gets himself one as well. 2v2.
Tim, they pulled it off. Like I said to you, if they manage to pull these kind of rounds off, it's absolutely ludicrous. Now, Kendrew, laser beam shot onto Milon, but there's still one left standing, Tim, and the problem is he's out on the windows. Dan will know if they come trying to push for this, and I don't think he'll have time. Maybe he will to get Astro back up, but he finds a man as well. That's not the way you wanted this one to go. Astro's left with 20 HP, has got to find his man, but looks away at the wrong time. Dan gets the closeout. Things are pulled all even.
No! What happened for Team C? No, Kendrew! That's so unfortunate. He took so much care getting Astro back up, and then it just seemed kind of strange that he took a big step out to the right. Maybe he was looking for the challenge. He was looking for the peek onto the window. But all he did was just expose himself to that angle and was taken down. And then Astro, for me, again, he sort of went in. It was almost as if he didn't know the challenge had come from the window. He wasn't. And I know that Dan can move, and maybe he's being cautious, you know, in case he's moved on to bedroom window, but you can still ADS onto gym window as you're pushing towards it. You can still be ready for the fight and then move across as you get around the gym equipment. Right, think, right, bedroom's my concern, but it just fell apart at the end. I really thought they might do it, but as I said, we found ourselves 4-4 and no closer to knowing who's going to win this one out. Right now, Des, it's anybody's game. Just toss a coin.
Again, it's the kind of rounds that I referenced a little bit in the last game. The rounds where it looks like they're not winnable. You haven't got Jacuzzi control. You haven't got Logi control. Everything is working against you. In fact, just like in the first half when Kendrew managed to plant in behind Bar and Church. You know, just little rounds like that or moments like that I look at and just think, yeah, if a team wants to be top, you've got to be able to capitalise on those lockout opportunities. Yet Secret sort of let Outsiders in there, gave them the one path they really need to get the plant down, and Outsiders took it. So both teams, I'll give it to them. On the attacking side, very good at capitalising on mistakes being made by the defenders, but far too many mistakes by the defenders for both sides so far to really show that either team deserves to take the 3 clean points.
Again, quick progress across the top floor. We're going to have the east wall opened up. This time Outsiders are going to be attacking onto Bar and Stage. So again, looking to get hold of similar areas. Cash and CCTV going to be particularly important. See if they can brute force their way in there. Again, Dan is going to do the work with the Rotero drone. That should... I don't know if I commit to saying that is passable for them or not. We will see, I've no doubt, as the round progresses, whether that is crouchable. It's going to be right on the boundary. I think the Echo drone of Kendrew will let them know that the soft wall has been opened up. The Yokai in position there to potentially deny a plant onto Stage. If that's where the attempt is going to come in, then Outsiders only really need control of as far as construction. They just need to hold the hatch above, and then they can think about the rest, but they will need to clear out bottom of main stairs.
Well, there we go. The Flores drone starting to rain on through, just taking out what utility they can find. What was tucked under there? I can assume it was the... I thought it might be the bulletproof, but no, I think it was the Yokai drone from Kendry. Thank you very much, Easy, for keeping tabs on that, where clearly I was not. Still, it's a crucial bit of utility taken away because we've seen, especially from players like Kendry, to be fair, he's one of the OG Echo players who can get them into really good spots, get some really great denials off as well, and here he is moving the second one into position.
Yeah, we've seen it countless times from Kendra, and it wouldn't surprise me at all to see it again. Now then, 1 minute left to go. Attention, therefore, needs to be paid to those Yokais by outsiders.
Oh, what?
The plant's going down, Des. Are they aware? Out goes an impact
What
DFB.
is this?
I'm not sure it's going to be sufficient to stop the Yokai, but I don't think it can get the line. They've got away with it, Des!
How has that happened? He hasn't even tucked himself in. The Yokais could have seen everything, but Kendry got taken out as well. Outsiders, again, have just committed daylight robbery here. Savage, the last one left standing. 2 nades at his feet, he can do nothing. Outsiders take round 9, and this game does not get any more sensible.
I was a little bit worried about my outsiders prediction coming into this when Team Secret took off like a horse at the races, but absolutely not now. I'm thinking outsiders might just be able to do this. Sometimes you just got to hide in plain sight.
I don't know what to say anymore. Okay, again, I'll say what I said before. Attackers spot an opportunity, and they take it very well. But when you've got so many players still left alive, and there's only really one inside a bar that can deny that out, yeah, the attacker's there for all intents and purposes. They're not going in for the plant, one player looking to cover the angle in towards bar itself. There were 3 players really involved in the actual execute, and that's what makes it look so raw and simple. Like there were things going on elsewhere, like Kendry being taken down, for example. But it's still a little bit of a kicker when you're just thinking, surely it's not that simple. Open up front door, walk in, hold F, done. No, it shouldn't be that simple, ever.
Sometimes it's exactly that simple, Des.
No,
Sometimes
Tim.
it is exactly that simple.
Don't say this to me.
Here we go then. 5-4 outsiders. I am quickly scanning, but I dare say, yes, I'm correct. In the lead for the first time. How will Team Secret respond to this? Are they able to fight from behind as outsiders have consistently done throughout this game? It's going to be back to gym and bedroom. We saw it in round 8. It was an outsiders win. As you said, Des, at the time, it was unorthodox from them, and they had to really force their way in there, but they're showing a capability to do that time and time again. Team Secret have got to get this one done. You feel like if outsiders get 6, that the mental might just crumble on the side of Team Secret.
At this point, I don't know what's crumbling first. The defensive lineup or the mental of either team. It's just one of those games where it's going very back and forth. Let's see, though, how Gym and Bedroom goes. We'll reset ourselves. They've had their tactical time out here. There is the opportunity for a bit of change in either side now. They've had that time to talk. 4 reinforcements on the extended hold here out towards the east. So it does mean that you'll see Team Secret committing a couple of players at least out here, if not 3, towards trying to hold, keep, whatever the word is, keep outsiders at bay. That's the one I was after.
Use your words, Des. Use your words.
Use your words. I'm using my words, Tim.
Rask, he's going to be opening that east breach once again. It's been pretty much the starting position for outsiders in many of the rounds so far. In fact, all of them, I think. The attack onto gym and bedroom last time around, as well as the bar and stage. They're just being cautious about the angle potentially being held from inside of the red corridor, but there's not going to be a challenge onto Rask as he's able to make his way across.
What's he
hasn't got the reinforcement yet. He's going to have to go back, and it could be a little bit dangerous to have a look for this.
How's he asked this up then? No, I think they've got the little line there, tiniest little bit on that side. There we go, burns out, and it drops away better. He's no Kendrew, Tim, but he did get the job done.
Well, I mean, right now, outsiders, even without a Kendrew, are doing particularly well. In goes the Rotero from Dan. That's going to open up as a soft breach and allow access into that area, which indeed forces Astro out at the top of red stairs. He knows that the Roteros are coming for his shield. He's going to get shut down. What a shot from Pasha.
Right idea from Astro as well. I think he knew that he was going to be challenged there regardless of what he tried to do. So rather than run and try and make it out alive as he had done previously, wanted to go for the challenge. But outsiders have already been there and done this before. Good first early kill. It has taken about 100 seconds to get this side of the map clear, mind you. So now they've got to start thinking about that next push. And Tim, I'll remind you and everyone at home of what happened last time around. They didn't have control of Jacuzzi. They didn't have any control really of Office, yet they still managed to pull this off.
That's what I like from this Outsiders team. They're finding a way. No matter what it looks like, they're getting the job
Tim,
done. They've done it in the last couple of rounds.
They're blindfolded, walking in towards site, and things just work.
And they're winning rounds. It can't always be perfect, but Outsiders are getting the job done. Let's see if they can continue to do so. Selma Charge is going to open up that logistics wall, and it's just going to apply a little bit more pressure. We've seen Team Secret just dropping back into the cubby there. It's going to be Savage's job to try and hold on to things. Rask is going to take a little bit of damage from the Toxic Babe canister. Nitro in hand. This could be a big play.
This will be the play. This will be the kind of thing that wins in the round if we get to that point. Rask is still trying to find his way forwards. Flashbanging out the laser gate here, so always can get himself dropped in as well. They're hoping to find someone touching the back, but there is no one there. There's a C4 coming out. Is it a little bit late? Maybe, but Rask is marching on through. Finds Savage, who's up nice and close. 2 more inside of the hole, and he's going to tuck in tight and try and make this plant work. Again, Outsiders in the dying 10 seconds find the round.
Brute force is the order of the day, quite simply. Outsiders, 3 rounds in a row. Team Secret have not been able to respond, and they've figured it does. You can see it in them. They just get into that last 15 and saying, you know what, push in, just get aggressive, take the gunfights. Team Secret don't know how to handle it, and that is as we've got to call it at the minute, because Secret have not had a response in the last 3 rounds. Outsiders doing great to, let's be honest, get rounds over the line that they probably shouldn't have won. Given the access that they had, given the positions that they had, they've just found a way. And that, Des, is not an ideal start.
Oh no! It's the Valkyrie as well!
It happens to the best of us.
Oh no, Secret, no! Not like this.
They just wanted it on hard mode.
Tim, why?
Extreme mode.
This is like playing it on easy, losing time and time again, and thinking, oh, surely hard mode will work. That's so unfortunate. I feel for him because it's so reflexively built in. You know what your job is. As soon as you spawn, you're turning, you're opening the rotations. You want to be nice and efficient. But you just don't think for a second to pause and check who's around you. But that is such a killer. A C4 gone, the Valcam's gone, Kendrew's gone. He's been having a pretty good game as well.
Right, I'm going to find the positive.
They'll win this round, though.
I'm going to find the positive. If it had to happen, if you had to pick a site for it to happen on, I feel like Church and Arsenal is not the worst. They've still got a little bit of it. I feel like it now might be a slight overcommitment to the top floor. They've got 2 players up there, Sleben and Astro. A little bit concerned that they don't leave themselves too light on site. Groupies is in the mix as well. So that is a little bit of a concern. But overall, it's not the worst site in the world to lose somebody at the beginning. Losing the Black Eye cameras, big loss. Losing the Nitro, big loss. But you can still do it here. I genuinely believe that they can. They can.
No, they've lost another C4, Tim. They have no C4s left.
They can do it.
Okay. I think everyone wants you in their corner at all times, because it doesn't matter what happened, you still have their corner. A company's stock price could have tumbled 90%, and you still be like, they can do it! It's going to bounce! It's okay!
You're right. I'll always find a way, Des. I love an underdog. People will have noticed over the years I've been casting that I flip-flop from one side to the other, even during the game. Whoever looks like they're losing, I'll support them because I want them to come back and I want the story, and I just get excited by it. Is it likely that Team Secret do this 3v4? Probably not. But is it possible? Absolutely. Like I say, it's not the worst site in the world to have to play short-handed on. Savage is going to get himself up blue stairs. All it's going to take is a little flank like this, pop up, catch somebody inside a lounge. They know he's there, though. I can see from that silhouette. They're watching this angle. They are fully aware. Pasha knows. Ooh, but he's dipped himself away. Maybe he thinks the challenge isn't going to come. There could be an opportunity.
Very possibly. My only nervousness here is around the setup that we have from Outsiders and where the focus goes. They're looking for the hatches. They're getting them opened up. They've got Moto. They've got themselves inside a stock. I imagine Kitchen's also ready. They're still clearing things out. They're definitely playing this the right way too, acknowledging, hey, we've got the numbers advantage here. We don't need to rush this, boys. Take it one at a time. I say that as Groovy is about to potentially dome 2 of them. Looking for the swing onto 1. Can't find him just yet, but no, it's Milan to find it first. Who's had a brilliant game so far, playing on that Lion, and it looks to be a 4 versus 2 closeout here for Outsiders.
Yeah, that kill could be decisive at this point. I was supportive of Secret when they were just one man down, but 4v2 with 30 seconds left to go on the basement is not going to be an easy hold. Look at Sleben isolated up there. If the pressure starts coming in through that kitchen hatch, it's going to be difficult for Savage to help him because he's only got short range guns. He's got a shotgun and an SMG. They are not great at long range. If Outsiders can isolate and deal with either of these, it's going to be a tough fight for them to come back from. But time's running out. They're not making a decision. They're not going in anywhere here. Milon does manage to get Sleben. Pasha in the nick of time. Final second gets his man. And that is going to be Outsiders clinging on throughout the game to close it out with a 7-4 victory.
Why do they do this to me, Tim? There's like 2 seconds on the clock and it's still 4v2 and I'm like, boys, are we going? Are we moving? Hello? You know, it doesn't start at 0, right? But regardless of how chaotic the game was at points, it's Outsiders still walking away with those 3 points. The crucial ones, no doubt, that both teams are fighting for, because with that at least, Outsiders temporarily jump into 4th place.
They do, and a great win for them. You know, we've got a couple of those games today where teams are in a similar position in the league, and so we're going to see a little bit of this sort of leapfrogging up and down the table. It's going to happen. But Outsiders, they need to focus more on that specific performance, and for me, I'm not saying it was good, but what I'm saying is that the resilience and perseverance was. They were getting beat up to begin with. They kept themselves in it, kept themselves in touch, and then managed to get the job done. So, well played.
Like I said, for me, it was opportunity spotting from the attackers, really, and identifying very crucial holes or missteps being set up by the defenders that ultimately let both teams get rounds. Outsiders, they just found far more of them, even if those holes were often discovered in the last 5 seconds of the round, more often than not. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you.
Welcome back, friends. A victory for Outsiders, collecting 3 more points against their opponents. Let's have a chat with our victors. Здравствуйте, Dan. What is up?
Hello,
Congratulations on the victory. It's good to see you again. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great.
I mean,
Happy that we won the game.
I'm happy for you. Get to see you again in this one, and victory against
glad
the
to see you too.
Secret. You collect all the points. First up, were you expecting to see Clubhouse in the series?
Not really. We were more expecting to play like Cafe, Oregon, or something like that. We were not really expecting Clubhouse, but I mean, it was fine for us to play this map as well.
Okay, and were you surprised when you saw the Thermite ban from Secret side?
Yes, we were expecting like the Thatcher Maverick ban, and we were preparing for it. Also, the Goya ban, I think it was great from them. And I think because of that, we kind of lost at our first rounds. We were like overthinking ourselves, thinking how we can do this and that, and we're losing some critical positions and doing some mistakes everywhere. And I think after that, we just told ourselves that we need to focus and play like we usually do, and it worked out.
A technical question, because I was thinking about this, when the game had first started. You said you're expecting Thatcher Maverick ban. Is this why you're also trialing the double Electro Claw play on the Jacuzzi wall on the bedroom defense?
Yeah, Pasha was doing that because he was like overthinking that he will because we were thinking before the game. Yeah, he was expecting that there won't be Maverick at all, so he will be able to trick. And he completely forgot that Maverick is still in game, and that's why he was kind of amazed when I told him that they have Maverick and you don't need to trick it.
It happens, but yeah, I saw it. I'm like, okay, this is that makes a lot of sense given the situation. Very well played. Unfortunately, the Maverick was not banned, so yeah, a surprise ban. The Thermite. And you mentioned the Goyo that it was a good decision on Secret's part. Why specifically do you think it was the case?
I think because Secret were playing kind of a little bit slow. And for example, against BDS, very structured team, Goya was countering them a little bit because they were always executing at late timings. And we activated Goya canisters and they just have to run inside it and lose a lot of HP or just wait until it goes off. And I think they just saw that Goyo won us a lot of rounds against BDS and decided to ban it.
Fair enough. I mean, taking BDS to overtime is definitely a big achievement that you guys were able to pull off last week, securing at least a point out of a tough game. That's actually pretty impressive, if you ask me. But how do you feel now? Because a couple of weeks ago when we were talking, you're saying, oh, we're kind of warming up. We're adjusting to things. It's been a while since we've gotten, to all play together and, individually, having spent some time away. Do you feel that you're now really warmed up and ready to go deeper and deeper into EUL?
I think we're better now, but still not in the best form.
What do you think is still missing?
Focus, I think, because as today we lost at least like 3 rounds just because we were overthinking ourselves. Instead of playing, we were just thinking. And for example, when we were in Pyre, we never were thinking. We just didn't care about what our enemies will do, what like type of attacks they have. We were just playing our game, and that's what we're kind of trying to build here.
Do you think
but we need time for that.
Do you think that means you just need more practice, or do you need someone to really take a serious IGL role in it all?
I think we just need more like official games, because official games are completely different from practice. For example, in practice you are just sitting, playing, don't have any nerves or something. You are full in the game, and in official games there can be moments when you are just like scared to do what you are usually doing on scrims.
Okay, and so you've pushed BDS to the edge in the last Playday, going to overtime. That's pretty exciting. Today, you get all 3 points against Team Secret. That's awesome. Next Playday, it doesn't get any easier because you go up against Heroic, right now one of the top teams in EUL. What do you think we can expect out of Outsiders in that game?
I think we will. It will be a great match as usual. They are a strong team, and I think it can be. It will be a very hard game. We will just be focused on ourselves more this time and try to show our best result.
Okay, well, Dan, thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
For all those, like I was saying, Outsiders will be playing against Heroic. The exact match start will be, confirmed soon, but look out for that match. Really looking forward to it myself. Dan, take care. Hope to see you next week. Till then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And here he is. It's good to hear from Dan to know exactly how the team is functioning. I feel as a very pragmatic person to say, hey, the realities are this. We're really doing our best with what we have and noticing what are things to work on in the future.
He's very honest.
Yeah.
He's straight to the point, talking about what the issue really is. You get a lot of fluff sometimes in interviews where teams don't want to give away too much.
Oh, yeah.
Not for Dan. Dan is just very straight talking, and he's got a team that he can be proud of today, and generally over the course of the season they played very well. I think particularly on their defense again, they kind of drew Secret in with that frustrating game style, forcing them to execute, keeping them slow. It's something that Outsiders are tremendous at. And then on the attacks, they just came alive. They look so They had a lot of innovation on the attacks, which is, we don't often say that about Russian teams.
They were very switched on, weren't they? And I think they had that level of adaptation that we look for. Always, what a game from him, 100% cost.
Yeah,
Not very often that we get to see that at all. But it was a performance top through bottom, really. We asked for a little bit more from the rest of the team. There was a bit of a question mark over, is Dan maybe doing a little bit too much work here? You can blow that out of the water now. You can say, look, that was a very well-rounded performance.
Dan was the only one that went negative on that team.
Just goes to show, doesn't
it?
it?
It's a big performance from the whole team. And I've been maybe a little bit critical of their style. Dan has said a couple of times on his interviews that he is aware of their style and that they're a team in progress. And I think we just saw a glimpse of that today, particularly on the attacks. That bar plant was the one for me where I'm thinking, wow, they've just gone for it. Opportunity spotting is not something we've seen out of them, but today we saw it.
And I'll just take a moment there if you can pull up the MVP screen one more time, because I know a lot of people are going to be asking, what is cost? What does that actually mean in terms of application? So 123 EPS, the average player, performance, the expected performance is 100. So he's already pretty high up on it. Most people will sit around the 90 to 110 if they're quite good, and cost at 100% means that always has had an impact in every single round. These are either gotten a kill, gotten an objective plan, which is denying a diffuser or putting a diffuser down. He's been able to trade, or he survived to the other end of the round after a plant's been made to protect it, etc., etc. Just to make it clear for those that might just be joining us for the first time, we say we are the superior region, the best region in the world, and I'm going to keep rolling with it for everything that we do, right?
We get it until at least November, don't we?
Look, we get one win, and it's all we need.
Yep.
That's all it takes.
Opium.
Yeah, one kiss is all it takes, is how the song goes, right? So there it is. All you need is one kiss from EUL,
trying to think of a song
and you'll
for
fall in love with. No, please hold it together.
You need to
as he
chill out
thinks.
with those.
Fresh, thank you very much. And Ollie, too, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for a match of the day. I really hope you're ready for this one. Rogue versus G2. That's all you need to know.
Does manage to get Sleb and Pasha in the nick of time. Final second.
When robots do it better. Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our match of the day. I really hope you're ready for this. It's Rogue versus G2. I cannot get any better than this. I hope I didn't just jinx this matchup. But welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Mr. your host. With me are Fresh and Ollie, and you look like a little mosquito
yeah,
rubbing around.
Little mosquito, yeah.
We got bitten over the past few days.
We did.
Not gonna lie, it wasn't super great, but we're all fresh and ready for this one, Ollie, aren't we?
Absolutely, and I don't think you will have jinxed it because regardless of the result here tonight, it's going to be a good game because it usually always is.
And it's going to be an extra important game because you're fighting for the top 4, both of these teams. So getting 3 points over a big rival, potentially, could be a massive thing. Going to OT might not be the best thing for any one of these two squads. And let's talk about them individually. Since you're already here, Ollie, how about you talk to us about Rogue? What are your thoughts?
Let's go. Rogue, for me, is this a case of the old major winners curse sort of coming back to bite them? Great team, don't get me wrong, and what they've done so far in Stage 3, it has been good. However, I don't believe we have seen them at their absolute best just as of yet. Now, if that's because they maybe feel like the pressure isn't exactly on, I'm not too sure. Teams may be countering them a little bit too much. But for me, they just haven't shown us that sort of blinding light that we saw in Berlin.
75% defensive win rate, 25% attacking win rate. Now, if you ask Rogue, that'll be because they're playing defender-sided maps, and there's not an issue with their attacks, but clearly, this was the best attacking team in Stage 2 by far and away. I don't know if the nade changes, the operator balancing changes, whatever's come in, they've just not got that little bit of bite on their attacks that they need to come back and find. But we all know of their quality. I don't need to go through their individual players, talk about them. We know that they are a quality outfit.
Yeah.
And even though we're considering them in a slump, they've picked up points in every single game. True. They're still a champion team, and I would expect them to pick up points again here today, to be honest.
Well, G2 on the other side, they've gotten a victory against Wolves, no less. All 3 points of it. They've had a couple rough games to start off the stage. They lost the opening game, and then they went to overtime against Secret that they lost, which I guess baffled most people that are watching out there. But they proved last week against Wolves that they have a bite still.
Yeah, it was a good game from them against Wolves, and I think, Doki put it quite bluntly. Brave call on their map choice. They've made some very brave calls on their bans, in map bans, in operator bans, but I think they've realised in their playstyle, they've got what it takes to play this current meta. They've got the team that's perfect for this current meta. They've got a big moment team, very similar to Rogue, where you have these big moments all at once as a team, and you just explode in sight and you basically just blow the other team away. And I think the penny might have finally clicked with them.
That for me is the big thing for G2. They are that big moment team. We were struggling earlier to pick out someone that you could slot into the stereotype of a supporting role, and that bodes quite well, really, in this current meta. The thing about G2 is that how long are we going to give them to give us the super team that was promised? And you sort of start looking and you go, well, are they still meshing? Are they still like getting together? At what point do we start to, come down even more critically on them?
I'll play devil's advocate, which is going to be a rarity for me to do for G2. But over their formation, they've been to 2 majors, 2 quarterfinals of these majors, and they put up a decent show, especially in Berlin, given especially that one of their players was walking out right after it, and that had been known for a while. They had lost their coach at that time and still worked out. And to quote, what's the name of the analyst we had for a couple stages? Faramir from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Faramir from the north. Yeah. What's his name? What is it? What did you say?
I just made a joke about him, don't worry.
Okay. Fabian would say, put me in there. I would be selecting the best map for us. Well, last week was a different story, but it actually ended up working. I guess they're going kind of the American way of doing things, which is if we don't know what we're doing, they don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, I think, maybe we come down hard on G2. Maybe we don't. I don't really know, to be honest. Fabian stood next to me for a long time and came down hard on G2, and now he's the one that's in the hot seat. But what I will say is, like, the expectations of the fans, the public, of the viewers, of literally everybody that supports G2 is that this team shouldn't just be a top 8 team at 2 majors. Even though that's a phenomenal achievement, by the way. There's only 2 teams in the world that have done it, G2 and XSET. Every other team has not reached the quarterfinals of both majors in the world. So, yes, they're on, they are a great team. But the expectations is that they're the top tier, and that's the difference.
Our map band then for the series, Which map will it be? Let's bring them out there. Bank will be taken out, and we're going to border this time. Thank God, not a third clubhouse. I love clubhouse to death, but man, it sometimes needs to switch out. G2 starting off on the attack as Rogue selected defense start on border. What does that mean, even starting off defense on border?
Well, we've gone from, I mean, you made a good point earlier, Fresh, about the sort of defender-sided maps. We've sort of flipped that on its head a little bit. Border is known to be a bit of an attacker-sided map, so I'm not sure if Rogue are maybe trying to make a little bit of a point there, but to start on the defender side, you could sort of ask a little bit of a question of that. Is that the right move?
Rogue's issues have been on the attack, so it makes sense they'd go onto the defense, but the map's a curious one for me, actually, because G2, it was their permaban. Border was their permaban. But if you think about how G2 and Rogue play, this is a team that, you're not saying they're not a strategical team, but you're saying they're very gunfight heavy. G2 are, Rogue are, they both, you know, in theory, their team should rely on team play, on gunfights, and that's exactly what Border is like. And it should be a good map for both teams. Like I say, it was a permaban for G2 though, so.
Do we flip a coin to see who wins this?
I think you probably have a 50-50 chance of getting it right.
So I can't wait to see what the social vote was for this matchup. Gentlemen, thank you very much for setting things up for G2 versus Rogue, and I hope you guys are ready. A brilliant cast, as always. We'll toss it to Ace and Des. Enjoy.
I love how we sat there, Tim, in our last map saying, what maps do we not really like casting? And you said theme park, and I said border, and you were like, yeah, border ain't the one. Where are we going for our match of the day, Tim?
We're going to border, Des.
Yes, we are. And we're going to have a good time doing it as well. I think Fresh's point was really quite interesting. The point around these two teams both being very aggressive. You know, G2, when I think of G2, I think of big hero players coming out of players like Doki and Citizen. I think of Rogue. I think about coordinated flood the site aggression. Kind of like Walls, but with a little bit more tact to it, in my opinion. So this could prove to be a very aggressive, very fast map. And I'm excited to see how it goes down. Who knows? Maybe they'll turn my head and suddenly I'll start loving border.
Maybe, Des.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Let's not get too excited.
I doubt it. Here we go. It's Rogue versus G2. It is the match of the day. It is border. And I'm sure that no matter where this one is played, I'm sure we could play it in the car park, Des, and it'd be an absolute belter. It's going to be a classic. These two teams just, I feel like, again, they're at a similar level here. G2. Rogue, obviously coming off the back of the Berlin Major, done fantastically well, but struggled a little bit. Not felt quite themselves in EUL so far. And then G2, couple of losses, and then get themselves a win. Maybe a bit of momentum there. We're going to have the Ying band to kick us off. It's going to be Knock to round out those defender bands. The attacker bands.
Honestly, these boys are just going off. Unsurprisingly, the Nook ban coming out from G2 against Cryan. We've seen him play every single opportunity he gets. The stage that he's now starting to regularly draw these bans on it. The Ying obviously going to do a great favour for any team to not have that involved. A mute ban also coming out from G2. A pick, I should say, that's been really present in basically every single map on every single side for as long as I can remember. I think his pick rate was the highest for defenders that we have of any operator.
Valkyrie will be the last one. No surprise, we know how powerful Valkyrie is, but also, you know, we have seen people like Citizen use Valkyrie more historically, but occasionally, when she creeps through the bans, we will see attention turn back towards her for some of the big names like that. So, going to be taken out here, Mute. A fascinating one. We don't get too many Mute bans, to be fair. Quite a rare one.
I love these teams coming up against each other. For normally the main reason is that Leon and Citizen have got a bit of a rivalry between the two of them. Always adds a little bit of beef, but over time that's kind of
I'm surprised I've not seen you on the timeline stirring the pot a bit today, Des,
so the thing is, previously I would have, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to calm it down today. For today, I'll take a day off because it's normally the line that Fresh says to me, take a day off, Des, and I thought, you know what, that is great life advice, so I've taken a day off.
Well, let's hope that neither of these two teams take
Don't talk
off.
about it yet, by the way, Tim. Don't talk about it.
I'm not going to.
No, we'll just wait. We'll just keep waiting. See, what we're going to talk about again, Tim? What was it? Oh, we weren't talk about anything, were we? That's it. It's fine. It's okay. We're all good.
Absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's all right. It's cool. It's cool.
Here we go. Right, well, we're going to have Rogue on the defense. It's going to be Armory to kick us off. Armory to begin with. And a lot of the battle, as we know, here on border is about getting into the building. And that does not surprise me whatsoever to see Spoit stood right on the doorway there. But Citizen, he's going to find Deepek.
He was looking to get a little bit cheeky there right early off the gate, but it's Spoit who finds Blur. I was waiting to see how that one played out, but it's Spoit to get it on the break room door, rotating between doors, windows, you name it, but they managed to end up one apiece with the Heart Breacher taken offline.
I was basically going to say it's about the battle for getting inside of the map. If you can stop the attackers getting inside of the map, then generally you will have a little bit of success as defenders, which I know sounds super obvious, but what I mean is that it's a particular flashpoint that once the attackers get inside of the map, unlike on other maps, they tend to have a lot of success in getting the rounds won. So Rogue, they know that. They're getting right up to those doors, windows, getting aggressive. No surprise whatsoever. They've managed to burn a minute so far. Virtue has got himself inside of the map now, maybe looking for some vertical nades. There's 4 been brought along, so there is some opportunity there. Spoit going to take down Citizen, and he's having a little bit of a field day on the alibi already.
Got to be careful unless he wants to get stat banned again. Finds himself 2 in the early stages of the round as well. Only about 70 seconds in, let's not forget. And Citizen and Blur both taken offline. So now eyes turn towards Doki, Element, and Virtue to keep this round going. But look again, there's another scrap going on as Doki basically blind checking his way inside the site here. Almost loses his life. It's Kanto going down elsewhere. Spoit dead to Doki through the soft wall, and that's the kind of turnaround they were looking for.
Absolutely disgusting kill from Doki. Leon manages to find an outer shot onto Virtue, leaving us now in a 2v2. Doki on the Twitch, less than half health. So that's something that needs to be considered here. There's an absolute age left on the clock. This has just been a brawl over getting into the map at this point. That's going to be the wrong type of canister there. It's going to be one of the stun grenades that comes out from Alamai, which is just going to bounce back off the door rather than taking the barricade out. But access has now been gained through that archives door. Leon just holding a skinny angle here, a couple of pixels wide there, through in towards that fountain door, just daring G2 to push in.
Daring to push in and go for the plant. They've gone straight in onto the default plant spot, but do they know about the long angle? Oh, he pokeballs him at range! That's one way to pull it off. Crying with a second shutdown as well. Rogue! I didn't expect that, but they managed to pull the round out of the bag.
Absolute beauty from Leon. Just obviously landed that perfectly next to Doki. You got to get a pretty close hit to be taking that level of damage from an impact nade. So, you know, a bit of a classic there.
See Spoit there. Flexed and pointed to his bicep. And I'm just like,
did he?
I'm just like, can you really afford to do that when you sat next to Crying? Look at him. Crying's built like a tank.
Yeah, I think you've got a point there. I think you've got a point there. I mean, Spoit clearly looks after himself, but you know, you're going up against probably the biggest guy in Siege.
I'll give this to Spoit. Remember at the major.
Although Laxing's maybe got a shout as well.
Laxing let himself go a little bit. We've got to give fair
mention to Laxing and Yeti.
No. Laxing let himself go a little bit. He stopped going to the gym for a while, and although I think last week...
I'm not going to have this slander, Des.
It's true.
I'm not going to have this slander. Laxing, I've got your back. I'm sticking up for you here. Don't you worry.
Because you're lying on his behalf now, and that's even worse.
You're still a hunk of a man. You're still a hunk of a man.
Don't get me wrong, he's beautiful. I almost swore then, but he's beautiful. However, he's just started going back to the gym again. So give him about 3-6 months maybe, you know, calling around SI sort of time. He'll be Imagine him stood behind, like, Elevate at SI or something. It's like the most built coach you've ever seen. Be unreal. Talk about M for motivation. He just intimidated the other team. Forget being a coach.
That's you just seeing him giving the stare. That's it.
Imagine. I already play like crap anyway, but I play more like crap as a result.
I like how you caught yourself there, Des. You nearly walked into an easy one for me. But let's see if G2 are walking into an easy one here. They're going to be attacking onto Bathroom and Tellers this time around. Rotero drone's going in to clear out utility already. They're going to get absolutely nothing as the shot comes in. I think it was from the castle of Leon there, just taking down the drone before it could do any damage. Now then, Doki's sending in the Twitch drones. The default cam is already gone, as it should be, and the drone is gone along with it. So I'm loving this from Rogue, doing a great job on the defensive, just keeping that utility at bay.
That's for sure. And again, it's all about the challenge of keeping them outside the building for as long as you can, or challenging every possible square inch of the map, which they are doing a great job of so far, just not giving anything for free, forcing them to have to drone, and then re-drone again before they can even think about getting forward. Already 3 drones dead. 4 it would have been if it wasn't Twitch on side, but of course she only has 1 normal drone to think about, so they've killed off a few of them. In fact, to say that, and 2 more just die in quick succession. So Rogue are again ensuring that G2 are being challenged at every possible turn, taking out drones where they can to try and force them into making some silly mistakes. Doki.
Access has been gained. Doki manages to find Kanto. Spoit shuts down Citizen. So once again, the same as round one, we have those kills bouncing back and forward. No advantage can really be gained. 4 versus 4. But a little bit of top floor control is slowly being edged away from Rogue here as G2 work their way across. We see Cryin and Deepak both dropping themselves away from the top floor now. So this could be a little bit dangerous for Rogue from here. Once G2 get control over Office particularly, the pressure will mount on site because of course those vertical angles are going to get opened up. They've got a couple of soft breach options. They've got the explosive canisters both on the side of Alamo and Virtue, so there is work can be done as well as the Roteros, and that is exactly the use they are being put to now by Blur.
They are indeed, but I'm a little bit nervous about the clock here ticking down. Sure, it's a 4 versus 4, but they're still getting themselves set up on the vertical. Blur almost finding Leon, who I don't think was fully aware exactly where he's being shot from there for a full couple of seconds, but still alive at least for now. It's Alamal to bring down Spoit 2. G2 in the lead, at least for now.
They could really do with getting this round. They don't want to get themselves too far behind. And, you know, as we sort of touched on briefly on the analyst desk, we're going to be expecting the attackers to have a good section of play here. Doki manages to find Leon, shuts him down. That gives access in through Workshop towards site. Deepak's going to be holding on. We know Deepak has got a huge clutch factor. Out goes the Nitro! Puts the diffuser down cold on the ground. And Cryin, he gets a kill at the same time onto Virtue. 5 seconds off to go. This is possible here. But no, Alamo comes in with a big double, manages to shut down Rogue, and G2 level things up 1-1.
If he ain't making his bed, at least he's making rounds in the game, Tim. Brings us up to that 1-1, as you say. It came down to that close again, where both teams are kind of getting real at each other in the early round. The scraps around getting into the building, around shutting down roaming defenders. It all kind of falls by the wayside in the last 30 seconds when the execute comes back on the table, and both teams, I think I'd say in both rounds, have been very close to holding on tight. You know, think back to that first round, a 2v2, Rogue pulling out a blinder of that 2v2. This round just then, look for a second like G2 might not quite get over the finish line. So if the first 2 rounds are anything to go by, this is going to be a bloodbath from start to finish. Vents and Workshop, where we head for round 3.
So this is going to be much the same attack as the first round that we saw. It's going to be wanting to get control over Armory. This is a site that can be defended with 4 or 5 off site. It can be defended almost primarily from the top floor. You'll get all the vertical holes opened up and you can control an awful lot of site from up there. Now we'll see how many Rogue decide to put over to holding on to that area. They need to, because it's particularly important. Once the attackers get there, you know, particularly with a little bit of soft breach, you got Buck, you got Sledge on side, you got Max soft breach on side. It's not going to be easy because G2 will rip up every inch of that floor.
They will. The Rogue clearly acknowledging that as well. Want to try and keep themselves in contention on the upstairs. To start things out, unsurprisingly, you'll have probably Spoit and Cryin looking to do a lot of the damage. Leon also on the Melusi. Tends to be a pick that you'll see players like Shaiko pick up and use to then get aggressive out and about on the roam. And Kanto, this time taking up the mantle of the Alibi. And I think seeing that between that sort of setup in terms of how much aggressiveness they're looking for on the roam based on the operators, you can sort of say the same on the attack. Like the most supportive operator they've got is Blur on that Flores, but there's no hard breach in sight. The boys are the same, forget about hard breach. We can just go hell for leather here and make this work.
And it's sort of half worked so far. They've got 1 round. They weren't able to get the first. Leon is going to be half health here. Rotero drone comes in, going to force him away, back deeper into sight. All he does is take the rotate. He's going to continue challenging onto main door. Doesn't want to allow anybody in through there. And once again, he's going to be hunting down those Roteros. Finds one, but almost finds an early death as well. It's going to be Doki who manages to finish that off. He knew that it was there for the taking. Gets in, takes down Leon. Doki's inside a sight here. It's Blur that's got the diffuser in hand, but there's a possibility for him to move into ventilation. But watch how Rogue hold this from above.
This is the danger, right? Sure, they've got site control, but there are 3 holding out above here, and that's going to be a big frustration for them. Blur getting in to get rid of some more utility, but there's another kill coming in as well, this time from Spoit. The boys looking largely untroubled upstairs as once again, we've had that early bloodbath that's come down to a 3 versus 3.
G2 sort of peeking the door here as if they don't know that Rogue are going to be holding this upstairs. It's so obvious. The holes are there. There's nobody on the contest, just, from a lateral angle. You know that they're going to be above you. You know that's where they're going to want to keep things locked down. Blur instead, he's going to transfer his way across to the window. But guess what? Rogue have got an angle onto that. They've got an angle onto absolutely every entrance into sight. G2 have to do something about the top floor here, Des. They can't ignore it like this.
Well, it's like you said, it's sort of frustrating because Doki's managed to get himself in sight to a spot where they can't cover him on the vertical. And he's like, look, if you can get across to me here, we're in a fantastic spot. But Blur has got to really chance everything to make this work. And maybe that's what he's looking for here with a flashbang in hand, is to try and flash the man upstairs and run for the cross and get over towards Doki. But it's so risky. If he goes down, they're screwed.
Doki just creeping around at the minute, and you feel like there's a potential for him to find a kill. Nade goes out, unsuccessful. Doki takes damage, but Blur gets into the spot that they needed. It's not covered, but he gets spooked as and he comes off the plant. He's going to go back to it, but that's given them the time. Deepek able to get that one, and Doki manages to find Spike 2v2. 16 seconds left to go. Diffuser is down though. G2 haven't been able to recover it until now. It's going to be all up to Doki. He's going to try and stick this, Des.
Can he clutch it out as well? Deepek's on the drop here as well, looking to come in for the kill. If Doki comes off now, he's pretty much screwed. Comes off after the plant, and they get the final shutdown. I think, if nothing else, Tim, that round is a perfect showcase for the power of vertical play.
Absolutely. As I said, coming into the round, you can't ignore the top floor. I thoroughly expected G2 to come in with a strong push onto top floor, clear out Armory. They brought Buck and they brought along Sledge. Like, why are you bringing those operators if you're not going to go and try and take down top floor? I think they lost one early in, and maybe that was part of the decision of, we can't open up the verticals too much. But guess what? The defenders have already done a lot of that work for you because they're intending to play the rest of the round up there, and Rogue just showed us the strength of exactly why they wanted to do that. With only 3 men left alive, they were still able to hold on to site without anybody inside of it.
I think part of it is they probably read that there were 3 or 4 players playing upstairs. There's utility in use up there. We spoke about this in our last map back in game 2. Sometimes you just see the opportunity and you go, right, boys, forget the original plan. Like, forget trying to deal with the roamers up on the top floor of Clubhouse. Let's just go and hit Church and Arsenal direct. And I think that was probably part of the call. Doki was like, look, boys, I found a spot here. I've killed a guy inside a workshop. I'm charging my way through. Site is clear. Forget top floor. We can go for a plant. But as you saw, they just didn't really respect exactly how much power Rogue had upstairs, and they get the round closed down. But it's a really entertaining back and forth game so far.
There's a bit more riding on this game than initially may. I mean, there's a lot riding on this game anyway, but I'm just looking at the talent predictions. All of us went for Navi and Outsiders, so all of us are currently on 100%, but this is where it starts getting a little bit mixed up. So you've got Milosh and Hap have both gone for G2, otherwise the rest of us go for Rogue. Yeah. Then we've got slight separation after that, but pretty much Heroic and Wolves across the board. So this is the real determining factor for who comes out on top tonight, and it's going to be close all the way. You can just feel it right now. Rogue 2-1, they're in the lead. They're going to be back to Armory this time around for their 4th defense, but there's no givens in this matchup.
In the whole league, it feels like there's no real safe givens. I think I was saying on Twitter earlier, there's probably 4 of the 5 games today that could go either way. So far, been on the money. But even, for example, the last game of Wolves versus M&M, I'm looking at that and even thinking, I can see a world where Wolves don't show up to the races and M&M win it, which is why I thought, you know what, that's my chance prediction. Let's say that M&M take it all there.
Absolutely, it's definitely one of those days. I'm sort of sat here now feeling like I could be on 100% here. I've gone for Rogue, for Heroic, and for Wolves, and I feel like, I'm pretty much on the odds there. But like you said,
nothing's guaranteed.
Absolutely not. Now then, Spike, he's going to be holding that angle from the hatch top down for the time being. Doki has done some good work in the beginning of the rounds here to get opening kills and to get his team into it. But like you say, that timing just eluding him at the minute.
I don't think Spoit knew that he was crawling up there. Look at this from Cry. I love this. Kind of like an alternative to what we're used to seeing. I don't think
Mark 2.
Yeah, honestly, I think there's just no idea here of what's going on. Doki doesn't know about that drone behind him. This is a freebie waiting to happen. He's even sat under a man. He must feel like, okay, these guys are droning for me. Where's your drone going? He's sat in the midst of 3 of them, Tim.
I can't believe the Crying's getting away with that at the minute, but it's giving Rogue all the info they need. Look at the tight angle that's being held. Spite decides to take a run for it, but Dorky's there. Manages to get him shot in the head as he goes in. He gets himself a second onto Deepek. That is great entry play from Dorky. 5 versus 3.
There goes to show, even with all the info, you can still lose your gunfights. Now Crying stepped up, playing on the back of the shield, but Alamal's got the second. It looks to be a shutout for G2. Kanto finding one back. He's getting busy on the cap can. Let's see what else he can achieve as it comes down to him and Crying to hold off against 4. They find 1.
Ryan, he's going to try to push his way back in through Fountain here. Rotations are allowing him to do so. Blur, he goes into a frost trap, leaving us now effectively 2v2. Des, if G2 do not win this round, they've thrown it away. Dorky gave them such a strong foundation, but Rogue have been able to fight their way back in. Ryan's surely going to get his man. He manages to get a spray down. Virtue low health now. 2v2 as Blur gets finished off. 10 seconds left to go. G2, they got to make a move. They got to make something happen. It's Citizen. We know he's capable, but Crying with a big double nitro is gonna close out the round. 3-1 Rogue.
That is unreal that Rogue have won that. Unreal. 2 big clutch rounds on that exact same site from the same position as well. Think back earlier on, it was 2 of them playing around half wall, around metal, that came pushing across towards the east and got the kills they needed. This time, it's a little bit different. It's Crying out on the map being mobile, but another big clutch pulled off by Rogue that has got them back on the board again. They're up 3-1, and understandably, G2, you can't be losing 5v2s, boys.
No, absolutely not. And this is kind of the game that I expected here and why I predicted Rogue to get the win. I felt like these 2 teams, whilst I said coming in, you know, they're not a million miles away. You've got G2, who've got themselves a good win. Rogue maybe have had I won't say a dip in form, but, you know, there's been, you know, maybe not quite up to the same standard they set in Berlin for themselves, but they've been going very well. And I just thought, who's going to win the ends of rounds? Because this is where it's going to be won or lost. And right now, exactly as I expected, it's Rogue that are doing that. They've got those clutch players in there. They've got players who are going to win out those 2v3s, those tough situations. And it is the difference maker at the minute. A couple of times we've seen it come down to level numbers at the end of a round, and Rogue have been able to snatch the round.
Whew, well, G2 have had their time, as of Rogue. Of course, both teams get the opportunity to talk during the tactical timeout. Rogue probably feeling that it's been a little bit too close for comfort and should have some of their own ideas to bring into this next round. G2, on the other hand, I imagine there's a talk here about closing out rounds, because there have been a couple, like I said, that they could have won, but just couldn't quite get it over the finish line. It could have been them up 3-1 very easily, it feels like, and they know that's the case too. Especially on the attacking side of border, for Rogue to be on 3 defenses is already a wonderful start.
It is. We're back to Bathroom and Tellers this time. It's the site that G2 were able to win. They really need to do that again, is the top and bottom of it. They need to be finishing at least a 4-2 half. The thing is, if this can be a 4-2 half for G2, that's actually not bad at all. As Fresh said, Rogue have struggled more on the attack. Struggle maybe not the right word, but they've seen more success on the defense than on the attack generally. So they start out on the defense here, but the second half could be tougher for them. So if G2 can keep it to 4-2, it is, you know, easily you can see a world where it goes to overtime, or where G2 even maybe manage to snatch a win away. So this round particularly important. They've won it once, they need to do the same again.
Bulletproof camera being taken out there for free inside of sites itself. Really sticking along to bringing this the Flores to get rid of crucial bits of utility. I believe that was a shock drone being lost as well, which Doki will now take out. So trading back on the other side, not wanting to give Rogue any more free information like they had in previous rounds.
Twitch drone going in. Doki not made too much use of this gadget from what we've seen so far, but that could be an important one. Takes out the Ella device just on the inside of the door. G2 making much better use of the utility this time. Last time around, we saw Leon inside a workshop, able to take down Rotero drones, Twitch drones, and make life a little bit of a nightmare for the attackers, but this time hasn't been able to find the same success. And we've seen those drones particularly going in and doing a job. Doki, he's there ready. He's looking to make a challenge there, but no, Leon is long gone and gets the reinforcement up behind him.
C4 from Spoit being committed there as well to open up the floor to give him the angles downstairs. Doki almost expecting a rotation to come through, but Spoit for now is at least, well, I've got no reason to move. I'm in a pretty good spot. I can see everything through the hatch that I'm playing around. We've, of course, got the floor being opened up as well. But I imagine G2 feel like they need the players out of here. And for right now, removing the barbed wire appears to be the play.
Alamar getting onto the sandwich window there, going to drop away from it quite quickly. I think there was just a shout of somebody playing inside of Armory, and it's going to be Blur. What a beautiful find through the soft wall onto Spike, taking him down with a headshot, and that's a big opener for G2. It might just give them the sort of spark that they needed. It could be the catalyst for them taking the top floor.
It's a starting point. But as we've seen, even in 5 versus 2, G2 couldn't close it out last time round, so now is the point to prove that you've made use of that tactical timeout well. Some chip damage coming in on towards Leon, as members of Rogue, by the looks of it, starting to think about this drop away, as the heat is really picking in upstairs, but it's crying to find Virtue.
Alamau looking for the long angle onto East Stairs. Doesn't manage to find his man. And once again, Des, Rogue have been able to reel G2 back in. It's now 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2. As Z-Pack manages to find Blur, shuts him down, crying onto Citizen. And Rogue are starting to run away with this one. Almost certainly going to be 4-1 here. As Alamau, he's got 30 seconds to make something happen, but he's got an absolute miracle to find.
He has 4 players by himself with 20 seconds on the clock. I don't think Rogue are that silly to also send every player peeking for him just to get the final closeout and pad those stats a little bit. Cryan sat at 8-2 so far, so having an absolute field day. And Alamal tries he might, cannot find Leon. Moving up 4-1 on the defense, Rogue.
It's a great start from them. You know, as I've said, let's apply some caution. We expected a good first half from them on the defense. But that said, a 5-1 half, I'm not sure G2 come back from it. You know, I said we'd seen G2 get the win last week. You know, it was a good win as well against Wolves, 7-5. They come out and you think, yeah, you know, G2 showing us what they can do. Maybe we're going to start seeing that little bit of increase of consistency. They've got Blur in now, Fabian as coach, but it just feels a little bit like today, that inconsistency is still there and it's still continuing. It's not necessarily a criticism. I feel like they do need a little bit more time to settle, but how many stages can they burn?
It's always been my frustration with G2, and the thing that I've said about them ever since day one is they are a team that have great capability at clutch. The number of games, and in fact, against Rogue back in stage 1 is the perfect example. G2 won that game despite being the first team on defense to pull away. They were one of the slower teams on the attacking side. They were nowhere near as aggressive as Rogue, but you'd have Doki and Citizen just pulling off 3Ks, 4Ks, I think in 4 separate rounds throughout that game. That playstyle is what you rely on or call a hero play. You know, a single player is being the hero. They're winning the round for you. That's all well and good, but one of my worries about G2 that I vocalized back at the major as well was when the hero plays don't appear, do you have solid fundamentals to fall back on? Is the strategical play still there? I kind of feel in this game you're seeing that come to light. We've had some good rounds from players like Doki. Alamal's had a good time as well, but without those hero plays, they are crumbling on the strategical level, and Rogue just look more ready for them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. You know, exactly like you say, the couple of big 3Ks, yeah, it helps them out, but ultimately, Rogue just sat waiting for them.
Yeah.
They just sat waiting for them to play into the plan, and that's the big difference maker at the minute. Alamau, he's going to be on the Lion this time. It is going to be the final attacking round for G2. I don't feel like Rogue have been necessarily a huge problem on the roam. Border isn't a huge roaming map. They've been difficult to close down on the top floor, but you kind of know where they're going to be. They're going to be inside of Armory trying to hold you down here. So, but the Lion coming along does suggest from G2 more of a commitment to taking that top floor, recognising what went wrong last time around.
You do get a lot of extended holds on this map, right? Like areas that defenders want to lock down rather than so much being active on the roam. The only place you can really think of being super active for the roaming is normally out towards, say, East Stairs. Players will stand around there and then move themselves back until you get to situations like this where the attackers want to get control of Office and start coming forward in numbers. Doki down to about 40 HP as Alamau does find Cryan, shuts him down. Our biggest fragger in the game so far is off the table, and that can only mean good things for G2.
It can, and they need to find the round here, but that is a very unfortunately timed disconnect for Doki there. He's going to leave us in a 4 versus 4, and that could just be the breath that Rogue need to find for themselves to get themselves back into this one. They're just going to hold their positions now whilst G2 readjust. It's going to take them a little bit of time. You know, what was Doki pushing? Who is going to move into that spot? How quickly can they allow for that? Deepek's got a dangerous angle from the top of East here. He may well find himself one, and this could be round defining for G2.
It could. At least it's time they're trying to challenge onto the lateral upstairs, but Kanto is still lurking around behind them. Blur's found one, Citizen a second. Those are the kind of kills that you need, and Citizen's inside of sight. Rogue have got absolutely no idea. Kanto, the last one left standing, finds one man and gets him down as well, but there's still 3 more to go through in 45 seconds.
and he's low health. Citizen cuts him down, and that is going to be the round for G2. And it was a much better round from G2, I'd like to say. Even with the loss of Doki there in the middle of things, they adapted well. They pushed into Rogue. They just had more of a plan. It just felt like they were more on top of it. Let's compare it to the last time that they attacked onto Ventilation Workshop. They didn't take top floor. They were cut down from above. They played into Rogue strategy, whereas this time they picked it apart, and it was just much, much better.
Well, as you can see, unless Doki has suddenly become the world's best musical statues player, there is a quick disconnect here for us to sort out before we can get back into things. It does give us that 4-2 half, and like you said for G2, it's not the end of the world. My only challenge now is you've got to see them be really, really aggressive on the defense. It's one thing that has sort of plagued them against Rogue throughout the year. The two bank games they've played against each other across Stage 1 and Stage 2. Like I said earlier, Rogue were always the more aggressive side, the ones more willing to make G2 have to fight for every single square inch, and I get the feeling it's going to be the same here as well. You've seen Rogue looking to challenge everything at windows and doorways in round 1, looking to contest office constantly, and sure, sometimes G2 have got the better of them. That's the way the game goes. So for G2, don't give Rogue too much freedom, otherwise they will execute as a team, and they will do it incredibly well, as we've seen them do so many times before.
I've got a feeling that G2 are going to come back into this. I think we've already commented, Rogue, not the best stats on attack. Not to say that they've necessarily been poor on attack. It does come down largely to the maps that they play and, whether they defend or attack sided, etc. But I think, definitely for me, Rogue have certainly had less success on the attack. I would agree. And statistically, I think that's backed up. So I've just got a feeling that G2 are going to have a strong defensive half as well. I'm feeling like I might call overtime at this point, Des. I know I want it.
Feels bold.
I know I want it. It's wishful thinking, but
I do need it. Everyone wants the overtime. It feeds our soul. That's what we don't understand. Overtime is what keeps you and I alive.
Us.
For every game that goes to overtime, Tim and I get to live 6 months longer. That's why Tim's still like 70-something years old and still casting.
We're going to live forever, Des. We've found the elixir of life.
That's what we don't understand. Cast Siege overtime, you live forever. Done. Who knew?
Who knew?
I mean, really, overtime games actually tend to take years off your life, I imagine. Heaven knows my heart was ready to give out when we were casting the Rogue game in the major final.
I'll tell you what, I'd cast it all over again, though.
You know what someone pointed out? They did say the two best games that we've had over the last couple of years have had FaZe in both of them. Damonkia versus FaZe in Sweden.
That's it. We need to cast more FaZe.
We do. So every time we get to a major in future, just be like, yo, FaZe, let us cast that game, please.
FaZe against another regional team.
Yeah, we've had we need FaZe versus
We need
NA
FaZe
team.
against NA. That's what
it.
we need. We need FaZe against NA.
And if it's really disappointing, we can blame NA.
Like everybody tries to blame NA so at some point.
For something or other. As you guys can see, in case you are just tuning back in, we are just waiting for a quick rehost to go through from Doki. Again, it's still proving to be a masterful musical statues player, though I just had a little ding in my ear, which maybe suggests he may have rejoined us. So we'll get things back underway in just a moment. Just bear with us.
Yeah, as soon as we can do, we'll get back into this. I'm not sure, this is maybe not ideally timed for Rogue either. It gives G2 an opportunity to get themselves set up, get ready, coming into this second half now, moving on to the defense. They can have those chats. It's, just giving them the time. It's maybe breaking a little bit of momentum. It felt like Rogue were winning a lot of gunfights. They were playing on a lot of confidence, and maybe this just takes the edge off a bit.
Very maybe. Oh, there you go. He's back. He's moving. He got told he won musical statues. I haven't decided what his prize is yet, but he's won something. And hopefully he can come on to win the game because at 4-2, as we said, it is a bit of a hill to climb still for G2. Nothing is guaranteed for Rogue, but it's certainly leaning that way. By the way,
I'm not sure how good Doki would be at musical statues.
I mean, I imagine pretty good because if you're small, there's less kind of body to freeze. Whereas if you're quite tall, like I don't know,
I guess. I mean, I'm thinking he's always very active in the server. He's always, he's always running around. He's always moving around. I feel like he might be that kid that moves for 5 seconds afterwards and then like kicks up a fuss when they get called as the loser that round.
Do you reckon Doki's a sore loser?
I don't think so. I think he's very competitive, but I think he can take it on the chin.
I think I agree with
think
that.
he can definitely. Yeah, I think he can definitely take it on the chin. But yeah, I think he'd be that kid that's like moving for about 5 seconds after the music goes off, and then he's like, "Oh, what?"
But I'm not sure how I feel about him when he was typing on his keyboard then, because he has his keyboard angled at like 60 degrees or something ludicrous, and it was some weird like side on but not quite side on typing. It was very strange. He had a power cut,
I believe
apparently.
there was a little bit of a power cut issue. But regardless, we're back now. We are back into things. It is 4-2 to Rogue. It was a little bit of a break over the half, and we're going to come back with G2 now on the defence to move us on. It's going to be Armory and Archives to get this half underway. Round number 7. We'll be into the action phase very, very soon. Having a quick look through, we've got the Echo, we've got the Azami. Quite a disruptive lineup from these defenders.
Absolutely. And interesting on the other side, I don't know if this is going to stick. I can pretty much guarantee Spoit will change away. Currently seeing the Thinker being hovered over alongside the Dakabi from Leon. Now, the Dakabi is a really interesting conversation in itself. Across most regions, we've seen her pick rate and win rate go up. She now has the mini EMP gadgets, but one thing I think that hasn't been really spoken about enough, she's not even bringing them this round, instead got the smokes, is the Mark 14. We're in a patch where we've seen a lot of players. I mean, think back to Nath in the Navi game earlier, for example. The freebie that he potentially had with Nook on the FMG, but whiffed it because of the recoil. Mark 14s don't really have recoil. They bounce back down and reset very quickly. They've barely been affected by the changes that came in recently. So Mark 14s now, more than ever, are probably more deadly than they've ever been before.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of strength from them. Obviously, the use of the Mark 14, I'm going to say, not completely down to him, but Onagiri giving us all the reasons that we needed to be bringing the Mark 14 along. Now then, 5 versus 5, we are still almost a minute into the round here. G2 not bunkering down on site too much. There's a couple of players in there, but we've got Blur out on his stairs. We've got one trying to hold on to CCTV. Now then, what's going on there? It looks like Cryan's just looking for a little crouch walk up metal stairs. He could get himself a freebie if he holds on here, Des.
He could be, but it's all about waiting for Chaos to emerge elsewhere before he makes his play. Still sitting tight, at least for now. And sure enough, Spoit has actually stuck on the Thinker, by the way. Obviously has the spear over the LMG. Right, cool. Has the Gon 6, but no frag grenades in back pocket. But there we go. Cryan strikes like a... What I'm looking for here, like a Viper, that's the one I was going for, Tim, like a Viper. Gets the kill at the top of the stairs, but it's Leon to come out and potentially find 2 more. Finds himself 1 as Blur hits the deck inside the waiting room.
Almost certainly going to be finished off, not likely to be collected. He's out
it's
in
the waiting
the cold.
room, and he's waiting to die.
It's a different kind of waiting room for him right now. That was unfortunate. Deepak just missing the shot from the Twitch drone, and it was the last one. They're going to need the recharge on it, but Cryan will go in and get the kill. 4v2 as Rogue, they come in strong on the attack.
They do. Very solid start so far, but there are still 2 left alive, and you know what that means? You can't write them off. Think about Rogue in that 2v5 back in the first half. Very plausible that Citizen and Virtue, the old school duo before Doki joined this roster, might be able to pull off some magic. And scarily enough, they're in a very similar spot to what Rogue were. Almost finishing off Leon, but he finds a triple in the round. Down goes his nemesis in Citizen, and Virtue is left standing against the full weight of Rogue. 4 players bearing down on him, getting zapped out by shock drones, you name it. It's not looking pretty.
The last man standing, you can see him just battling every angle. The Twitch drone knows exactly where he is. And right now, Rogue, they just need to get in and get that diffuser down. That's exactly the focus for Leon as he starts putting the case down. Couple of seconds left to go. It will be confirmed. The kill will almost certainly come in very quickly afterwards. It's Spoit who finds it. But if it wasn't him, there were a number of Rogue players just pressing down upon that position to take the Echo down. I'll tell you what, your screams don't echo in space, Des, and G2 right now, they are in trouble, screaming at the top of their lungs, but not going to be heard. It's 2-5 on the board, and Rogue are starting to run away with things.
It's the little bits of composure from Rogue that I really enjoy watching about them. Like the end of that round there, great example. 4v2, they're taking it step by step. Even in a 4 versus 1, they're not screaming, kill him, like Citizen did back on Oregon. I'm looking at the way they're playing it. It's just very sensible. The plant is going down first. That's the number 1 focus. Then you're allowed to try and swing onto the final player left standing. So good composure, good team play coming out. And frankly, crushing G2 right now, who have got a 2-round margin to work with. They've got to win 5 to get it back to even wards potentially being a win, 4 to make it overtime for Rogue. 1 round more at least guarantees they walk away with a single point.
Let's see if they can find it then, shall we? It's going to be Ventilation and Workshop for G2. They've decided to move on. They're going to try and hold on. I would like to see how much top floor presence they're going to have. Rogue gave them a little bit of a masterclass the first time they defended this site. Let's see if G2 take a leaf out of their book. Rogue, by contrast, they're going to need to show us a better top floor clearance than G2 were realistically able to achieve. They need to be going in there and finding those kills once again. To be honest, you'd put money on them at the minute because they're going fantastically well, and it's across the board. You got 9 on Crying, you got 7 on Leon, you got 5 on Spoit. Everybody chipping in.
Absolutely, and even like with Kanto and Deepet being a little bit quieter, still playing their roles dutifully. Let's see how things shape up though once again. We're going to see the Finker returning for Spoit. Enjoying it for the global heal, I'd imagine, more than anything else. You of course have that Gon 6 on side, but I can't imagine many reasons why you wouldn't try and bring along some more nades or potentially some more, dare I say, I don't even want to say diverse utility, because the flashes are still okay. If you need like ADS burn or Wamai burn, it's great for that. So you still do need them on side, and Spoit is kind of that guy, but interestingly means he's playing a much more supportive role than normal.
First set for Rogue is the need to deal with Doki. Unfortunately, Kanto, in trying to do so, is going to lose his life. Spoit goes in hot on his heels. He's looking to find his man, but the danger has passed and Doki has managed to get himself away. Virtue, he's going to have to hit the deck. He's being challenged by a Crying, but it's Spoit ultimately on the second angle. But then Spoit, he takes a lot of damage here.
Juice.
Both him and Crying on low health, going to juice them back up, but it doesn't give quite enough to get them back up to full HP. And G2 are still holding on to Armory. We've got 2 players in there. It's Blur and it's Doki, who are going to just probably play the majority of their lives in here. Blur may choose to drop away down the hatch, but here comes the flank.
Crying's in a good spot, watching the flank there, has got it written down perfectly. One more down low, taking a few more shots here, down about 40 HP, as another Juice comes in and finds the man as well. That's the kind of play you're looking for, disrupting the potential flank coming out of G2. Rogue, once again in a 4 versus 2, feels like they might be able to take this one as well, Tim.
It certainly does. I've got to say, Rogue just feel clinical today.
That's it.
You know, I said that they've not necessarily shown consistency as well as they have done previously so far in Stage 3, but they are just back with a bang tonight. They're absolutely all over G2. Every flank is watched, every gunfight is won, shooting players in the back. They're just superior in position, in strategy, in gunfights. They are superior in every category right now. G2 unable to get anything going. I feel for them a little bit. I like what they were doing. They were rolling the dice. They were trying to get up East stairs. They were trying to mix it up a bit and not allow Rogue to be comfortable, but Rogue just had it locked down. They already had the answer. They knew what was coming, and it is just chef's kiss for Rogue so far.
I'm quite glad to see Rogue playing like this today as well, because in the first 3 play days, they didn't look like the Rogue that we saw in Stage 2 or the Rogue that we saw at the Major, to be honest. In fact, they looked a little bit lethargic, a little bit like they were out of tune with each other. And they did say, look, it's a slow start back, give us a couple of play days, you'll see us back to form. Their third wasn't all that good, I didn't feel either. But today, you are seeing back the kind of Rogue that we saw at the Major. The one that, like you say, is the one that's playing as a unit, but it's all about the movement as a team and then taking those individual gunfights. And you saw that throughout that last round. A couple of trays that came in. The pinch from Spoit when Crying was taking the gunfight onto the Alibi. Just these little moments of team play of squadding up with each other, but still being very fluid and flexible and quite fast, to be honest. That's what makes Rogue such a scary team, and now we're finally seeing them back in form.
What could be our final round then if G2 can't get something going? They've gone for another site once again, Des. They just can't find any defensive comfort here on border. They've gone this time to Bathroom and Tellers. Doki going to be looking to try and hold on to CCTV with the Azami. But again, just looking across the board, Alamau, Doki, they've been the ones to find the kills, but just not enough contribution from elsewhere in the team, I don't think. And when you've got a team like Rogue who are functioning as a solid unit, 11, 7 and 8 between Leon, Spoit and Crying, 26 kills between the 3 of them, it's always going to be very difficult to keep up with that as an individual or a duo.
Yeah, someone messaged me saying you've already done an NA team against FaZe. FaZe versus TSM, SI 2022 semi-final. So go figure. We'll talk about that in a minute, though, because Rogue are looking to close things out right here and right now. They've already found Blur. They're clearing out more. Doki's power. These things up north are not looking too good, but it's not looking too good in the server either. Virtue, at least restoring some kind of balance, but not quite the power, as 4 versus 3 for Rogue ensues.
Citizen going to just be working that heartbeat scanner underneath. He's giving the yellow pings you can see. And I don't know. Obviously, you know, the roles within the team, putting Citizen on pulse, I just think is the, you know, potentially a better use for him. You want him in the gunfights rather than feeding the information into the team. It's just nothing's really clicked for G2 so far tonight. Citizen's doing exactly that. He's trying to get himself involved in one of those long-range fights there, but it's always going to be difficult with the UMP as well. Not the best gun in the game, as we know. Deepek manages to close down and shut out Alamau, leaving us now in a 4v2.
I just love the use of the Kali here as well, like why? But it's working. He's found himself a kill. Kanto's into the next, and Citizen left standing all alone on the pulse could only do so much. Looks to be like for G2 that this musical statues game has come to an end. He gets shut down, and Rogue take a very decisive 7-2 win.
G2, I feel, after the performance against Wolves, have maybe been a little bit unfortunate there, but that is, and I will clarify this, not to take anything away from Rogue. They've just met Rogue at the wrong time, because boy, did Rogue switch on tonight. That was a top-tier performance from Rogue. You know, really clinical, taking every opportunity in front of them. They have definitely come out and won this game. You know, fantastic performance from Rogue. They, you know, quite happily take a bow in match of the day for Playday 4.
Trying at 12-4 as well, just unleashed. But Tim, I do want to jump back to that point I made a second ago before we cut out to a break. We did do FaZe versus an NA team. We did TSM versus them at SI 22 because, and the guy remembered it, bless his soul, he was like, oh, it's when Tim did the Hammer intro. You remember?
Ah, yes.
You were like,
yes. I mean, you've got to let us off sometimes. We've cast an awful lot of games. It is difficult to remember every team we've cast.
I think it's because TSM stomped them and we said TSM made FaZe look like the weakest we've ever seen them. That's why we don't remember. Yeah, but it was still a good game. Okay, we'll take that. It was still a good game. Much like this one just was.
Absolutely.
Closing thoughts, Tim.
In some ways, it was a good game. It was good to see Rogue get back to full strength. You know, these are a team that we're going to be looking, you know, if they can get themselves through to the November major. They're one of the big hopes of EU. You know, they won Berlin. We want to see them go on and do more. We want to see them dominate again. So, yeah, tough couple of weeks to begin with, but definitely back with a bang.
Hey, look, if it took 3 weeks for them to start ramping back up and now we get to see the real Rogue back in again and the lead up towards that major, great. They're now in second place, for example. They're starting to get ready to fight for that spot. And who knows what the November major might look like. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back at the desk, I'll break it down for you.
Welcome back, friends. That was a pretty quick match of the day, I'll tell you that. Let's have a chat with the victors. Hello, Leon, and beautiful Brucey, baby. Hello, my love. Beautiful tail. How are you, Habibi? So I'm talking to Bruce, not to you.
He's tired today, so he might not move for long.
That's okay.
Well,
He looks pretty content. I mean,
Yeah,
anyways, at least you got that game nice and quick, so you can spend more time with him. But
yeah,
what the hell happened? That was a really fast one.
yeah. I mean, what can I say? We were just really good on our defenses. Everyone was playing really well together, and we clutched up quite a bit. So, yeah, I think that's the main reason we won so hard.
What do you think about the border map pick for this match?
I mean, G2's not really played border too much, and we know it's a map they don't tend to prefer, but we know they also can play it because they've got the players for it as well. We fully expected it going into it, as a surprise pick from them, and to our surprise, or to not our surprise, they did pick it. So, yeah, fully expected it.
What was your prep behind the mute ban?
We didn't ban mute. We banned Valkyrie.
Was it? Why is it wrong here? Good lord. Yeah, okay, so it's
okay.
It's turned around. Sorry. Well, you know what?
They banned mute because we play mute all the time on our defenses, every round.
Well, there you go. Is that specific to border or just in general?
Well, mainly on border. I don't think it was really intentional. We just kind of, we looked through our VODs and went, we play mute all the time. They'll probably ban mute.
Okay, fair enough. And other than that, why did you play Kali out of all the ops available?
Deepak just picks what he wants to pick. On that last round there, we mainly used it to get Crying into the map really quick because she can just shoot the door once and open the door. That's the main reason why he picked her.
There wasn't any other reason or motivation for him to do that.
No, just to enable Crying.
None whatsoever. You're really trying to make this tactical.
Yeah, that's it. Just
you're really trying very hard, Leon, my dear.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, you know what? He's earned a spot on the Fresh.gg stats account. First man to play Kali in the year, right?
In the stage so far.
So we'll have to double check.
Kill.
Yeah, and he got a kill. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. So with this, Rogue are looking pretty good, smashing G2 in this. Yeah, you went to OT against Eminem, and actually I want to take a moment to ask you about that. What do you think happened in that matchup? Because it was, in my opinion, an incredible match, to be honest. But I'm sure for you, it wasn't the greatest experience.
Yeah, since we got back from our break after the major, we've just had this massive issue on attack. I think I think we kind of lost our footing and our kind of personality because all these operators got nerfed. And obviously Spoit is a big player of these operators that got nerfed. So he was kind of getting lost on what to play and what to do. So after that game against Eminem, we sat down for a couple hours. We spoke about what really is the issue. What do we need to do? Oh, yep, just kick my mic.
Give me attention now.
Yeah, we were saying what really is the issue. What do we need to do? Why are we losing these attacks? How is it happening? All that type of stuff. We just sat down, spoke about it, and then scrimmed throughout the week. And I'd say in general, they've improved quite a bit now.
Fair enough. And now finally, you get to play against BDS in our next Playday. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, BDS are looking really good right now. The new lineup. I think it's going to be a banger again. I think they're always a fun team to play. So yeah, I expect nothing less than a banger.
Well, let's see if we can expect. I think Bruce wants some alone time with you, Leon, so we won't be too long. Bruce has beautiful eyes. I don't know if others were also mesmerized by them yet. So there you go. Thank you very much, Leon. We will see you on the next Playday. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
See you later, Milos. Have a good night.
See you, Leon. I don't know who's more adorable, Leon or Bruce. I'll wager bet that, and I'm not a betting man, I'll tell you that. Leon is definitely the more handsome of that duo. But, man, that was really fun. They absolutely rolled over G2.
They did. They were sensational today, were Rogue. I think back to their old ways. We know that they're goddamn good on defense. They're that good. They got a 4-2 split. Can't do maths there. 4-2 split on the defense. And then the free attacks, they played superbly, as you would expect on border. They really, they play together well. They manage situations so well. And it, normal service is resumed.
Absolutely. We talk about, old Siege, new Siege. There's that nice mixture here, isn't there? Cryan, our MVP of the night, fits really nicely. We obviously picked Cryan out earlier in a head-to-head against Citizen, and Cryan was head and shoulders above anybody else here
There are a few
tonight.
nights where Cryan will not be the headline, the MVP.
Yeah.
Look at him.
I mean, look at him. You know, what can you say? Something that I really liked about the way that Cryan played tonight, there was a lot of information there. Some of those Mozzie pests when they were on defense, we were pulling our hair out. There was so much information available for Rogue. And that's something that they do really well. They bring that element of, let's bring intel, but let's bring it in people that can do other things. And it sort of blurs the line there a little bit between the whole hard support and hard attacker role.
What about G2, though? Very quickly. I know we don't want to dwell too long on the losing team here, but
frustration.
You want to do a Fabian impression?
I mean, you got to be careful talking bad about G2 because you might get offered a job. That's what happened last time to an analyst on this desk that talked a lot of smack about G2. It's got to be frustrating, hasn't it?
Best career move now, but yeah.
I think it was really bold again. The map choice was really bold. Pulling out a permaban, pulling out border. G2 should be good at border, right? They really should be good at border. But they pulled out a weird choice in the map. They've not got away with it. G2 actually got every entry barring one. In 9 rounds, they got 8 entry kills and lost basically every single one of them. They were losing it in the mid-round. They'd get a 5v4, get established. You know, they lost a 5v2. It really was. They were kind of architects of their own downfall inside of rounds.
Very Cloud9 moment.
Frustrating to see, really. Yeah, very, very Cloud9. SI was that?
SI 21.
There we go.
That's not long ago, so you can't tell me I'm old for this.
I was retired during that event. Because Cryan got me relegated.
Yeah,
now he's doing really well.
He retired you. Well, this is another reason why we should love Cryan. Anyways, thank you very much, John. Otherwise, you'd be coaching still, and I wouldn't have.
Oh no, I'd just still.
You would still have me blocked on Twitter to this day. What? Anyways, thank you boys very much. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be in for game 4 out of 5. Yes, it's going to take us a couple hours to close out. Maybe more, actually, here in EUL if things continue going on as they have been for the past couple weeks. Heroic versus BDS. A lot of people would have called this one our match of the day, but hey, it's coming up in a few.
Shut down and Rogue take a very decisive 7-2 win.
Welcome back, friends, to EU League. Heroic versus BDS is about to begin. Our second match of the day. I don't even know how to call it at this point. There's so many exciting matches that we're looking forward to, and this one definitely hits all the way atop on that list. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos Dominic, your host. With me are Fresh and Ollie. Gentlemen, you look beautiful today.
Thank you, thank you.
You smell fantastic also.
Ollie does really smell fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know
what I bring to the table, but he smells really good.
The hair. It's definitely the hair check. He pays money for this. Anyways.
My personality trait is my hair. How bad a life do I have?
Hey, you could be me in 2018 and your personality trait being I play Zofia and Legion.
True.
Pretty
Could
basic.
always be worse. Yeah.
Pretty basic.
There you go. Anyways, let's talk about these two squads. First of all, with BDS, Likefak is doing great with the team. The entire squad is functioning, blasting on all cylinders. They are looking for more, despite going to overtime against outsiders.
Yeah, I think they've won both games, right? Both games, all 3 games. We've yet to see BDS. You know, we saw Rogue just then against G2 come out and put an absolute domination, a display on. We've yet to see that from BDS, especially given that they've played Wolves and Outsiders on BDS's favourite map, which was Clubhouse, the past 2 weeks. Both overtime wins. But it's about points accumulation at this point in the season, so I'm not going to be one to stand here and say, oh, they've got 7 points, but they should have 9. There's certainly room for improvement, even though they're at 100% win rate. But this change, EFAT coming in alongside Shaiko, they are the 2 guys where you're like, you kill one, you're like, oh my God, the other's going to just come and kill 4 of us. They genuinely are that good. And then, you know, big props to the other players as well. Playday, Lems and Renchi, especially Lems and Renchi that have gone more onto the back line to support this change. It seems to be working out well.
It really does, and it was about time, really, for Shaiko that someone came and took a little bit of the load off, wasn't it? Because he's always been known as a very deadly player, but if not backed up sufficiently, it never really came through. So now you've got Likefak on there as well, who is going to be able to, you know, really provide a lot of that killing power, and already he's outclassing.
He's a provider, and that's all you can say, really, about him and the squad together. We talked about kind of the Shaiko Likefak situation on the team. See if it continues on for today. I mean, if anything, Renshiro was carrying the team over the past couple play days, so who knows? Heroic, though, on the other side, seems like they've woken up. They've been shaken through stage 2, and they are back in business, sitting at first now.
Well, another team with 100% win rate, and again, a couple of overtime wins, but once again, I think teams, players, fans, analysts, casters, hosts, everybody underestimated what Heroic would do this stage. I think they thought they'd take a couple of steps backwards to enable those steps forwards in future stages. Heroic said, screw that, we're going to be really good from the start. Got 3 wins so far, looking really good, and their team play once again is exceptional.
I'll thank you for being inclusive for the host, because there's only
no problem, Milos.
There you go. Ollie, your thoughts about this team, because there's a lot of history for them now.
There really is, and I'm going to come out here and say it. I think we might be looking at a little bit of a honeymoon period here with this team. Because changes have been made, changes have been successful, and they've seen success off the back of it. When does that start to come down to reality? When does like a normal service resume? Is this just consistency now that we can expect week in, week out? We saw they were unsuccessful in NPL, for anyone unaware. That's the Northern Premier League. It's a sort of national league for UK and Ireland and the Nordic regions. They were unsuccessful there in the finals against 10-Star. So things aren't going swimmingly well for Heroic. Obviously, they've got other focuses, the focus mainly being EUL.
Yep.
Those changes that have come in, they've brought in that fresh mentality. They've brought in, like I say, that honeymoon period. Is it enough? Is it sustainable in the long term?
What do you think?
I think the one thing about Heroic is the changes have worked well. They've done well in EUL. But that point about NPL is one that you can say, sure, it's tier 3, right? But the one thing about it is Heroic have always suffered with this mentality is when the push comes to shove, when the pressure's down, when there's chips on the table, they tend to fold. You know, they've folded in big games that's cost them majors, cost them invitationals. They folded in the Charlotte Major. And again, NPL finals come along and you say, sure, it's just tier 3. But there was pressure in that game because there's a new up-and-coming team in 10-Star that were going at them. And ultimately, Heroic once again folded. So there's still a question mark in the back of my mind when we get to the back end of the stages. But from what we've seen inside of EUL alone, really good stuff from them. So it's kind of not yet decided still.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be, and this is kind of the pressure that you put on yourself, right? Going to a new stage with roster changes, you kind of have to go through the gauntlet, whether you like it or not. But then our map, which set of gauntlets, challenges teams will have to go through, it'll be on Chalet. All right, cool. We're going to go to the French Alps, and Heroic starting off on the defense. BDS have chosen the attack, which makes a lot of sense given the current metagame and Chalet. But other than that, Jack?
It's a very low preference map for BDS. They've not liked this map over the past 6 months or so.
Okay.
But it's just not a map that they've tended to dislike. They tend to dislike Chalet Villa generally as kind of two-pair man's recent dispreference for Oregon as well. But what I will say is that BDS went up against Heroic here in stage 1. Obviously, slightly different rosters for both sides. And Heroic did come out, but it was 7-5. It was very close.
Yeah, and there's that little bit of history there, like you've said, different rosters, different times. Chalet at the moment, a pretty good attacker map. It has been for quite some time, and we've seen that as a strength from both of these sides. So throwing this one really up in the air again, I don't really know which way it's going to go.
And just a moment, I know you saw the countdown going down to 0 and has kind of escaped your screen here because we have a small tech issue on the player side. We'll have that sorted out in just a minute here, so don't worry about it. It just gives us a bit more time to talk about, for example, operator compositions. What is there to kind of expect in this case? I don't want to have the exact setup for all of it, but what can we see from Heroic because this is their map pick?
One of the things that I love about Heroic's attacks, when I reviewed them, and this is kind of, it's not necessarily map specific, but it's the way that they work and operate. So they're kind of, they sit in this front line of three players in the front, 2 in the back, 2 support players, that's Uno, Grizzly. Then you kind of get Benja doing his own thing, and then Mello and Doom operating as a duo, right? But the one thing, and the reason that I rate Grizzly so highly as a player, is Grizzly's often playing that Dokkaebi. And, Benja will spot an opportunity. Doom and Mello will spot an opportunity and say, we need a call. Doesn't matter what Grizzly's doing, stops, calls for them. And you've seen when Benja's making these big plays on the entry, getting the double, triple kills, it really is a team effort. Uno will be on the drone for him. Grizzly will have called on the Dokkaebi call for him, and Benja goes and makes the play. And that's how Heroic operate. And to be fair, if I was BDS, doesn't really matter what I'm thinking operator ban-wise, because it's Chalet, it's nice and flexible. I would genuinely just get rid of the Dokkaebi from Grizzly, because I think he had a negative EPS. He had like an 83 EPS, but he enables those guys at the front so well.
I can stand by that, and I can actually give a bit of a quick example.
Go ahead.
Watching NPL and getting actually the fortune to stand behind Heroic as they were playing some of the games, Grizzly was by far and away one of the more vocal players on the team. They aren't this high-energy team. They're not whooping and hollering at the end of every round. It's almost polar opposite to think of a team like Rogue, for example, where you see that high energy. There isn't that. They're a very even keel for the majority of the time, but the vocal calls are often coming from Grizzly. So, as you mentioned there, that lower EPS, it doesn't take into account things like call-outs, what's going on through the comms, and what actually is bringing in other ways.
And if I'm not mistaken, Heroic are back at boot camp. It seems like they're basically
They had one day off.
The what?
They had one day off. Do you remember? Anarchic in the interview last week said we'll have one day off, then we'll go back to boot camp.
That's plenty of time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a day.
Hey, that's
They probably
a whole
also haven't
day
played ranked anyway.
A whole day when they're not doing 10 hours of theory? What's going on?
Yeah.
See, that's what makes teams fail.
Well, it's difficult for us to speak on, isn't it?
On the spot there. Give your opinion on Heroic's map schedule.
It's difficult to speak on,
I'm the
isn't
one
it?
saying it. I'm just putting it out there. I can take it. Don't worry about it. I'm just a dumb host. I don't need to know anything anyways. There you go. I mean, we're talking about T3. NA's happening also tomorrow night, so there we go. Everything's set. Lobby's ready also, so there you go. Perfect timing for it. I was so happy that it was on camera 1. But then again, everybody loves trash talk, so we might as well do a bit of it, right? Thank you very much, Ollie and Jack. Almost called you Jake there. BDS versus Heroic. It's ready to go. It's happening. Enjoy.
It's so weird how he trash talks his own strategies. I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
One, the very funny question was in the previous game. It's not really a question, it's more just a statement. In the previous game, Des and Tim had to rehost. Fresh comes in, he sits down, he goes, they're just talking about nothing. These guys had a minute to fill that. A minute and it fell apart.
It's an art, filling.
I mean, Des and Tim, there you go. That's support from the casting near. Hi, hello, yes. On the end of your joke, yeah, that is maybe Mr. Officer on the other side.
Yes, we've still never seen him in the same room.
And the second part of this, Chalet, we've seen it once this stage. It was the opening game. It was Eminem, and it was a close game. It almost went all the way. But we haven't really had the fullest taste in EUL, at least, of what Chalet plays like in the current sort of setup of meta.
It is still funny if we look at the history of Chalet. Like when it was first reintroduced to the competitive map pool, EU, they dabbled in it a little bit, but not as much as NA or LATAM would, for example. League Effect, really happy with the Nuck band there, by the way. And then we got absolutely pulled apart by those two regions on this map on the international stage. Since then, seen a bit more play, but this stage, not really that much, as you just mentioned. And that leaves some questions left to be answered by these two teams as we slowly progress through these bans. And Heroic looking to maintain their top 1 position, whereas BDS is looking to fortify themselves within that top 4 after, of course, missing out during the last major.
A really unsurprising ban selection there, and it's quite funny saying that now when you're sort of looking at the Thatch in the mirror. Okay, they're often quite there, but Azami and Nook over the past, I'm going to say split in a half.
Yeah.
Because it's Azami sort of the stretch over the previous split in this one. Nook is really only this one. Have just sort of taken the top spots on those first and last position in terms of bans. But Heroic, starting on your defense, holding off against the approach here of BDS. As I said, it was a very even game. 3-3 was the opening half, and then a 4-2 on the second. It went to every single round. It shouldn't have.
Ooh.
That's interesting.
Don't see that often. Is of course to stop any charges from reaching them. The banner pellets, Salma charges, something like that will be destroyed by the Bennett wire. And I mean, if you have one left, why not, right? I mean, it provides a little bit more security to that shield and the player right behind it, especially doubled up with the ADS that will catch the very first projectile tossed at it. So I like to see it, even though it's often not super effective.
All right, BDS. Heroic, they're starting with themselves backed into a corner. We can quote statistics all we want, but this is a map that does play itself on our previous statistics, where we had a little bit more play of it in the previous split, as sensational for a good attacking team. And they're a team that's found some good attacks. Shaiko wasting no time getting in underneath. That bullet might give a bit of the game away, but he's still going to play that grenade. Mello's just tucked himself in on the solid, suffers half a face of damage, but not enough for them to get the full whack.
Still going to be a bullet less that they need to fire at Mello to take him out later, though. But that's, of course, not what you're looking for if you use these grenades. You want to take out a important piece of utility or a player at its whole. Ju will be finding Lems first, though. That is going to be the entry from the defense on towards the attack. And I believe that was a repel, indeed.
Yeah, the pulse. He was sat in the corner around the balcony. We saw it at the beginning. Shaiko gets one back, though. Uno caught out just on the swing there. They were sort of pinching the man out around the solarium stairs. Shaiko wants to swing around for this next engagement. Likifak is the one that actually finds out ahead, but it's a fight underneath. Likifak caught out, but still somehow wins out. Really should have been Grizzlies there. It's a trade on the top floor, leaving just Mello left. He's looking towards Vincere on the big double window. He knows the pressure of the two gunners of Shaiko and Likifak is coming, not even, of Playday and Likifak. It's coming from the opposite side. They're holding off for a second here, tucked into a slightly new location, hoping the drone is rolled past. He wants to get a surprise strike here. The 9mm can be decisive in its own way, but BDS aren't risking anything.
Also has a suppressor on it, so you won't see any traces appear, so might be a true surprising factor here if the drone does not spot out the player, but we can, well, cross that one off the list. They know exactly where he is and where he will be going now. It's just a matter of getting everybody ready and in the right position before these Candelas start popping. The grenade will follow up soon as well. Maybe, no. Oh, actually, goes through the wall. Deals quite a bit of damage to Mello. Was never going to kill him, but it's just a single bullet to take him out now.
Blinds to the top of the stairs. Playday pushing in ahead of it. Likifak is holding onto the double window, ready to swing into the engagement. They both have a sliver of health. Playday actually going to stick the plant instead. BDS, they do have a focus on the objective. They're not going to risk it. Mello, wow, he tried to find the fight, but BDS open us up with the first round.
It was a good position he was playing in, Mello, but, you know, that's why BDS decided to go for the plant instead. Force him to come towards you. You have enough control. You have the cover, so a good decision made there by BDS, looking to play that objective at all costs instead of risking these 1v1s with Likifak, of course, on that window being literally a sliver of HP. And that's round one. Kitchen dining next. No doubling down from Heroic. As looking over towards the attack again, we do for now see the Ying coming out. I'm still hoping that we might see some more sense play, especially on this side.
You always say that.
This side, I love Sense and their ability. It's just that
you love Sense on two sites on this map. You just love Sense and Chalet. You like what they can bring on Dining as well.
It's because of the direct drone holes.
Oh, well,
it is Dining, yes.
Oh yeah. Sorry, they flicked onto a different side at the beginning there and changed it, and I did the amateur mistake of rating the first site they were on in my notes. I was also thinking about Billiards as the other site where it's great.
Yeah, but I mean, barring gaming, Billiards is definitely going to be a good one to use it in as well. I mean, everywhere you have these drone holes with power positions on the other side, think of, for example, the supply line, you can just easily block that off with one of those light screens, but not on the board right now, so no real use of discussing as of yet. Talking about drone holes. Tracker's holding on tight, hoping for a feet or leg to pass by, just to deal a little bit of chip damage. That's not just one, that's two drone holes right after one another.
Wow, they're trying to find some way to apply this quick pressure in. The grenade once again sails a little bit too far. The pings come through on the player. They're hitting the barb and hoping for the fight. Liquefact didn't quite get the full scratch. The second grenade. Oh, that gets it. Grizzly caught out. The floor already destroyed, suffers some of the wrong end, and although you're standing on sturdy floor, it seems in that position it's not enough, but at least Uno does some of that to bring themselves back in. Tucks and rotates round. Benja gets a freebie on the back of Alems, once again removed. Missed the player, swung round. Benja too quick on the peak, missed Shaiko. Liquefact finds Uno, and that is just a terrible moment there.
Very lucky that Shaiko didn't see him up until the second swing as well. Now gets taken out by Benji, who's retaking that bottom floor, and it's going to be a ever-looming threat. The diffuser, of course, not down. Can still recover that. It's not in the basement, I believe, because they do not have it in hands. And it's Mallow Wolf on Playday as he did not check his corner. It is Benji that will come back upstairs from West, and will find the final kill as well, equalizing that score and making sure that they stay in this fight.
I mean, a little bit of a question there for a little bit of a couple of moments. Obviously, that final run in from Playday, the first engagement goes. He seemed to be holding the angle, and I mean, it was a very aggressive little tucked in pocket and corner where they got an incorrect call or something, just throwing themselves in. There was still a bit of time left to sort of play around with. They went for something bold, and I mean, twice there were two moments where...
I mean, you get as well, Benji basically revealing himself, opening up, missing the first opportunity to spray there. No one having an ID where he was.
Do we have it? He just...
Okay, so this is very awkward because he swings to the left at this moment. Probably didn't register it until just now and was like, wait, I swear there was a player out there.
Imagine, and this is in no way the case. No way the case. Yeah. But imagine afterwards he goes, oh, I just play on 60 FOV.
Then yeah. Don't know what the response would be.
He doesn't.
I hope he doesn't. No.
You would be...
If he does, we can also not really blame him considering the numbers he usually puts up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if he does, I would...
You know, extra zoom.
I would be like, is there something I'm missing? Not playing on 60. All right. Missing? Neither of them so far. It's also worth remembering this is a rough fight around the top of the board. Now that we've obviously got, you know, Rogue have put themselves up towards 8 points. They're sitting alongside Heroic at the top. BDS, they're on 7, but Navi and Outsiders both caught up to 7. Both these teams need as many points from this as possible, preferably the 3, to put a bit of distance between them. Heroic want to try and keep the top spot, and BDS want to claim it for their own, which at this point in the season would be massive. The drive of Liquefact on the Ying. The site is empty. Apart from one faraway player, they might be able to get a read, but they're quite distracted by the push that's coming over on the far side. Liquefact, he's sort of putting a big statement. I believe there's somebody on the dining hatch, so they do have a quick drop round, but that's all the Candelas and a lot of smoke utilized. They're just happy to sit pretty and wait for them to sort of fall into the site for now.
Playday wants to plant right behind the bins, though, and the Goyo fire is going to be stopping that from happening now. They need to get rid of Mellow, but again, Heroic not really playing on the side. If they hit this directly, if they do manage to find Mellow, which could be the case as soon as Liquefact decides to push through, they could go for a plant, and there's nothing they can do about it. Now, Mellow digs in deeper, closer around the corner. Phone calls are starting to come out. Alems will find Grizzly. Uno will fall as well. BDS is going to getting kills left, right, and center. But Mellow still hiding in that crucial position where he can stop this plant from happening.
Calls are coming through. The mute jam stopped it for him. Renshiro, oh, he checks his corners. He's not falling for any of the mistakes that happened on the previous round, and now they're going to set themselves in and try and get the plant. The cover is on the back stairs, and it's Likefak getting the double, getting the flawless, and getting the second round for BDS.
I believe they knew exactly who was playing in that corner. Of course, you heard phone calls going off earlier. You hear the noise as well. Someone digs in. And it's quite a telling sign, right? When you have two players on the breach and they're not moving an inch, they know someone's on the other side. You wait for that player to come down the main stairs. So well done by BDS. Well orchestrated there. And kind of odd how Heroic left that site so empty. Lost so many players and didn't think it was a good idea to go back yet until Melo fell. Now, must have been reasons for that. Either way, they lost that round, and BDS has been able to pick that one up. Back to the top floor we go. As a result of that, completing their rotation just with a single win, however.
All right, back up to the top, and this was where BDS were able to get themselves off to a pretty good opener. Ended up in about a 3 versus 1 with all the time in the world to drone it out, recheck it, force the play, and even try and go for the plant. Something that we've seen, I guess, become a little bit more of an affray on the second site itself here. BDS might be able to give themselves that buffer in case there is a return, or Heroic might be able to set themselves up for a slight story of success. As we generally say, you're looking on your defense for at least 3. I think it's fair to sort of call it at the minute. You expected 2 in a previous meta, but now we've obviously had a big sort of change with defenders getting themselves in a good stead across the board.
2 or 3 is really what they'll be looking at to have a good fight here. And as they continue to place themselves all around the map, this BDS again looking for the solution to the puzzle. Quickly needing to find some information, locking off some of the jump outs, preparing them even for Heroic as a sort of welcome gift. Chuck needs to be very careful here. Joom could be about to spot him out with a cardiac sensor. No, instead goes to the player inside bar. Knows he's all alone as well. That's Likefak. His drone just got removed from the game as well.
As does that camera. Taken out. Melo, he's playing himself safe here, tucked in. Shaiko's going for a slightly different approach with the grenades. Doesn't think he'll get net the same score twice. But with some attention paid to some detail, can they force the player into a trickier situation? There's the ping, the pull of that, the hefty use, the quick throw on the grenade to see if there's anybody caught round on the side, the blinds, but nobody's right behind it, over towards the chassis itself. They're still sort of keeping an arm's length, though. You can see that Grizzly's locked in underneath. Likefak might be the surprise strike, but Benja, he's hoping they go towards that box wall, and he can try and get them from underneath. Heroics just sort of keeping themselves one arm slightly further away than the approach, and BDS, well, they're trying to weigh up where to start it from.
Likefak so close to Joom. Probably doesn't even have a clue. Joom opens up though, allows Likefak to come in, sweep him up, but not before his teammate falls. Spots out the frost, but isn't able to respond in time. Instead, digs in deeper towards the office, secures the site. See if they can go for a plant in just a moment. But it's Benja with a double kill that shuts down the diffuser and shuts down Likefak. And after that, Shaiko as well. A triple kill from him.
Oh, it's just a bit of a comedy of errors there. We obviously talked about him being on the flank. He was far away in the position, hanging around by the fireplace, sitting about by the bar, enjoying his time. He got the call that stuff had gone wrong on site. Likefak pushed towards the site itself instead of trying to cement the kill onto the frost. They saw the barrel again. It's easier for us in this position because we are obviously a lot less stressed than players. Took a decision to go into the site as the sort of drive through on the back of getting revenge for the first kill. Okay, but then the response there from BDS. Benja getting up behind, getting 1, getting 2, then getting the 3rd, all from around that same site. You do wonder, you know, if it's that sort of BDS that we had a couple of questions on in the previous split where communication sometimes gets a little bit messy.
I mean, I think what happened there is Benja was left behind to try and hunt down Likefak, right? He realized where he was.
Entirely.
They passed each other without spotting each other. Likefak makes in, finds the site, clears it out, and he's making the call. Hey, site is clear, you can come for a plant. But that window is open. And they didn't know Benja was out there to hunt him, so Benja just finds a diffuser with some like lucky grace, right timing, everything like that, shuts him down, and after that just continues to rack up the rest of the kills. So it is just because Likefak wasn't able to find the encounter with Benja earlier that led them to not have any information he was currently on a flank and coming back upstairs. It's just funny how that works. These small little things that should have given them all the info they needed.
Right, let's see if the drive here can be a bit more precise from the sides of BDS. It's, as I said, a bit of a strange moment. You'll see them one round and everything's in control in the second. They miss a checked corner and they miss a drive and a sneaky Benja here. Well, they've learned a lesson from that trick. The first grenade is caught out, and that requires 2 to be able to pop the boards open, get the second drove in. A great drone there from Playday. It's giving them all the read and the meat inside the kitchen. They know where everybody's tucked in, but can they try and find a way to dig them out is the question. Look at this, a lot of aggression, trying to cut this floor in half. Shaiko with this grenade wants to bounce it round. Is there a disc? No.
You might have tried to get someone in the bathtub if that was going to be the case. Not, of course, no kill picked up. But at least that gives them the information. Hey, the bathroom is clear. Now the Gemini Replicator will move in. Grizzly will soon be realized and spotted out. There'll be some Candelas that come in as well that will blind him if he's out there, and it will provide an opportunity for Shaiko to move in and hold his angle.
Oh, they wanted to get rewarded there. There's the pings on the player. They are circling Grizzly from every single angle. Mello inside the side takes the first bit of damage. Doom has the cover onto Shaiko. He's looking for the next engagement. It's Likefak. It's already swung around the corner. Grizzly's still tucked. Lems finds Mello. That's down underneath as well, but they're still flooding over the top and the site itself. Benja wants to try and find this engagement. Playday, he's holding the upside down rappel itself. It's Likefak that finds out Grizzly. Finally, they've got that vertical control. Now they can sort of try and capitalize on the site underneath, but this Benja, the rotate once again, he doesn't feel entirely convinced about it. He thinks there might be somebody watching, so he pops his way back to site.
I mean, he punched a window out there, so they knew exactly who was going to be there, so ready to respond at any given time. So it's better for him to fall back to that site, see if he can take the confrontation out here towards West Main, hoping to pick up one, splits out the head, and we'll find Likefak as well, shuts him down, 2 on 3. Still a comeback needing to be made by Heroic though.
Young Gunner versus Young Gunner, you got to have the game of your life, and so far Benja and Likefak are not disappointing. Uno, he's being hunted by another old hand though. Renshiro is the other half of that, and they're going to see if they can have an engagement. Alems wants to creep his way down the stairs and creeps his way through. Uno takes the head off, leaves a 20-second 1 versus 3. Benja, he has some intel coming off the Maestro cam and the tail end of a blind from the Candela. Playday, he's got the kit and trying to get himself into position. Long-range grenades aren't going to be enough. Playday is stuck behind the chassis itself. They have 2 bodies covering it. They're rolling everything, but a take through the soft gets one, just misses the wrong end there. The backpack, 2 French players tucked behind the chassis, but they're pretty good in the kitchen, the French.
I like how they're just both staying there, not moving at all, and then they were like, okay, 3, 2, 1, and then one goes left, one goes right on the bomb chassis, opening up at the same time. Also at the same time, Benja actually went off on holding the angle. And BDS, they lead 3 rounds, needing to find one more to find themselves in a comfortable position for that second half. And it is indeed going to be downstairs again as Heroic continues their rotation. Now, this last time was only guarded by a single player on the site. He was Mello. There was some fire out there to slow them down, but BDS had no business trying to take that top under control. They realized, hey, if we take out that one player, we can plant, and we are basically going to be the defenders with a lot less time given to the remaining team to try and retake. Oryx on the board though. Benja, love to see it. Just quickly jumping up the hatch to create some extra angles and dropping back down.
I mean, as I said, if there's 2 players that really sort of feel that this game is going to be one they've got to put their best in, it's this. You know the competition. It's Young Lions, isn't it? It's everybody wants to be the coolest, toughest, best Rainbow Six Siege playing Lion. But there can be only one.
There can be only one.
Best line. Best line. Benja and Likefak in the best line competition.
Is there also like a cheetah or a snow leopard competition? You like snow leopards.
I know, but it's a different.
Ooh. I hope they don't rush.
Well, they can't now.
Yeah.
There's the fire gone, the mute jammer removed. They get the wall open with the same pace and precision as they did last time round. It was a good swing from them onto the site. They're going to hold off, and I guess it's down to see what's changed from the side of Heroic. It does seem like BDS might be paying a little bit more attention towards potentially the players above, but there's at least one more inside the site this time around.
I was going to say, that is the big change. We do have an extra player on the site, near Wine currently. Mello is playing around those staircases up towards Fireplace, so there is at least 2 currently protecting. But a grenade can definitely change that, because that one is currently being cooked up. If that lands close enough, certainly it's only one player on that side, and the rest of Heroic needs to get back very quickly.
Very well played. Gets rid of the Banshee. The second and the third grenade, but Playday is the grenade. Pops off and plants inside the site. Round the stairs. That's there. Zuno gets one on the back end. Takes care of Alems, but we're now in a post-plant game. Grizzly puts it as a 3 versus 3. Likefak sees a sliver, but cannot quite get the full connection of the glass. Grizzly with the jump out, but it's watched from range from Shaiko. Now they've got themselves back to the site. June goes down. The pickup comes out into their favor. Tries to swing his way back in as bait a little bit of pressure. The grenade bounced the wrong way, but there is Shaiko just round on the side.
This grenade could have been a real Doki moment.
Imagine.
Both those players were out there on that breach. It's a surprise it didn't kill them that close to themselves. But BDS able to, again, go for a very quick execute downstairs. They realize, okay, there is a player currently down on the fireplace stairs. We'll toss some grenades down there. We just make sure he's really stuck in place. We push him, we take him out, the plant comes through, nothing left for the defenders but trying to retake with about 40 seconds on that clock, or actually even 38 before you need to stick that diffuser and end it. And Heroic, again, too slow on that response. They didn't have the control to find an immediate answer. You really wanted to have players in and around fireplace to instantly descend down those stairs and ensure that that plant would be stopped. But of course, with Renshiro active on that window, would have been quite difficult to pull off. 4-2. BDS now on their defense themselves. Heroic leading in on the attack. See if they can solve the puzzles that BDS will be slowly shaping up for them. Utility pieces being placed everywhere, shields being set up. No reinforcements, of course, blocking off some lines of sight.
How much can this now be driven by the attack of Heroic? Got to try and pull some of that old-fashioned chalet magic together to put themselves here against BDS, who, as I said, on the rounds that they're in control, were so in control. And then a couple of moments, things got a little bit slippy. The pressure and the swing through there was a little bit of a squeaky moment for Alems, but he's actually going to tuck himself back in. I think he might have been caught on a drone as he went for the rotation. Yep, you can see it in the far opposite corner. Benja has the full read. The Twitch drone is trying to get as much utility out as it can. Doom's going to hold the angle. Hope he drifts on by and goes for an escape here. It's a narrow second you get for the fight itself. There's grenades to bounce. There's the pressure coming across. Are you going to take it, Alems? How long are you going to sit here and survive? Because sooner or later, those gates will pop back into life. They have some utility. They have their grenades. They have the burn. There's the push, doesn't get the kill. And Alems is free to push back.
Well done there by Alems. Realized that that Magna was about to burn, so he had to go. Unfortunate that Heroic didn't have that crossfire ready to perform. Doom not quite able to find a shot as Zuno takes a bit of a scrape, trying to put down some. It's Doom with the grenade kill anyway on Renshiro. He also tried to fall back, but to no avail.
Very well read there. They made sure that those pellets would pop off. They assumed somebody might try and get it. It was a little bit of that luck of them rotating into it as it exploded. I don't think it was fully cooked to pop, but if I'm correct or wrong, I guess we'll see later. Either way, it catches him at the worst possible time. Tried to save a wall, lost his life for it. Playday, he's underneath. You're still looking at BDS wasting a huge amount of time here on the top floor. They've obviously lost one life out of it, but 2 minutes as the trade-off with the work that Alems did. And they're still just trying to find very unsteady feet inside the verticality in the second story of this building.
Benja having a bit of a challenge out here from the fireplace window as well. Likefak will go down to Doom as he finds his second in the round. But as long as BDS has control of the pantry, both these sides will be accessible to them. So that is going to be their major point. Shaiko still up in a position where he can rotate up and go for a bit of a late round flank as well. Shut them down from above if he manages to retake vertical control.
Grizzly, he's tucked around. Shaiko still holding on. The other two players have got themselves down on that supply line, back end of the site itself in 37 seconds. Heroic needs to start trying to angle up for the fight on the site. Shaiko knows it. He's pulled himself a little bit more defensively on the blue stairs, but has the option to push up and down. He's just trying to make things a little bit more problematic for the approach here of Heroic. They've got a second guess, and there's a second guess. Alems and Shaiko one apiece. Suddenly a 3 versus 3 with 15 seconds on the board. A little bit of movement has absolutely opened up this round. Shaiko's tucked round, gets one on the swing. Playday pushes the next off of sight, and 3 BDS players hold off the onslaught inside the bar.
And that's it. And I'm not going to say that this was due to the supply line because no kill came from there eventually. But as long as you still have that bottom floor under control, you are fluid around that map. You can just swing them from wherever they come because they cannot afford a hatch drop at that position. If the supply line is currently being occupied, you drop through the hatch in gaming, you'll die. You do that in bar, same thing will happen. So they needed to take these vertical fights, and they were unable to lock them out. And then a 5v3 just slips away from you, and a tactical timeout will be called. Mr. Officer in the back of Uno, you can see him there, just having a bit of a chat. I don't know how quickly Milos got over there, but he's definitely putting in some miles today.
Is that the head of an R-kick in the back of Mello on the left?
Could be, yes. It is. Pretty sure. But they're just having a chat, you know? Just making sure that whatever needed to be said has been said as they get back in it. Because from now on, there is no more breaks for the side of Heroic. All they can do is wait until BDS calls their own. That's when their staff also gets unmuted and can have a chat again. But of course, that is completely out of their own hands. And that means they need to fire off that reply towards BDS now. Start putting up these rounds on the board. Head towards an overtime situation. Otherwise, you lose yourself some 3-pointers here. Technically 6, as we always say.
It's a 6-point.
It's a 6-point game.
Well, this is the thing about the Playday today is for a while. I mean, EUL had a lot of teams with a lot of similar points. You find, obviously, that is split up and broken up the more time goes on. That's just the nature of the beast. The more teams that are having the same success rate play each other, the more of a separation you get. BDS and Heroic are very close to having the same success rate, coming into this with 8 points and 7 points. But you're also obviously looking at what Navi and Outsiders get the 3-point jump. They're sitting now around on 7, whereas G2 and Team Secret falling around onto 4 points itself. That divide is at minimum, depending on the M&M result, could be 3 points, could be a full fat game for the first time. And that's when it's massively dangerous between the top half and the bottom half of the table, when there's at least an entire Playday between you and having a chance at catching them.
Yeah, because it starts to get so much more difficult to get yourself in a top 4 position, which is, of course, a position both these teams missed out on last stage as Vincere finds the first onto Benjen. Not quite the start they would have hoped for, but luckily a lot of damage done to both Alems and Vincere, meaning only a couple of bullets away from getting back in power in this half.
I mean, it's devastating to lose Benjer in this engagement. Pajum has massively stepped up over the past couple of rounds, and the role of the Iana takes care of Alems. They lose the Aruni. Playday, he was hoping to get a bit of revenge. Shaiko's in a swing position too, if they can get the call at the right time, right place.
Shoot it.
I think it was taken out by me. I'm not really sure who got that. Oh, do they know? Do they know? Shaiko, he really wants to go and explore.
This window is no longer being watched either, so he has the opportunity to just move up. He just realizes that by Joom. I believe he heard something. The pre-fire comes in, but Joom is a little bit quicker there. Finds a double for this round, and that is going to be Heroic in control of this round as well.
Well, it's another setup versus 3 players. That C4 it's placed and ready to go. I'm not sure if they have any intel. Now they have less intel, but Leakefact does find Mello. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3, an even balanced hand. They've now got themselves an opportunity to try and drive themselves further ahead. The pop comes a little bit premature because, as we saw, they lost that Valkyrie cam. They have the player playing loose all the way underneath. They're good at playing this game, BDS, against time. Heroic, they've got to see if they can try and formulate something, set it up with a little bit more pizzazz than it was on the previous round. Slips by, doesn't quite get fully caught out as the pressure comes its way across here on the side of Trophy. A big rotate round on the backside. There's a catch from Joom. Again, having a massive round here for the hopes of Heroic. Uno gonna see if he can get the plant down. A lot of time. A very scrappy engagement. Leakefact, but he's able to slip his way up, but not very far. Grizzly has it, and Playday has everything in front of him to see if he can try and pull this round back for BDS after the tack timeout. For Heroic, they've been able to edge themselves a plant here with full vertical control, 2 bodies and 1 inside the site. No more. You assume the 2 up here can still lock it out without a monumental performance here from Playday, and he is a hell of a player. But this is a hell of a retake to try and put to do entirely soft above him. The kit, they know where it is. It's the default plant spot. They know how they can handle this. They're playing it cautiously. They're playing around time. They're not wasting it. They go for the engagement at the same time. 5-3.
The fact that June was still up there is the reason why Heroic has been able to win that round. He first of all shuts down a player in Dining that looked to put up a bit of a challenge towards the plant position. And after that, when you find yourself in a post plant, well, there's almost no losing that when you have two players up on top above with verticality on that diffuser. There's just no way you can do that safely. You need to bring the challenge to them. He didn't have any utility to do that. He had an SMG-11 and a shotgun, and you might be lucky with a good pump, right? But it's still two players, and all they have to do is just let that time tick down, wait until the third tick comes through, and then they start swinging you. That's when they try and stop you from being on that diffuser. So a very tough ask from Playday there. He almost never was going to win that. And that puts Heroic one round back, closer towards Team BDS. Only two being the difference right now. BDS still only needing one round, though, to start finding points in this game. And that is what Heroic wants to prevent. They want to make sure that they pick up the full 3. Hence the time, and of course, being called in that last round.
It is awkward, being the two teams, obviously, that fell short just around the time of the previous major. It was close, and at one point it felt a little bit guaranteed. But obviously in this game, there's no such thing as proven by, unfortunately, both these two teams. So that extra weight coming into this, that extra difference, they are well aware how important it is against another current top 4 flight team. Playday, he's going to try and hold off and lock down the double door. There's a second drone. You assume he's going to be able to take care of that as well. Ready to juggle these claws. The first and the second both caught out, though. There's the third, and very well played. You see utility there. Gets that wall open, and both claws gone.
Now he placed his electro claws on the wall there, which meant that, of course, they were able to be reached by the EMP grenades. Didn't want to place them further away because the Twitch drones or grenades potentially being out there would have easily destroyed them. So it was no real way for him to keep that wall shut, except for with a bandit battery, but of course not on the board. And that means that the first opening has been made. The first breach is in the hands of Heroic, but now they need to start getting some verticality on their side. They need to put up the pressure, make sure that BDS feels uncomfortable in Snowmobile themselves.
Now the pressure comes from above, and Benja takes the head over Lambs. He stuck around a little bit too late in the party. Now they have a ping on the long-range fight all the way through towards Trophy, hoping the Liquefact drifts a little bit close to the engagement, but he's a man that's usually happy to take this. Look at all these yellow pings, though. I think even he senses the danger in this sort of approach, pulls himself to a slightly different location, and even then suffers. He's got to try and find a new home and a new place to sit and rest, to rotate. Back round. Are they still aware of this presence? They're trying to find him above. They've lost him. They have the players that have rotated to try and hunt him. And now look at this position. He's got himself into a very clever bit of play here. Has wasted a lot of time. He takes the hatchback. But after a minute of playing around, and you know what? There's another hatch hap.
There's another hatch, but there's also another drone in that same position. So he's been taking out 3 drones now, but there's still an extra one out there. So if he does jump back up, they might actually be aware of that. It is in that plant spot on that half wall. So if Liquefact does decide to push through, they will be aware of him sooner rather than later.
Now set up there on the back of the stair set. There's the hold on the catch and grenades. Liquefact's explored his way to the top floor, but otherwise all of the players have left it, and you're looking at 40 seconds. Benja, he's watching the wrong story at this point. This grenade is just going to roll and tuck. We saw Liquefact take a drop round towards the dining side as well. The pressure is coming across. Uno's going for the plant right inside the breach. They have any awareness. The cover's from Benja there. There's the swing. Playday gets the plant, stops it in its tracks, 20 seconds. They got to try and fight their way through. We hear the pull of the pins on grenades, but it's a drop and a take from above. Liquefact, the grenade gets him a little bit post-mortem. They have the vertical drop. Liquefact pulls himself back towards the site as June finishes off Playday and picks up the kit. Has to hope the cover comes through there from the side of Melo there, waiting for the swing round. There's the first. Is he going to go for the second? The plant goes down. It's all down to Renshiro, who cannot quite find the tail of either two players. They're off. Not sure if there's still an Oster Shield on that far end. They've tucked themselves all the way around and sort of made the statement, there is. And they are as far away as possible. June, he's double stacked, waiting for the sound call at this point. The first is the catch, and Melo is the finish. 2 plants, 2 rounds. Only one separates them now.
And Chiro a bit too careful there. Of course, he had the lines of sight from the wall directly facing Snowmobile, but was afraid maybe that he was about to be swung by the player from blue that just took out his one teammate. I think if he would have gone for the defuse there, would have taken it out, might have been in time to step back and really put up the pressure towards Heroic, but not the case. In Heroic, they find themselves a 4th. single round away from now equalizing that scoreline to BDS. BDS will decide to go to Bar and Gaming. That was a great opener, by the way, from Benja. Just opening up with the sledgehammer, finding a head at the bottom of it. No, not sure if it was a call-out or if it was just some preparative work, you know, to stop any rotates back up from the fireplace stairs. But it was great nonetheless. As we head on towards the middle floor of Bar and Gaming, we said it last time around, as long as you have the supply line under control, there is relatively little that the attackers can do from the hatches. Dropping them is almost guaranteed to get you killed. It means that they need to either get some pressure up from exactly this wall that Playday is currently closing with a Heartbreach charge, which is unable to be placed, I believe, with the can opener that Uno is carrying. So that wall will stay closed, which means they need to try and get some verticality in, maybe some grenades to bounce around the corner.
Wow, we remember this site was where BDS found the success. They got themselves set up with the 5-3 response against Heroic. Even they had 3 BDS. They were on the wrong side of that, regardless of my poor phrasing. And they still bit out, won the round here. Heroic know that as well. Heroic know they had the momentum and the advantage, and they just could not find the capitalization at the end based on the great time wasting that came through from the BDS roster. So what's going to be the change up here? It seems like an approach from the opposite side. Instead of playing and gambling all their original time around the top of the windows directly onto Library, they've gone for the push here across Bedroom. They're going for something a little bit more lateral, getting themselves some angles open, some ideas on how they can put pressure onto the player from the opposite angles instead, and it might make a slightly different challenge here, but it does mean Alems is a lot safer.
Last time around, they did everything they could from that top floor, Emmy, and they need to be working on that same thing right now. They need to make sure to have that top floor control like they had it in the last round, but also focus on maybe the basement itself. When you start to get stuck on these library stairs that Shaq is currently playing about, you cannot just take that from that top floor. You might need to push it in from 2 different levels. But of course, we're not that far in yet. For now, just utility being wasted as Alems finds Doom. That's no more grenades to be tossed in. That's a player that's currently on 11 kills out of the count.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Alems is a much safer position here with those not fully open. Those barricades give him that emblem, that idea that he can sort of swing with a bit of bravado here. Benja, he's going to stack in. Shaiko's watching the camera, but Benja gets the kill before they even swing around, and that's a great take. I mean, cammed himself in, knew exactly what he wanted to do there. Benja, he was a little bit adrift, and Grizzly now he's trying to apply some pressure elsewhere. Melo's got himself tucked in, rotating around on the split, looking towards the site itself. The call of the Banshee will give some of it away. It might make taking the rest of the top a bit easier, but 50 seconds, the top's just been handed to them anyway.
The top has been handed to them, but they lost 2 players this time around, something they didn't have to suffer in the previous attempt here. And now they still face 4 members of BDS, all located around that map. If you drop anywhere, if you descend any staircase, you will be fired upon. So they need to find a way through. Won't be happening through that window. Grizzly shut down. Melo trying to go a bit aggressive, hoping to lock down Shaiko, but he's being swung out by 2-3 different angles. And it's only up to Una now in a 1v4. A miracle needs to happen if he clutches this one out. He's quite close on the library stairs, but there's too many angles he needs to cover. He needs to get that diffuser down, but also very small chance of that happening.
I mean, it's 13 seconds. As soon as that happens, this happens. They had themselves watched from not only either side. Likefak, I believe, had gone down the stairs as well. BDS pulled themselves to a guaranteed point with 2 rounds to try and lock it out and get the full 3 here. They have an energy. They've only won it on the same site twice, though. So now's the challenge. Can they try and do it elsewhere? Where are they going to opt for? Kitchen or Snowmo? Both of them suffered a plant on the wrong end.
But there's also been like some clear mistakes that happened on both those sites. So if they have had a bit of an opportunity to talk between themselves, you know, in between these rounds, there's definitely something to be said about it. Last round, they went here. Top 4 control, crucial. Doom took it into his hands, made sure that plant was able to go down as he covered the attempted cancellation from BDS's side. If BDS this time plays a bit more heavy onto that top floor, plays into the verticality themselves, then Heroic needs to find an adaptation. If they drop out early again, what are you going to do if the plant is about to go down and Doom is still up above? You need to retake. So holding on to that top floor control, I think that's what BDS needs to be banking on right here.
I like how it says 5 versus 4 at the top middle.
Yeah, so it does that sometimes. I don't know why.
Who's it? Is it like saying that one of the BDS players isn't here? Is it like, all right, every BDS player, you go get a kill this round to make sure that the game knows that.
Game is roasting you otherwise.
Yeah, it's kind of mean of the game. Heroic, you probably don't want that to happen, because if that happens, you lose. So, 2 rounds. No more timeout from their end. BDS still have their option. The pressure starts to come across the top. More of this cam game. I think the drone game on the first half was generally pretty good. It was the face checking where things went a bit wrong on the side of BDS. And here on the latter, their cams have been played and placed very well. They've just not quite been always able to get the capitalization behind the back of it. The grenade rolls towards the close connection. They were a little bit too far away, Shaiko, to suffer any of the main meat and the damage, but does open up a little bit more of a width to the angle.
Now there's players in these staircases around Solarium now. They've just heard the proximity alarm to go off, and Shaco now is a bit worried. He knows a player could be coming up at any given time. Likifak is debating to go for a bit of another run out. Now, is there a Claymore on the other side? That is the question I would like to see. No, doesn't seem to be the case. So as this repel comes in, he will be too late to pick up the kill into Capital.
Well, Alems isn't. He's able to take the head off from the swing there. There's a bit of a reveal. Renshiro gets one. The run out and the chaos has put them in a massive bonus here. Uno, I thought he was about to swing there, and well, the swing comes against him. There was the heavy hit of the rifle, and Renshiro's on the back end of it. The 2 players link up, make a connection with Uno's face. Grizzly and Mellow, all that's left here of Heroic's chance of being able to pull anything out of this game. Pre-firing the angles, trying to find it. The kit may as well be a Narnia, and Mellow's gone to join them, leaving just Grizzly all alone. But not for long. BDS, a flawless round to end what was a little bit of a back and forth game for them, but still the most important statistic, 3 points, first place.
First place in pocket indeed, and I just quickly wanted to highlight, I said I needed to be playing more heavily onto that top floor, keep it into their own hands. Exactly what they did there. Heroic tried everything they could to take control of it, but BDS just a little bit stronger in the end there. 15 from Likifak, 11 from Shaiko. Those 2 really were the spearheads from the BDS attack and defense here, as they managed to, as you just mentioned, pick up the full 3 points.
And we said that was a game that's probably going to be quoted as a 6-point game later on down the season. Heroic, they're knocked off the top, at least for now. BDS can take it. They're still second place. They're still in a good stead, but I guess we'll see if that's something that continues or becomes the start of something painful. We'll throw it to a quick break before we're back with the desk after this.
Welcome back, chat. Here we are back again, and it seems like it was, despite being a 7-4, a fairly quick matchup here between BDS and Heroic. French squad walking away with all 3 points to cement themselves at the top of the stage for Playday 4.
A challenge to Milosh. I said, do you know what? They might have 3 wins out of 3, but they haven't got 9 points out of 9. We haven't seen a statement piece out of them, and they go up against the current, well, what was the second place team at the time in Heroic. Slap them about. Another day at the office, they look great.
Proved us all wrong, haven't they?
Yeah.
We all went Heroic on the prediction. And I think there was a couple of us that, when we looked at that, we were, did you not?
No, I did, but I thought I was predicting an upset, and then I seen that everybody else agreed with me, and I was like,
I think you were part of the problem, maybe going first, because I think everyone might have copied you. Did you go BDS?
Yeah.
Wow, here we go.
It's because he's partial French, because he knows French.
It's because I
French is the
legally
language,
have
isn't
to
it?
always support a
Yeah.
French team,
Yeah.
or else I get deported. So,
The way you just glance at or else I'd get deported.
hello, Mr. Government, sir. Please. And Mrs.
BDS wouldn't let me stay.
Yeah, I mean, the person in charge of my dossier is a wonderful lady. So we'll say thank you to all of that. Anyways, BDS victorious. So let's talk about them and what they're able to do, because it seemed like BDS were just playing as normal BDS despite our reservations about Chalet.
Yeah, when BDS were kind of back in the heyday of BDS, when they were really good, BDS had this way of kind of just playing default siege, but putting the other team under so much pressure, forcing the other team to try and make plays against them, make mistakes against them. And we saw that again today. I think, it really was a really solid performance that put Heroic under a lot of pressure, and BDS were just there every time to capitalize on that.
BDS almost have that sort of old Empire play style of just repeating the same things time and time again. And as you say, putting their opponent under significant pressure. It wasn't flawless today. There were a couple of things that we picked out. One notably was the use of the Ying. We saw Ying brought so many times, but we never really saw the Candelas capitalise on. We were expecting a big 3-2-1 explosion, and we didn't see it, but they didn't always need to.
All right, gentlemen, I'll be back to you in just a moment. Let's have a chat with our victors. We got Ligefak
Goat
on the line. Hello, Ligefak. Congratulations on your victory. Seems like BDS just keep it rolling. How you feel?
I feel very, very happy for this victory. For me, was the match I prepared the most because it was the first place, and we got this. We got the 3 points, so I'm very happy.
Well, very good to hear. And of course, today you all played well together and individually also. I want to ask you about Chalet specifically. What do you think we've gone to this map? Were you expecting it?
Can you repeat?
What do you think we've gone to Chalet specifically? Were you expecting it?
Yeah. It was the only map we wanted to go, and I know that we know that Heroic will not ban Chalet. So for sure, we go to Chalet and we prepare this map the whole week, and it's working. So that's good.
Okay, so you're looking at what Heroic had done in the past on it in preparation for it. What did you feel were kind of, places, weaknesses for Heroic that you could really work on and hit them at it? And do you feel that you achieved the goal of the training during this game?
Yes, we achieved the goal of training, but we still need to work on some points. So the timeout from Heroic helped us a lot, because we have a little timeout, a little mistake and things like that, and we success to correct the mistake. So during the game, so that's really nice.
What was that specific mistake?
In defense, when we lost round and things like that, it was because on individual pick, and we just need to pick together. Like for example, the last round. We lost a kitchen for one time. The second time, just said, boys, we are better. We can win these gunfights just together. So when we have someone here, we said, okay, go together here. I can do that, and it's working.
Who's really droning everybody in for all of this? Because you need to have some information before you take the gunfights, right?
Everyone is owning, but there is a goat. A real goat, and I think everyone know about this one. It's Playday. Playday, everyone every time on drone and things like that, and so that's why we can go fast in the building and know where we have to attack.
The best droner in EUL, you think?
Yeah, for sure.
There you go. That's a pretty bold one to say, but yeah, I mean, he's had a success over so many years now. Definitely a great setup with the entire squad, playing to your advantages. The next play day, you go up against Rogue, and you both were able to perform very, very well against top teams here in EUL. Continue up with your streak in the stage. How do you feel that game's going to go?
I think it will be a banger, like I said, Leon. I heard it was a banger, and it's funny to play against us, but I never played against Rogue, so I hope it's also funny from our side. And for my side, we play the winner major. So let's see if we win this match also, or if we have some trouble. I think we can still win this.
Do you think this will be the top fight for number 1 for this stage?
I don't know. It's too early to say that, but I don't know.
Well, anyways, for all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in for BDS versus Rogue. That'll probably be game number 3, our match of the day for next Playday. So, hey, very much recommend that you're here to watch it. DKVAC, thank you very much for being here with us on the interview. Congratulations. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Thank you to everyone who support us, and merci à tous, vraiment, ça fait plaisir. En plus, vous nous soutenez beaucoup et vous êtes derrière nous, quoi, surtout quand on joue contre Wolf, mais contre d'autres équipes, et donc ça fait vraiment du bien.
C'est bien d'entendre.
That's it.
C'est bien d'entendre. Congratulations, DKVAC. Congratulations, BDS, and we'll see you next Playday against Rogue. Till then, take care. Bonne nuit.
Take care. Have a good evening.
Bonne nuit, les petits.
Bonne nuit.
That's a reference for all the French people out there. They'll know exactly. There was a kids show, basically, that I watched when I was 3 years old, and I still remember it. I'm sure every kid born in the 90s and before will know exactly what I mean about it, at least in French or French-speaking spaces. Anyways, that doesn't matter anymore because these guys have graduated. They're no longer kids, no longer boys. They're boys to men, as the boy band would usually be. That's the boy band era over there. And they take the win, Jack.
Yeah, they don't just take the win, though. Look at those. It's very obvious to point to KDs, but KDs, cost, entries, everyone's had a good day on BDS there. You know, the nature of when they won the rounds, other than obviously the 4 they lost, but the nature of the rounds they won, 2 flawless rounds. You know, EFAC and Shaiko have got 26 kills in 11 rounds between them. That is mega.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
It really is, and I think one of the things that Leakyfax said there in the interview that I really picked up on was their ability to play together and, you know, not taking these one-on-one engagements. You throw someone of Shaiko's ability or equal to into the mix as well in Leakyfax, and all of a sudden you've got 2 very dangerous players that can peak together, that can push things together off the back of information, and you can obviously see that the rewards are already being reaped for that.
Yep, it's impressive to see on the other side for Heroic. Everybody was at boot camp today. It seemed like it was a bit shaky because it was really a 2-man show.
Yeah, it was a little bit off for them. That teamwork that I thought would be a key win condition for them. You know, I went through in detail really how I thought that they would play. Didn't really transpire today. Didn't really get themselves into the server. I don't know necessarily what went on with it. But, you know, particularly, you know, there's a couple of them that did well, but it wasn't up to their standards. And I think, you know, they've been winning, they've been getting these overtime wins, they've been feeling good. And I think for Heroic, it's probably a case of just write that one off. You've come up against probably the most formidable opponent in the league at the minute. Write it off. GG, go next.
I think that's maybe one of the alarm bells that needs to start ringing now for Heroic, is that they have gone up against one of the top dogs now in BDS. It isn't going to get easier from here on out for them. They are going to have more tough games, and they're going to have to overcome those obstacles as well.
I mean, they're playing outsiders, Heroic there is in the next Playday, and I have to say outsiders, they've been really living up to, I guess, expectations in many ways. They've improved massively over in this stage.
True.
After that, Heroic are playing Wolves. That's not an easy game. They're playing Secret, and Secret are very much unpredictable for most teams. And then after that, M&M, still unpredictable. And then they end the stage, Heroic versus Rogue, in literally the final game of the entire stage.
So what could that go wrong?
Honestly, no matter what, I think it all comes down to saying that no matter who you are right now in EUL, nothing is guaranteed for you. You're going to have to work hard for every single point because there's always competition. And if you slip up by a point, I mean, look at the standings right now. Somebody's going to take your spot in the top 4, and it's done for you for the major. Anyways, gentlemen, thank you very much for this conversation. I had a lot of fun with it. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for a final matchup for the day. But honestly, one I'm thinking will be quite explosive. I think maybe on fire. I don't know how, though. I have a sense.
Flaming sort of...
Flaming...
something.
Marshmallow. I'm just going to
Marshmallow. And
if
also
you're not reading what
wolves, they are howling at the moonlight. Let's take a break. It's Wolves for 7MC in a bit.
big fucking hole coming right up. Big fucking hole coming right up.
Welcome back, friends. We're starting early here on our final game of EU League, but it's Wolves versus M&M Gaming, and I'm expecting a lot from this matchup just because the caliber of these two teams and the quality of Siege that they've shown us over the past few weeks. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Nostamedic, your host. With me are Fresh and Ollie. Look at these beauties and beautiful smiles. See, this is the difference between when those photos of a photographer told them that they were beautiful and they're like, oh, they're smiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Tumblr meme if I've ever seen one. It's a very old one.
Wow.
Yeah.
I forgot that even existed.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or
think
not.
No,
I don't know.
No, I don't think
it's a very, very old one. Anyways, let's roll on back to our final matchup: Wolves versus M&M, and start talking about M&M. What can they bring for this matchup?
Well, surely these are the best team in Europe, seeing as they beat Rogue last week, right? Is that
Yeah.
how it works? You beat the best team, you beat the team that just won the major, you become the best team.
Yeah, but I'm sure we could find a way for 10 Star to be the best team if we followed that.
Probably, if we follow it long enough, you could probably follow it all the way down. But jokes aside, M&M, they're looking fantastic. They've really impressed me so far. Obviously, last week was a huge win for them against Rogue. You know, all jokes aside, an 8-7 win is absolutely nothing to be sniffed at all. Previously to that, they did struggle against outsiders. But other than that, they have played really well. And I'm always biased to M&M. You know, I've watched this team come through absolutely everything.
The thing is you can't say you're not as well. And there's a lot to love about this team. And especially inside of this meta, where there's so much freedom. M&M are a team that play with a lot of freedom. We see Solotov, so much freedom. Tyrant, so much freedom. Users, so much freedom. At times, feels like a little bit too much freedom, where they get caught off one by one. But when it works, it looks goddamn good. They're a great team to watch. They turn up against the big teams. They turned up last week against Rogue. I would be expecting them to turn up again today.
They also apparently have some cool skins in the game on top of it. And, Kalkan, I saw that you clipped what we were talking about earlier about the Three Kingdoms period. I expect a Lube skin in the next drop for M&M. I'll just leave it at that for all the fans. No, Cao Cao. Thank you very much. Anyways, moving on to... I'm sure there's some people that understand what I'm talking about. Please.
I hope there is. I really hope so.
I really do. Hey, there's somebody right now, which is more than enough.
We're just wasted.
You've never heard of the Battle of the Red Hills.
We just know Siege, Milosh.
I say, as the Germans say, in Spanish. Relax.
This is what I mean.
And also, learn around what's going on. Anyways.
I learned so much from you. I do.
Thank you. I wish I could learn a bit about things. Hull, yes.
Spice, yeah.
It's the culture capital of the world. Wolves, though, how about them, Jack? What do you think?
Wolves, well, you know that I love me some Wolves. Milosh, their team play is absolutely second to none. Established top 4 team. There's a lot to love about this roster. They've been having a little bit of difficulty on the defense this stage, I will say. Obviously, they've lost in overtime a couple of times now. Lost in overtime against BDS and then lost to G2 last week. Got it a little bit wrong in their strategy against G2. But overall, in my mind, these are one of the best top 4 teams in the league, and come the end of the stage, will be occupying probably one of those top 4 positions.
To do that, they're going to have to pick up some wins, and they're going to have to pick up some clean wins, as you say there. They have suffered a couple of overtimes in previous weeks. Looking across at the players, you can see that they are all reasonably rated. Bibu, of course, being the one that stands head and shoulders above the rest. And it's at this point, after we've seen a couple of play days, that we want to start seeing some of those other players really step up to the fold. I think back to how deadly Mowgli is and can be, and you just think, I'd like to see him have a good game.
Yeah.
I'd really like to see some of that crouch walking coming through, some of that Ashe play now that Ashe is a little bit more viable. And you look back to things that Mowgli's been able to do in the past, and you think they've still got that chance to be exciting.
Actually, just to inform everybody, we have a slight delay, so it might go a bit longer here on the pre-dash. Just for those that are asking, don't worry, it's not the casters that haven't started the game. It's specifically Hap that doesn't want to start the game. So
he's just out in the back drinking. That's why. No, I'm joking.
You can just blame him.
Yeah.
Though, moving on from that, just on a serious note, yes, it'll be a short delay. But to talk about this here, because Wolves have a shot to go again to another major. Much like a couple of other teams here in EUL, they're 99.99% set for Invitational.
Yes.
But that's a big topic conversation for them. Same applies for M&M. They would be repeat, attending Invitational. If we look back at SI22, that could happen again for SI23. What do you think will happen here? Could this be like a game that could slap down one of them?
I don't think so in the context of the season. I think, both teams probably will go to SI, as you do say, Milosh. And both teams are vying for the top 4. I think that's the big point is, again, we're going to keep kind of saying this with every game M&M play, right? Especially when it's against your Wolves, your Rogues, your BDS. It's like, this is a top 4 contender that if you're going to be a top 4 team, you need to beat them. Obviously, Rogue didn't. It's Wolves' turn today.
It's a big, tough fight here. And what makes M&M so special, really? Because we're talking about for those that are watching out there, they must be still thinking, oh, M&M, the CL team, what can they do against Wolves who have been, to quarterfinals, who've played at majors multiple times?
I mean, you mentioned there, M&M have already seen an invite. They've already been in that environment and they've played it. They know what to expect through an invitational group stage. And the experience doesn't really just stop there, does it? They've got deeper experience than that. You look toward players like Nello, who have been around and played on teams like Navi. So you've got that experience, you've got that ability, which is always something that we keep coming back to now, is you need a nice balance of the experience and then that talent, the raw ability of players. And for me, they're just an exciting team to watch. Someone that I really enjoy looking and taking time out of the game to watch and really sort of focus on the POV is Tyrant. I think that Tyrant can just be an incredible space finder. Yes. It shocks me some of the times, some of the stuff that he's able to get away with. And having a player that's got that capability, especially in this current meta, is so important.
Now, M&M have to come up against a tough team, but what has Wolves been getting away with, Jack?
Oh, look, I can talk about Wolves for days. I've actually got Telestration if I've got a little bit of time. I've got a bit of delays. I'm gonna show you. Right, and if you want to remember when we went through the Wolves team card, Bibu was literally the highest rated player on Wolves. And you might be thinking why. And I want to show you in the Telestration one of the reasons why Bibu is the highest rated player, whilst also giving to a nod to Wolves and how they execute, because I talk about them as the best team play team, and I think in situations in these late rounds they execute pretty much perfectly in most cases. They played up against BDS a couple of weeks ago and they did end up losing the game, but their attacks were almost flawless. So I want to set the scene. 47 seconds left, they're in a 4v5, they've got to try and execute on Church Arsenal. Now Bibu has probably the best use. He's playing over the blue hatch here. The best use of Capitão I've seen in a long while. He sets himself up with easy gunfights, and this is what I want to say. So he's going to fire off Shaiko in this blue position. So he wants to clear Shaiko. Shaiko's known to play this position for BDS. He fired Capitão bolts off both sides so that Shaiko has to retreat himself into church. BB then uses that to drop and take the gunfight with the player playing behind the shield, as you will see over here, as the first point of call. So keep your eyes down the bottom of the screen when the drop, because the plant starts to go down by Shinka. The idea is actually that Wolves will all go together, but it's a little bit disjointed, which is strange to say. But you see Bibu drops here, finds one, gets one kill, and then target prioritization onto Church, making the plays together with Mowgli coming around the back on the Lion again to try and find those kills. And this is what I will say about Bibu, is he uses basically his environment to his advantage. He's already got himself a double kill at this point. He's going to come through, wait for Shinka to be now ready to try and find the player inside of Church, get that kill, and then go for the plant and then segment it. And I'm really impressed with Bibu this stage because, you know, we'll talk about P4, we'll talk about Mowgli, but Bibu's been the one that stepped up, but he's working advantages to his scenario and to Wolves' scenario on the attack. And that is why Wolves literally are one of the best attacking teams in this league.
Thank you very much, Jack. I love it how he turns around and does the swipe and the, and the tap. You're very sassy, I was going to say. But it seems like there's a lot here that M&M have to go up to, not just in individual players, but in pure strategy also with Wolves. We were talking about this earlier today, all three of us, which is there are people in Rainbow Six, especially support staff, that kind of just meld into the background because they've become, you know, part of the identity of Rainbow Six and competitive Rainbow Six. And the two of them are really Liliun and Helby, who are the support staff. We can mention Rob's also, who's kind of more the managerial support staff for Wolves. And they've been basically all three of them working for years now to get this team to where they are. And it seems like all they needed was the resources and the support for them to get to this spot here.
It's definitely been coming, hasn't it? And that's the thing is, and I said this, I just had a really good conversation with both Liliun and Helby in Berlin. Where I said, look, you know, you might be disappointed with your loss in Berlin, going out in, you know, what was eventually the quarterfinal, going out to Exeter. But if you look at the context of your team, you do keep these building blocks. You do keep improving stage upon stage, and it's small improvements to the point where your team now is a solid, established top 4 team. When I came into this job and the talent a year ago, I was saying they're the also-rans in terms of when it was Vitality. They're there. They usually get mid-table. They might sneak in the top 4 every now and again. And they've progressed from that to an established top 4 team in this league and a template team that a lot of teams should be looking at and saying, we want to copy that team. We want to play how they play. So the building blocks definitely are there for this team.
It's like the progression from being a journeyman team, isn't it? You mentioned there, you know, you get these journeyman fighters that just spend all their life, you know, going into boxing bouts or whatever it is, that, and they'll never make champ, you know, they'll never get all the way. But occasionally you do get one that sort of breaks through in almost like a Rocky Balboa sort of moment. And I think that Wolves is kind of that team that you look toward and you go, they have got that ability. They have got that chance to start breaking through and to start being that top 4 team and then looking to cement themselves at more majors, more events and so on and so forth. But again, it's a very slow process and we've seen the change come, but we've seen the change come over a large period of time.
How does M&M go up against this? Because there's a clear difference in experience between that. You can look at, Mowgli is on Wolves. You can kind of mention P4, but mostly Mowgli with little experience. But then again, even his quote-unquote little international experience is superior than most players or to most players in EUL because the man has played in French divisions for years, played in CL. Like, this guy knows what's up.
Yeah, and Charlotte and Berlin now. So, you know, it's definitely stacking up. I think for M&M, and I think for this overall fixture, actually, I was thinking about these two teams, and they've both got distinct problems on attack and defense. Wolves can attack, M&M can defend. M&M have struggled on the attack, and Wolves have struggled on the defense. So I think the big kind of where this game's going to be decided is when Wolves do get on the defense and M&M are on the attack, obviously, is who wins that half of the game.
Our map then for this series, again, sorry for the delay, but hey, our issues are almost fixed. The players are all set and ready. Just a tad here till we get through it. Oregon will be banned out by Wolves. Take us to Cafe Dostoevsky to start on attack. M&M going for defense. Does that all line up stats-wise, Jack?
Yeah, I think the defense choice, but it's interesting to note from Wolves. So Wolves, actually, a big criticism of them through Stage 2 and the Major in Berlin was that they were only operating on a 5-map pool. They weren't playing Cafe, they weren't playing Theme Park, Skyscraper, Border. You can see, obviously, they've taken 3 of those out, but they've been slowly feeding them in. Played Theme Park last week, they're playing Cafe today. So they're trying to increase their best of 1 map pool. Didn't go too well last week, so I'm not entirely sure because we've not seen them on this map for a long time.
And on the flip side, you look at M&M and you think, if they have got a bit of a problem on the attack, Cafe isn't the nicest map to attack onto, is it? It can be a very, very tough and very punishing map, given that usually you spend the first 30 to 40 seconds just getting to the building. Because, access to the building isn't a given in Siege. There's often opportunity for some aggressive peaks, especially on a map like Cafe.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. Our lobby is ready, so thank you all very much, ladies, gentlemen, Nembis, for holding off with us here until we actually got into the game. Ollie, Jack, that's M&M versus Wolves. We toss it to our casters. It's the beautiful Happen. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, we find ourselves finally heading in. They did a lot better that time around, I think, the Dusk.
Yeah,
with the
it
delay.
wasn't derailed as
They
much
practiced.
as it was last time.
They practiced, they gave it a go. But they did much better. And now, finally, we can say we're into Cafe Dostoevsky. Wolves versus M&M. Wolves, I'm going to be real. They're desperate for the 3 points for a fair few reasons. Do you want to bring a full fat win? Your 2 teams that went to the most recent major and are both kind of struggling. But also, if you look at how the board currently is, Wolves are one of those teams sitting on 4 points. If M&M pull away and Wolves get nothing today, then there is at least 3 points between them and anyone above them.
Yeah, they will find themselves in that position where Heroic found themselves last stage near the closing parts of the season. It's not a nice position to be in. You want to be in that top 4 just to cruise out the rest of the stage to some extent, especially as the playdays start to close down. First ban is going to be the Flores. Kind of like that on Cafe. Often you see some RC Retiros coming through the skylight, taking out the utility, especially in that top floor. Now, no more of that. And as we continue, we can quickly go back a little bit towards what the desk said. It is hard to attack here, and I think that is due to the fact that a lot of it is external. If we want to highlight a team that was really good at keeping teams out of the map, I think Cyclops against Empire and BDS on this map a couple of years back is a really good example.
It was quite a while ago. It was
quite a while ago.
It was different metas ago.
It was, yes.
No, I think the thing about Dostoevsky that it seems to offer a lot of other teams is it's intricate. It has still a lot of room. There's cut corners and close quarters corners for these sort of picky and pricky fights, especially around the middle floor, which is a connector between the push onto the top or the very bottom. It forces this intricacy from the attackers. They have to try and thread themselves in, but also it becomes a bit of a limitation for defenders. There is obviously 3 technical major staircases, 2 of them all the way from the bottom to the top. But even in and amongst those, you're sort of struggling to find clear and clean rotations. It's very rare, especially from sort of bottom to top, to see massive rotates and retakes. Usually you'll sort of find a position, fall back, and hope you don't get killed on the route through.
Yeah, of course, rotating back up through Wild is a bit more safe than Red due to the hatch being on top of Red, often still being watched by a player out there. Wide is could also be tricky, especially with the window outwards. It's often also watched, especially if there's a bit of an eastern push coming on the way. But yeah, if you are down a floor below on the top floor where you need to be, it is very difficult to get back up from, every now and then. But for now, everybody's still up on the top for M&M as Wolves is starting off with the attack. So it's good to see how they decide to do so, whether or not they go straight for the top or if they want to clear this one bottom up. One thing is for certain, the skylight and the hatches, they'll always be open up for a bit of pressure.
Nook instantly in the hands of Mowgli as well, an operator that you see pretty consistently removed here. There's a steady approach over the top. Shinker in the roll of Lion. Let's try and bait this. Bibu, he's using range on this because of the risk of C4s. That's why they sort of doubled it down there. Huge pace either side. They make sure they can get an angle, anyone that might have been in a position, hoping to get a bit of a cheeky strike there, but nobody is quite ready to bite so immediately against them. One of the things that we see on the side of M&M here is a lot of intel. They've obviously got the cameras, the bulletproof that was just temporarily stunning out that drone, but it probably won't last much longer. The cams, and then a clash alongside a mirror. You have so much to stop Wolves getting a straight route through here.
And that is the issue, right? There's so much utility that you need to push through here as the attackers. Now, an E1D pops in, is going to hope to find some pace, but as Wolves are checking out these corners left, right, and center, they cannot quite find any of these M&M players. They're not giving them anything to work with here, and that means that they need to be playing this more into a utility kind of game.
Oh, look, they're trying to put some damage down. There's a full Eastern take. P4's inside. He's waiting to see if he can get a reveal. The clash pops around the corner. If he gets caught here, he is going to be pincered and pulled apart. The explosives pop across, and it's users and P4 to find one apiece. They're stacked up on the window, and Rise gets one more from that position. P4 wanted to play the plant, but very well covered from the guns of Solotov on the back end. Bibu, though, he's ready to strike back instantly, leaving just 2 M&M players on the board. One is a clash, and now it's only the clash. Neo, well, he's got to see if he can try and isolate 3 1 versus 1s here. Not easy and very loud is that problem you have when you're a clash in this sort of situation. You've got to try and find yourself steadying towards where that kid is, holding down. The pings are continual. They know exactly where you are. The ADS starts to burn, and you're not going to sit around. You hope you can get a strike, but all they have to do is strike at the right time. There's a little dabble dance. Don't quite get the head. The E1D will stop them, if but for a second. With the yellow pings coming through to at least a single player, do they have the risk and the reward there behind a solid? They're locked in. There's the strike. There's the plant going down. The kit will get covered. And with all the cover coming through, this task went from tough to nigh impossible.
Well done by Wolves here. They really slowed that down, realized they had the time, and as Neo opens up now with the SPSMG9, it's not going to be able to last very long. The Vector able to get that final kill. And where I said, you know, they need to play the utility game a bit more. There's mirror windows, there's shields, there's utility everywhere they need to clear, or you just have P4 repelling in from the window on the side, throwing in some flashbangs, opening up the complete site, forcing M&M to go for replies. That didn't really pay off well for them. So the top 4 under control the first time around for Wolves. They'll be more than happy with that one. And as we head to Reading and a Fireplace next, again, the top floor will play a major role. You want to have verticality if you want to plant, especially in Reading Room. After that, you start working yourself down towards the pillars. That probably will mean we again see these mirror windows being set up on the top floor just to make it hard to enter the building, especially from Piano.
M&M, they rotate themselves, get themselves stacked up, and it was sort of sudden there from the side of Wolves. The attack was very well put together. It was a perfect sort of weighted and baited strike. P4 being able to get himself in, tucked into the balcony before going for the swing there. They had isolated somehow some of the players from the side of M&M, and I don't think M&M were quite aware of just how isolated they became and how quick it all truly occurred. At that point, it was a bit clever back and forth, but with that first hand being in the French's favor, it ended up into that round here. M&M, they're trying to stack themselves with some of this vertical control, brush it off and keep it. There's still a lot of intel, still a lot of gathering, and still a lot of a slow here against the Guns of Wolves.
And to be honest, right, the window P4 used to get into the building is quite dangerous to just do that. Someone could be on the other side of the door, just swing you and take you out as you go for it. And I'm going to say, usually probably doesn't work twice in a row, but he's still active around that eastern side. Might actually have a little bit of a thought of having a second go at it, especially as top floor control, again, needs to be established to attack this side.
When these two teams met last in the most recent season, it was Rise's revenge game. I believe it was around 10-3, 10-4 he ended up on the game, and he was having an absolute big swing. So it's definitely one to always keep an eye on here on the side of M&M. I think it was only really Solotov that dug their teeth in, and one of the people that we talked about wanting to see a little bit more of this game was Tyrant, who's had a very powerful couple of games here recently. And currently, power is the position they play across the top. It's steadily being droned out. This is a very sort of expected approach here. Try and lock in the top of red, force the players out and around. They'll sort of be pushed back, and then you'll try and get some control over Train. Solotov's going to see if he can hold on for as long as possible. with this Valcam getting all the information, there's a C4 that you assume is going to get ripped soon.
Yeah, that's exactly what Solotov is playing right below the piano site. They want to get a Nitrous Cell kill out. Just one that you do not really have to challenge for. No risk of losing live, but as Mowgli pulls out a grenade, Solotov just swings him, takes him out as well, and now debating whether or not to go back up to that top floor.
Very well played there. They've got, as I said, all this intel, and they're making sure that it counts. P4, in the meantime, has done sort of what he did before. This time on the wrong side of a hard wall. Tucked himself very close to the site. Wants to cause some problems, draw some attention. In the meantime, the rest of the Wolves push has steadied its way across here. Shinka gets the breach open. Makes things awkward for any of the players around that fireplace side. So they can't quite get the same swings, but still, this corner, Zulu with all the opener, is pretty much a dead charge towards the fight and the site itself. A flash hits the wrong corner in the angle. Another faulted grenade. The second at least gets around it, buys himself some time, but time is a very important thing. Only 30 seconds.
Only 30 seconds indeed. Neo right above the reading door here as Nella finds Bibu. Neo just needs to be a bit patient here because they want to go for a different kind of take. If he manages to find his flank, which he does, it now becomes very dire for Wolves. They need to try and find a way into the site with many angles from many different positions being watched. One from the site itself, some from the staircases, and even rotation possibility still being out there. Snella finds one more. It's only up to Rise now. And ADS is at the worst timing as the Elder that reigns in supreme at the very end of it. And M&M is going to be able to find a defending round right here, the second of the game.
Quick response there from M&M. They made sure that they sort of had themselves cemented. They leant back into the push and the approach that came through, got that first kill, and then from then on, Wolves, they're a bit pressured by both bodies and where anybody was. Obviously, we didn't see the full fight on the verticality, but it seemed a little bit uncontested. The fact that Rise was on the far end of the balcony and couldn't then try and get revenge onto the kill that was an easy free pickup onto the Christmas doorway, it says, I guess, sort of statements about just how much work Wolves have been able to do on the top floor, which was probably not much.
It's basically nothing. Yeah. I was going to say as well, the reason they went for the dining site to try and plant over there is because they didn't have any verticality. That site doesn't have any vertical holes right above it, right? So you only need to worry about reading room itself and from the staircase, the white staircase on the back of it. Now, it's great if you manage to clear that out vertically, but if you do have that top floor control, the person on white stairs, for example, feels a lot less comfortable playing there. So with both those angles being out there, you're never really going to be making it into the site without having opened up a reading room. So kind of a failed attack there from Wolves. They tried to completely neglect that top floor or reading as a whole. Didn't work out for them. So that is something they can improve on if they do decide to go back towards that site. Just a simple opening on the reading would have helped them a lot.
Down to kitchen. With the extension that plays its way through onto the side of bakery, they have echo drones, which have been massive on this site, and utilizing them in a way to try and read the push that's coming ahead of them. But this is where it starts. On the opposite end, towards the swing round, they've got some of the bodies in control around the bottom of white stairs. They're going to see if they can try and force the player out right tucked in that magical cocktail area. But here, Solotov, he's currently stocking bar and trying to stock it with any of the bodies from the French team that swing their way round. Leno is that extension, that support. And look at Solotov, he's exploring. He wants to go right into this fight. He's hoping they can get the reveal. There's one. The grenade comes perfectly behind him, gets the drop down, doesn't confirm the kill, and that's a really risky one to know if you did it.
I'm not quite sure if they're aware. Some smoke canisters are being tossed back now. Nitrous cells to be thrown out as well. They really wanted to go for the recovery in Solotov, which they did manage to eventually achieve, but a second grenade's about to be coming his way. He's going to be picking him up. No, that one landed a bit short, but Mowgli will find it instead.
There it is, doubled it down, swings into a fight with a shotgun, wins it outright with the pre-fire, and suddenly Wolves, they've bit back too, but Tyrant, he's still in position to try and cause some revenge. This was the power point. Ooh, and that was the reveal there, but obviously not the real player. Can they find a single fight? Oh, there's a freebie Mowgli. Bit too concerned about the engagement happening elsewhere. Tyrant had the bravery and opted to turn what was a pretty impossible situation into one where now suddenly it's winnable.
Wolves have decided to go for a full rotation as well, not wanting to stick around and don't have the manpower to get rid of the player in VIP and still attack the side afterwards. So instead they're splitting up a little bit, seeing if they can play for some picks, and as they do, Users goes aggressive but fails to connect any of the shots here onto the Yana of Bibu. Now they're playing a bit of a ring around the rosy. Second player Shinka is currently coming through to try and provide some support, and maybe it is going to be a crossfire as soon as Users to find the first, goes a bit more aggressive into the cupcake bar. Holding tight. Flashbangs to be tossed out. It's going to get swung on. Shinka will find it, but Tyrant instant response.
I mean, you have to give credit there to M&M. They're sort of smelling the danger and not letting it sit before they can try and find a fight with it. Wolves, they're putting together these sharp attacks. They're having these moments, but it just seems in the, the 1, 2, 3, 4 beat, M&M's doing a bit of a waltz and hitting them on the third step instead. It's really just cutting Wolves a little bit by surprise on these setups time and time again. And, they got to see if they can just try and get the lead in, because as soon as you start to piece together exactly when those steps come, that's when you can sort of put your foot out, trip the dancers, and win the prize.
But that's basically what M&M is doing right now. They realize how Wolves is playing. They want to isolate the players slowly. Suddenly there's 3 players in that position, all swinging from different directions, making sure indeed that it is Wolves that trip. And there is ways to play around that. It is just to play a bit more patiently or get some extra information now. But so far, M&M have been quite adept in taking out the information that Wolves try to gain from the side and all around it. That makes it so difficult. They just have no clue about what's happening. Probably didn't even know about the injured they had on the player with the grenade earlier, who they, as well, didn't expect to go as aggressive as they did. Spawn peek attempt from Tyrant. Looking to double down on the pace that M&M has been building so far. It's not going to find anything. Is that prep jump out? It is.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Ready to rock and roll. You'll take a couple of steps, but you wait for the rappel sound. It's not the most common window to do this on, and, well, it's not the window that's going to happen on. They've actually opened up the door. The drone comes through. Don't know if Solotov saw it, maybe heard it, and either way, he doesn't want to see any of it. He gets himself right up red stairs with a little bit of a quick swing, rotates himself back into the train room, can cause some problems from here, but in the meantime, there's a bit of a hunt going on both these 2 floors, I believe. Yeah, Mowgli stacked up here alongside the drones going ahead. The Nook wants to be that horrible visitor, and this is what this operator can do so well.
It is, of course, known that the site is going to be the top floor. You don't want to be taking engagements down in that basement or ground floor if it's not that necessary. So rather just pull back, play a little bit with the rest of the team, and try and find a crossfire to Mowgli, who was a bit quicker on the flick right there. Finds the first, now finds, well, potentially the second is Users actually just a little bit quicker to C4 out. It's going to be shot down, but instead the SMG-11 follows up, and still the kill will be there, and M&M in the advantage.
One more player, P4, he's got himself here, just tucked around on the bottom of the stairs. He wanted for a second to lean into that fight, but he's been weighted, he's held, he's hoping that some of the pressure and support comes around, and you can see once again Wolves taken a little bit by surprise by the quick swing in. They thought that they were the one that was going to ruin the birthday party, but the candles were already blown out and the cake was eaten. 1 minute 20. They're still steadying themselves around their repackaging and trying to reapproach here from the approach underneath itself. Rise, tucking towards the balcony. There's the kit above the skylight. They're trying to drone out and find any other loose players, but at this point M&M, they've tucked themselves entirely into the site and they're just sort of waiting.
Last time Wolves as well, they of course had that one player quickly into the balcony, finding a double kill, which allowed them to, well, basically translate that into a victory. They don't have that this time around. They lost 2 of their players, only found 1 in return, and now still face a lot of this utility that they need to clear out. Rise is active on that window, wants to go aggressive, finds a grenade kill onto Neo, at least the injured for now. Tyrant will be shut down as well. Suddenly it's a 3-on-2 situation. Wolves have turned this around.
It's got to be huge here from Nello and Users. They're either side and Lumber in the core, and there's Nello popping up for the first. He's dancing every which way, but what is the side of Wolves? The hot pings are there, and he's gone even wider around on the back end. The pre-fire doesn't quite fully connect. Shinka is able to dip and dodge around. Users cannot quite get there locked in, holds onto the shotgun and hopes somebody swings for him. They have the kit. They have one more. It's Shinka though. Last split second. Finds another round for Wolves. 2-2.
Right, indeed, they're just not quick enough on that pump to try and find a second kill. And again, that top floor falls into the hands of Wolves, not strategically, but by brute force. They managed to just find these kills at the right moment, at the right time, and try and capitalize off it. And yes, it almost went wrong, and a tactical timeout is being called. That tells you all you need to know. It isn't as they planned it to go. This isn't the way they wanted to win that round. They'll still be more than happy with it, but as you see Rise currently talk to the rest of his team, he's taking charge. There's some small notes, there's some small things they need to work on here, and we'll see that probably over the next 2 rounds.
I mean, you could see their faces at the end of that round. They weren't happy with how it went.
It's more relief than a happiness.
Yeah, it was a win, but it wasn't at the cost that they wanted to put it through. They sort of have kept suffering this game on defense from the sides of M&M, and Wolves, you know, they want to be doing better. They want to sort of replicate the side that they had last time. It's also sort of worth mentioning when we saw them on Villa, it was a different map in Split 2. Wolves, they opened with their defense, and it was a flawless 6 rounds from them there. So they can obviously play a mean feat of a defense. Hasn't quite been their forte this split, as questioned by freshstats.com/whatever.
I thought it was
freshstats.gg.
Yeah. More teams have proven him wrong today, though. So who knows?
Teams have specifically done things
to prove him wrong, yeah.
No, not even just to prove him wrong, just to be featured in the stats as the only person that's played certain operators.
Kali and Rook we've seen today.
All for freshstats.gg?
All for just to make those...
Does he even have a website? I don't know.
I don't think he does.
I mean...
Well, he has one for his blog.
Yeah, but we can't... That's what I'm saying. The joke can't be on his real website. And
no. He's probably just getting the IP now and the domain.
Registering it.
Yeah.
Or Medics is doing it and stealing the website.
He's trying to resell it to him for like 50k.
Just, I mean, it's a smart deal. 2-2. Wolves 2-2. They've used their timeout. They've used their stack up. Now let's see if they can try and make something on the back of it. Mowgli wants it again onto the Nook. Hasn't quite been massively successful. The surprises, as I said, have generally come from the side of M&M.
Yeah, M&M has been able to strike and catch them off guard from time to time. And that is going to be a good round from P4, but some work to do, of course. Some of the default cams, and Spitz and a Maestro, but can't do much about it currently. Just trying to get some information. How many players... Oh! That's going to be huge.
What an exciting life we lead.
This is what I said before. They need to put pressure onto Reading Room if they want to go for an A side. They can now open it up for Heart Breach. They couldn't do that before. So if they want to go for the same approach as they did last time, at least create a small opening in that wall play so the player from Pillars can actually put up a bit of a contest there.
Tyrant holding onto the pixel side, Neo. He's sort of having a bit of a dance. We talked about the importance of the verticality and how Wolves didn't really do, well, anything. Potentially, they did some, but the approach wasn't one where when they tried to force their way into a potential swing on the back end of a Plan B was entirely off the board. P4 is still around that position, but without anyone else sort of putting the pressure here onto the back line, it's kind of pointless. That might start here. But we are thinking, you know, a minute 30's gone. They've been able to pay some attention. I'm not sure if they're just weighing up maybe to make work with what they've been able to make work with here. But otherwise, M&M are still sort of sitting pretty. They have control of Train. They've only just sort of lost the hold onto Cigar. What can Mowgli do with it?
Trying to find a way in, but it's turned a bit of a maze into the piano room there, and also he's receiving a bit of pressure from the cocktail balcony, so he needs to find the right moment to strike Solotov from below, though, with a very tight angle. Could spot out a head or two, with the MK14 is going to be dealing massive amounts of damage either way.
It hits heavy, that gun. It doesn't take the most of a connection to make things hurt. And now we're looking at 40 seconds. A minute gone, trying to break their way through. Users finds P4. They've got the first. Mowgli finds, well, there's no route through. He's tucked in, seeing if there's anybody that he can get a cut with. There's a close swing through the wall, and he gets gifted by the audio. Users is gone. I'm not entirely sure what just burnt out that angle, but it opens up that. Mowgli blows Solotov out of the train room, and suddenly they've been gifted a windfall, but they've got to make sure the breeze carries them through onto the side. It's being broken open. The quad wall gets popped. So does Neo inside the top floor as well. They've suddenly got the verticality. Nello's going to try and bite back alongside Tyrant with a double down inside. The kit's down too. It's a bite back here. Tyrant's all that's left in a 2 versus 1. They do not have the kit yet. Just picked up and put right back down. They've got no time. They got to make sure it connects. He swung wide. He doesn't quite win it out. Rise has the most important kill of the round.
Well done there by Wolves. The cover indeed from Rise, but we have to give credit to Mowgli as well. Spotting or hearing the player on the other side of the wall, just going for the wall bang, finding the kill. The perfect nade after that into Train completely opened up everything. The Heartbreach charges come through. Reading Room becomes unplayable. Neo falls. Wolves can flood the side. If it wasn't for Tyrant onto those white stairs, able to pick up a double kill, it would have been a way more decisive round from Wolves at that moment in time. They still win it. That's the most important part. They managed to find a side that is not going to be that top floor, and now they need to redo it, but on the ground floor, in the kitchen. And this is again from Mowgli. I don't see a yellow ping coming through, so you definitely heard the player.
Audio.
That is audio. Finds that one. The Selma comes through the Surya gate, burns that, and that is how he could use the grenade towards Train. So well done by Mowgli, opening it up an opportunity there for Wolves. A blitz.
In this economy?
In this economy.
A blitz, yeah, a blitz in the pocket of Rise, and
it's a good way to deal with VIP, I guess.
I mean, sure, but like, I'm curious to see how this leads in. I think that's the thing about Wolves is I'm always curious because it's, you know, it's very, 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 very rare. They have a sort of hero solo play that we'll see other teams sort of do where they'll say, throw yourself in, and usually that's a player they'll put into a blitz in this situation. There's going to be a lot of backing and support here from Rise wherever he goes for the drive, and there's going to be at least, I would say, 2 other Wolves players involved in the creation of whatever this turns into. So, where he decides to stack up, I guess we will see momentarily. For now, it's a steady standard approach here, droning their way across. A bit more attention is paid over onto Bake and Small Bake, and Nello very quickly gets rid of that drone.
It'll also be a bit of a scare factor, right? As soon as you see that blitz coming close around the corner, there's only 2 things you can do. Either you take the fight or you turn back and try and run out, because he's definitely going to be coming from you at that moment in time. So they're just trying to find a good position to play him from. Cupcake Balcony has been cleared. Is Jaeger Solozov digging in quite deep here? But with that opening there, it means there's almost no way out. And as he gets spotted, he needs to instantly take it, because if he waits half a second, there's no way left.
There's pressure also coming on either side. There's a blitz, but there's Mowgli. And as I said, it's a coordinated push, and they've entirely swarmed and swamped the bakery. There's a bit of an attempt on a retake at the bottom of red, and Tyrant's able to find out P4 from the engagement. The Echo drone is peeling its way back round as well, but they're now knocking on the door of the site itself. However, without the bottom of red and Bibu holding it off, they're going to have to go for a bit of a smoke and a drive around right towards the site, and the hefty chassis itself, they're forced all the way off towards the back end. There's a bit of a watch from a bit of range, but they still need that body onto red. There is no safe spot for them to currently just tuck in, and there's still Echo drones. You can see Wolves is trying to run the numbers, do the math, but can they try and find the right result at the end of this dangerous gun-based trigonometry? There's a rotate. Bibu, I think, is likely going to head his way over towards coat room door and see if he can put the pressure in from there. Nello, he's holding off with the C4. He's actually rotated his way back round. The Iana's going to offer some support. The C4 goes out early, doesn't quite get the catch. It's round the corner, and he wins anyway. Shoots through the invisible lady, and still suddenly, for all the excitement of before, Wolves, they're stuck because of Nello.
Yeah, Nello's in that crucial position, and Harry Potter there makes sure that Blitz cannot really push towards the side, cannot get any extra pressure down, and they are in a stalemate here. They just need to get rid of one of these players, either on the side or on the red stairs, and as Rice tries to go for the fight, he gets his feet shut out underneath him. Bibu in the middle of 2 players right now, doesn't even know it, finds one, somehow finds the second. Where's the communication, Eminem? You should have been aware as soon as the first kill fell, and now it's only up to Nello, and he's on the red stairs, about to be coming down as Shinko wants to attempt to plant. He now knows as well that the pressure is about to come through. 17 seconds, trying to go for a bit of a bait. Nello needs to swing sooner rather than later, because now 45 seconds will be on the clock, and it is going to be Bibu with that final kill. Wolves lock it off with a 4-2 attacking half.
I mean, how did they get there? I sort of said it as the idea was the rotate around, put yourself onto coat check, put some pressure there, draw Nello's focus away, and then suddenly you open up the plant. Or this is the plan B from Bibu. I'll go in there and I'll just get in the middle behind the bar. I'll just get between 2 players.
You started panicking him as well. I was like, oh, I spot a player on my right. Oh, I spot a player on my left. Like, what do I do? So he just digs in deeper in the middle of both of them. And
Shinka did technically get the kill onto one of them. So I think Shinka at the same time had been able to find a line from inside the kitchen equipment, which is why the Jaeger was a bit more distracted. But still, that ability to get there, I mean, we saw what was, in some regards, you know, a bulletproof sort of hold. They had everything locked down. They had the angle, they had that 1 power position, but Siege is a game where if you find, if you find the single gate in Helm's Deep where you can leave a giant bomb, the wall falls.
All you need is a tiny little crack in the defense, and you just insert yourself right through it, and you blow up the bomb, and that's it. It's like,
And then
it also
Legolas
falls
slides
apart.
down on a shield.
Making a...
How did you not get that from Helm's Deep?
I was going to say, I know you're making a reference. Is
Wait,
this a moment I'm going to make a...
Wait,
yes?
what? You do not know this reference?
No, I said I knew you were making a reference.
Yeah,
However,
but do you know what the reference is?
I've never really watched Lord of the Rings.
What?
I'm sorry.
What? Pause the game.
No, we can't do
No,
that. We have to
what?
continue going. Yeah, I've never watched it. Was never that interested in it. I know.
What?
I was waiting until we did it for movie night, the whole all moves in a row.
I mean, yeah, 12 hours of
exactly
Lord of the Rings extended editions.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I've started off the first
in my
movie.
casting career, I'm speechless.
I've started off
It's
the
not
first
because of
movie,
Siege.
but never finished.
Honestly.
I'm sorry to
how dare
disappoint you and everybody.
You have. Okay, let's move past that sick fact about you. A minute has passed on this, the turn of the half and the opening time. As I said before, I'll wave that little warning flag. Hey, M&M, last time Wolves got a flawless defense half to open the game. Sure, different map, different time, slightly different setup, but still the important part remains the same. They did it. And that's the mental hurdle that you've got to try and overcome. There's a big bit of pressure here around on the side of Pixel. They're going for a traditional take. They're going to try and get the controller red, and that comes down with a drop on the player. Mowgli suffers a scratch and a scrape on the opposite end. C4 luckily falls right in front, but so does Solitov. Mowgli gets the opener here, keeps himself in this power position, and taking one body out of it is huge. Can he see if he can get any more for the trouble? Because he still has all of his utility.
Pixel, such a difficult position to get rid of as well. There's a shield, there's Mew Gemmers, there is going to be 3 ADSs as well. And if that angle doesn't work, it just swings into the bathroom and takes it ahead of Neo. Well done by him, takes out another drone. They really will not be able to get rid of him from this current position in this time forward. They need to send some grenades that way, but they won't even be able to connect due to those due to the ADSs still being out there. So M&M, they need to try and go for a different avenue here.
Tyrant, he's now stepped himself up. He's going to see if he can try and do some of what was done to them on the previous round, but doesn't quite get the full connection. So now his position's a little bit more revealed. There is obviously the player at the bottom of pillars, wants to swing onto them. Nello, he takes a bit of damage. Mowgli takes even more, but it's BB that finds Tyrant, has that cover and support, and now they've lost the player that was that swing opportunity. One left in Cigar. One that's going for a bit of a rotate here, and only 30 seconds. M&M, they're either side of pretty much every single player on the opposite team. Usus at least gets one. They've got a lead in, they've got a first body, but they've got 20 seconds, and unfortunately for Usus, the kit, well, even more unfortunately, he's dead. But the kit is also on the far side as well. The point still stands, and Nello has the point in front of him. Gets at least one more out the door, but pockets full of seconds, 3 remaining players. They still have all of the mirror windows and everything locked in. They also have that round 4 in a row to make it 5-2.
And now Wolves are really starting to walk away with a very solid defense coming through as well there, especially the Pixel, we have to say. Beautiful shots from Mowgli, able to lock out 2 of those players. And that's going to be calling a timeout from M&M. Needing 45 seconds to quickly discuss what went wrong there and what they need to work on, because their time for a full 3-pointer is starting to run out.
I mean, that's it, isn't it? It's sort of that sordid, unfortunate fact about this is when you're in M&M's shoes and you're looking at Wolves, who they weren't just a team that we sent to the major alongside them. They were, in a lot of people's books, our favorite team that we sent for this region. Very, very strong team in the previous split, and they haven't quite had the best start. But you never want to be the first step on the comeback. You want to be able to take those points before Wolves truly settle down and start doing the game we know that they can do so well. And here, well, it's not going so well. It is 5-2. They've taken their time out. Anything less than this, and suddenly, as we said at the start of this, that pack starts to get a little bit further away. We can see the importance of just how this game will play out in the top right. M&M, they'll fall technically from 6th to 7th. Wolves will jump from 7th to 4th. That's that core divide that's starting across this UL.
Just comes right back into it. And I wasn't going to say single tap, but it was quite close to it.
I mean, with that gun, that's worth. That is a single tap.
It was a tap, but it was multiple bullets coming out.
That is a tap with that SMG.
But yeah, now M&M basically have that same issue Wolves has had. However, Wolves had the luxury of starting off on the attack, which allowed them to call that tactical timeout after it was 2-2 to find those final 2 rounds. M&M, if they do it when it's 2-2, that means, on this half that is, then Wolves is already on match point, just about to close it out and get full 3 points. So they lost 1 round. They have to call it then if they want to get those full 3. Which means that there's a lot more pressure upon them now. On their attacks, on sites, they haven't even seen the Wolves' defense yet. Luckily, it all revolves around this simple formula. If you want to go for the eastern side, you want to get VIP under control. If you want to go for the western side, you want to have the red hallway and cupcake balcony, bakery balcony under control.
Cupcake
balcony.
I love
it's going to be a new site. Next rework.
That's the top of the cupcake, the best bit. There's a track. M&M, there's almost a pullback. They pre-fired and kept firing, and Bibu suffers on the end of it. That is one of those uses of a gun that has just so many bullets, and they tried to get a bit of a strike back there. Mowgli wanted to see if he can maybe get one out of the engagement. Solotov was on the hunt. A very quick response here. They're making sure that no loose threads are left. The 2 players that are on the top floor, both been pinged. They have some space to work with, and you assume the washing hatch is open as well. Yep, there it is. The first has taken it. They've dropped immediately off. This is high pressure, and Mowgli bites back, actually. He's sort of stuck around a little bit longer. There's a take back, Mowgli! Well, with an instant response, I don't even think that the player he saw drop in front of him, P4, could let out a lick of French saying where he is before Mowgli got revenge.
And Wolves somehow stay equalized in this half. Again, a very questionable challenge, first of all, coming down from Bibu all the way up to the top 4. Lost him the entry kill, but luckily it has been made up for. You see some of the track stingers coming out now to lock off some, rotates back up to the top 4. Verticality is definitely not going to be in Wolves' favor anymore, so they have to be careful from every single angle up above. But luckily, all the M&M really have right now is a hatch drop, and as long as VIP is under control of Wolves, which I believe Mowgli is currently occupying, it is going to be very difficult to get a proper plan down. That's right, actually.
50 seconds, 3 versus 3, and the echo of the buck is on the far end as they can just sort of hear that vibrate across the whole site, and all they know is that's making things trickier and a little bit more difficult for any of the place to hold. But you look at where the hold is coming from, and Wolves, they've got themselves a bit of a stretch and a spread. One in VIP. It's about to suffer the wrong end of some flashes and brightness. The drop comes through, and Rice doesn't care about that. Neo instantly gets one back, but the kit, oh, it's cold and awkward. The smoke canister might stop the next player getting through on a full set of lungs. They're rotating their way around. They're looking for the cover and the idea here, but they've only got 15 seconds, and this is very quickly going to turn into a 2 versus 2 versus a 1 versus 2. Watching the plant itself, Neo leans in, sprays over the top, Rise gets the lockdown. There's a shotgun, and Wolves, they find it. They find themselves with 4 rounds to lock it out. They are 6-2.
I mentioned it to you before, Emmy, as long as they have VIP under control, it is going to be difficult to get that plan down without taking any losses. The first person drops in with a diffuser, instantly hat removed by the SMG. Of course, people retake it afterwards, but smoke canister, they deal those small amounts of damage and still leave the remainers of M&M wondering, where is that last player? Okay, one is in VIP, where is the other one? Could be anywhere on that side, so they couldn't go straight for the plant. For all they know, maybe top floor control had been retaken at that moment in time. So, first of all, Mowgli here, he was about to fall off and then realized, okay, I can just go for the refrags here as well. And Rise's important last double kill coming through. It is quite difficult coming through that door to know exactly where your head is going to be popping up. They have a lot more space to play with on the attack out there if they have the side under control.
I mean, it's tricky here for M&M on these approaches. They're trying to find their way through. That one after the timeout was sharper. They were there with responses, they were there with positions, but I mean, the gun game of some of the guns of Wolves has really lit up over this, the past couple of rounds especially. Obviously, you know, they were once 2-1 up. And then since then, oh no, this has happened. Mowgli takes the head off of Tyrant. We said we wanted to see a bit more of him, and unfortunately Mowgli disagrees, Bibu disagrees, Rise also went for an adventure out the window, and I know at the beginning of this I said maybe we shouldn't look to how Cyclops played this.
I was going to make the same comparison right now.
But maybe we should.
They decided now it's match point, we have 4 rounds. Let's play 1 Cyclops round, and after that we might go back to default. Solotov has found himself away all the way up to the red stairs, though. He's aware of the fact that there is going to be players up there. But P4 has a drone, a camera, I mean. So if Solotov doesn't have the hell presence detector active at that moment in time, might actually be spotted out. But he's getting quite far in the freezer now. Still gonna unspot it, waiting for the ability to recharge as the drones and Nomad are up on the top floor trying to provide some support.
That's it, P4. He's going to rotate his way up. Solotov, what he's waiting for here is a gift. There's pings that are coming towards the potential presence of a player, and he's hoping that one of them drifts without the awareness of him here.
On a Banshee.
Oh, there, that's going to pop up, and Mowgli. Oh, he almost had a very quick response. Now the reveal's done. The grenade is going to swing its way around. There was somebody on the camera, so they had a rough idea. But rough doesn't quite cut it at this level.
The thing is, more importantly, they know there's players out there. They know there is going to be an attack coming out from the top floor, and that is the information they did not have before. It was a bit of a check, as B4 gets the C4 kill with Nello, leaving it only up to Solotov and Neo now in a 4-on-2. The diffuser has been dropped as well, needs to be recovered. Solotov in a very difficult position here, spots out a player onto White. If this challenge continues, it's just some time wasted. Grenade about to be tossed in. Smoke canisters as well. Oh, an ADS will eat that one. Right behind him as well. Rise will shut him down, leaving it only up to Neo. He has the diffuser. He is about to get to side, but P4 shuts him down before it can even press or think about pressing the F button to plant. And that means a full 3 points will be going to Wolves here tonight, as that tactical timeout they pulled probably changed the entire outcome of this matchup.
I mean, it's one of the things that they said at the beginning of this game was we want to see Wolves win a game. Not sort of scrap by, not get to OT, but a full 3-point win. Well, they delivered and some. The team that was once upon a time the top flight risk and chance for us has sort of made that statement again.
Yeah, to definitely want to be in that top 4 after you've made it to a major. You made it to a second major. What is stopping you from making it to a third? So Wolves for now find themselves in the top 4. Still plenty of playdays to go, however, in the European League, so nothing is certain yet.
What is certain is a break before we're back with the desk.
Welcome back, friends. Wolves are victorious. We have a couple of laughing friends over there on the other side of the stage. But hey, welcome back again. You're laughing too. Could you share with the class? Are we still roasting Hap for not knowing Lord of the Rings? Not watching the movies?
There's a bit of a questionable take going on the casting desk over there, to be honest. But we move.
Oh, well. Anyways, moving on from that bombshell of an announcement, we move on to our victory. Wolves make it through. They absolutely thrash M&M in this game. And actually, we have our interview ready. So I'm not going to ask you what you think now. I'm going to have you hold it off on your own. And let's not keep our interviewee waiting. Hello, Rise.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How are you?
It's been a while.
I'm doing good. I'm doing great, thank you. I mean, you were supposed to have people in interview, but he has some neighbors problem. Apparently, was screaming a bit too loud, so sorry about that. You got me instead.
Fair enough. I mean, we get to talk. It's kind of odd to see you with the whole wall behind you. Usually, it's the green screen, but honestly, I think we can make that wall look real good. If you ask me. Anyways,
you know that I'm trying to buy shelves, all right? But my girlfriend, even though like it's my spot basically, right? Mm-hmm. She doesn't want me to pick it because she wants something good that pleases her. But I'm not allowed to choose for myself.
Right.
So one day maybe when she'll decide, yeah, sure, we'll have something in the wall, sure.
I have a recommendation because I'm actually trying to do the similar thing in my room, which is kind of given to me as, hey, this is the space that you can do your own stuff in. Highly recommend. Mid-century modern table, thin. So let's go, up to 40 centimeters max in width, up to 1 meter high. And then you're good to go. You put in a couple of like tableaux or some paintings or pieces behind you that you frame. It will look fantastic. Anyways, styling.
I'll keep that in mind.
Styling aside, I would love to swing by and kind of see how it all goes down, help you out, because I'm sure you can thrift a lot of cool stuff in Belgium. Yes, I know. My colleagues are laughing at me because I'm too cool for that. Anyways, I'm very old. Mid-century modern. I love a bit of that. But you know what?
It's okay.
See, there you go. At least we can sympathize. We're going to talk about taxes after all of this is done. I promise you. So, Rise, with this victory, you guys are pretty comfy. It was a pretty comfy day for you, and I want to start it off by talking about what happened against G2 in the last Playday, because for all intents and purposes, we know that G2 themselves didn't even expect to play Theme Park. That's what came out. Did you expect that to be the case?
Honestly, you can expect anything with Fabian. I think we knew that he was trolling very hard with the map ban, and we didn't want to give him that title of the biggest troller of the EUL Playday. So instead, we just trolled the game, I guess. I'm kidding. Obviously, they played better than us.
Yeah.
We knew that they were aiming for Chalet. It was pretty obvious since our history, and that we know that G2 is a pretty good team on Chalet. So are we. But the theme park was opened, and we were like, yeah, sure. I mean, we're good on theme park as well. Let's maybe mess with their map ban and try to get something out of it. It didn't work for us. It's fine. I mean, they played better. That's it.
Fair enough. And, what did you think you learned as lessons from that match to say, okay, you know what, we're not going to repeat this next week?
Well, I don't know if we really learned something from that match in particular, because at the end of the day, I mean, we were quite satisfied with most of our rounds. Not like our defenses were not really good. Mm-hmm. We didn't really throw, but we just played 2 laps very badly. I think overall we reached a point with the team where our our habits as individuals in the collective are hurting us, and we just needed to have a second breath on that, on the entry hole, for example. So we just focused on that from the G2 game, and we tried to simplify our gameplay basically. So maybe we could say that because of the G2 game that led that into that, but it's more generic in my opinion.
But you're still very effective against M&M today. Were you expecting Dostoevsky to be the map?
Yes. I mean, the thing is, we had a couple of maps that we knew M&M would play against us. Mm-hmm. We only had an interrogation point on Villa because, the 2 last stages we've played Villa against them. One time they beat us, the second time we beat them, and we were like, okay, let's make it a third, or what are we gonna do? And they just banned it, so it really simplified our map ban, and we were expecting Cafe amongst others, and yeah, I mean we knew what we were doing.
I mean, with this victory, you're looking pretty good for, I guess, going into the halfway mark of the stage with pretty good results. And next Playday, you get to go up against Secret. It's again the final matchup of the day. How do you feel that game's going to go?
It's always a tricky game against the Secret guys. Because I think their play style, maybe it's the way Kendrew is leading, is a bit annoying to some degree, but I don't know. Lots of things. No, I mean,
why do you say that?
I'm serious.
Why is it
I mean,
annoying?
it's annoying for us.
Yeah, why is it annoying for you? What is something that Secret
Reasons.
does well? Say again?
Reasons. I'm kidding. No, I mean, apparently I convinced you. No, but I mean, I think they have a game style that we really don't like to play against, and I won't say it on stream because I don't want to give keys to other teams to fight against us, right? So, but in on some maps, they could have that annoying gameplay that we don't really like. I don't think they are superior in any way, either on the individual part or on the strategy part. It's just gonna be, and that's why I'm saying it's a tricky game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just gonna be a mental game, to be honest. If we win the mental fight, I think we win it easy. So do they, actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very good to hear and very good to see. Rice, thank you very much for joining us here on the interview, and thank you for having a little boomer chit-chat with me at the beginning of it. Wolves versus Team Secret is the final matchup of our next Playday on Monday for EUL. Make sure you're tuning in to catch Rise and the squad back in action against Team Secret. Till then, thank you very much, and take care. Bonne nuit.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Ooh. And here we are back again. Thank you very much for not laughing at me. That felt...
We definitely laughed at you, Milos.
We laughed quite a bit.
Okay. So 7-2 Wolves versus Eminem. What do you think about that, Jack?
Oh, I thought Wolves really were excellent today. You know, we prefaced this with Wolves great on the attack, Eminem great on the defense, and it's all going to be about the side swap. But actually, it was Cafe. And it was Cafe with Mirror open. It was Cafe with Valkyrie open. Yet Wolves still managed to get a 4-2 attacking split on probably the best defensive side in the game at the minute on Cafe. And that just showed the prowess of this team, how good they were. They get on the defense, they then just win the free defenses out because it's Cafe with Mirror and Valkyrie open, right? And again, we're seeing another Boomer as the MVP.
Missed opportunity for Eminem, really. You know, you look at the bans, you look at what was available to them, and I don't think that they took full advantage of it. On the flip side, Wolves came out extremely strong. Rise there as the MVP. We asked for a little bit more out of the other players as well. We asked for a little bit out of Mowgli. Yep. We asked for not as much reliance on Bibu, and that's exactly what we got. Bibu didn't set the world on fire here tonight. I think he ended up with 6 kills, something along those lines. Mowgli again in those double digits.
Yep.
Night and day difference.
It's where Wolves would expect that they would be.
Yeah.
You know, top 4 rival, but actually our attacks are great. We don't care. We'll go through. We'll get the 4-2 attacking split. The defenses were much improved. Like I say, good map for the defense as well. And it's where Wolves would expect that they would be. This point in the season, they're in the hunt. They're in the fight for the top 4. And they looked really good today. And honestly, this kind of small conversation that Rise was having about Team Secret and next Playday, what they could be pulling off, you know, and also mentioning their game against G2 in the last Playday that, hey, you know what, we got real close, but actually we felt a bit shaky and we don't really know why. So maybe we needed that shake-up. Maybe that sets up Wolves for an even better, you know, second part of this stage, because so far, I mean, they are looking good to be in the top 4 if they continue. But then again, with every team now more than ever, you can't really confirm anything or be really clear about your intentions or if you can actually achieve them until they are fully achieved and you're locked in. The top 4 is what all these teams are looking for here in EUL. But that said, I think it's time for us to wrap up our day, don't you think? So it's getting early. Usually we wouldn't usually be starting our final matchup until like 10 minutes from now.
Certainly for last week. last week was a long one.
Bless
Jack's struggling, bless him.
Anyways, let's say hello to everybody here on the stage.
Cut away from Jack. Cut him! Cut! They just want to see him suffer.
Let him cough in peace.
Hello, beauties.
Hi.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm just better than Jack. Just want to say I'm not alone in my shame.
What shame?
I have a fellow comrade. Twitter is ripping Hengu apart for not watching.
Yeah, come on. Pangu.
Now, Nicholas and I are around the same age, so
That's not an excuse.
I'm trying to make up excuses right now.
This really reminds me of the days when Parker and I.
I'm sure there's more people like me and Pangu.
Honestly,
we also like Sly Cooper both.
Sly Cooper is great. It's one of the best games ever.
Maybe has something to do with each other. I don't know.
Or with that, they're all furry. Anyways, this is the end of the show. It reminds me of. I was away from Dex, but it does remind me of the days where Parker and I and Tara and I would just sit down and just talk kicks to Michael and be like, Michael, how do you not know this movie? And how do you not know the show?
Yeah, he wasn't big into popular culture.
Yeah, and we had to drag him into watching things. That was wonderful times, honestly.
I got a fun comparison of what it's like being friends with you and Parker the other day and today. In fact, when I was at the dentist, I was having a tooth drawn literally this morning, and I've been messaging both of you. And then I have a really nice screenshot, and it's your being like, "Oh, good luck with your teethies." And then one from Parker just says, "I'm going to cancel you."
So you can tell the completely different personalities that we
duality.
Have. The duality of man, indeed. There you go. Anyways, let's wrap up our day. Here are our matches. 5 games that we ended on today. All be a 1 series. As always, 7-5 Navi versus TT9, 7-4 Outsiders versus Secret. Our match today was a rollover. 7-2 Rogue versus G2, 7-4 BDS versus Heroic, and finally 7-2 Wolves versus M&M. Seems like, I guess, a bit of normality has been restored. A bit of order has been restored to EU League come Playday 4. Who knows how things will be? We still have 5 more Playdays. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 until we finish up this stage. I wonder what's happening on the final day of EUL. Cough, cough, wink, wink.
We're not that far yet. We have day 5 first.
Anyways,
6 Playdays.
Sorry,
I'm also wondering what's happening on the final, but also the other days until the final.
You know, maybe nothing even matters on that final day. Maybe everybody's already qualified at that point.
You were just trying to catch production out because they cut you out.
No.
You wanted to see if they could just throw up the last play day?
No, because the final play... anyways, look, you'll know what I mean. Anyways, let's take a look.
We don't know what you mean.
Yes, you
Tell us what you mean.
You know
what you mean. I don't have a run of show.
Even just Milos.
No, I do.
Oh, I know what he means.
Right here.
I do think I know what you mean.
I don't know.
I don't think you know anything. Anyways, moving on to our rankings. Here's what they look like at the end of Playday number 4. Here they are. BDS at the top with 10 points, Rogue at 8, and Heroic at 8 as well. 777s in, this is a plug for Shate right there. Wolves, Navi, and Outsiders. 5 points for M&M, 4 for Team Secret, 4 for G2, and none for TT9 that got close to getting their first point today. But hey, not the best of experiences for them, but still, they are still there at the final spot. My friends, I now turn to you to ask for, I guess, any surprises before we talk about next week's schedule. What do you think I mean?
Boxes.
What? Bang.
Surprising. Oh, you mean with Siege?
Yeah, the game that we're supposed to work on.
Oh, yeah, I think it's surprising that we're seeing, I guess, no one more dominant, as a weird way of putting it. Although there's a team with 4 wins, like half of them being scrappy overtime wins, I think says a lot.
We have a nice and close league for now. It's not sure yet who's going to be making it. Yes, like at this point, we usually start seeing the divide between the top 4 and below, but not really even that, because you said it yourself, 8, 777s, 6. It's like everybody's still within like a game's reach from now on.
Yeah.
Of making it into that top 4.
Yeah, the top 4 is where that big fight is. But now if you look at next week's schedule, and that's next Monday, or make sure that you're tuning in for that one. And we start off with Heroic versus Outsiders. Second, M&M versus Navi. Our match today is BDS versus Rogue. Highly recommend that you come in and catch this game because D2 squads are vying for the number 1 position. G2 versus TT9. Can G2 bounce back and defeat TT9? Seems like this is the opportunity. Can't wait to see TT9 defeating them. And then finally, Wolves versus Team Secret to round out our day. Gentlemen on the desk, what are your thoughts on next week?
I think it's nice that we've still got two teams, even in 8th and 9th, that are only one clean 3-point win away from getting themselves back up into the mid-table. So there's still loads of opportunity there, and you start looking at that and thinking, Heroic against TT9, G2 against TT9, maybe that's the time that they sort of make that sort of mid to late stage resurgence. But even then, there's big games top through bottom.
I think it's mental that this time next week, NA is going to have all 4 teams probably confirmed to the major, and we still will have 9 out of 10 teams in the fight.
Which is another reason why we're the superior region and should always be watching us.
Yeah, I don't know why I just mentioned them. Watch us.
I think they're on later as
What
well,
I
aren't
mentioned.
Are they?
Tomorrow.
No, they're not.
Tomorrow.
See,
no one knows.
They're never on anymore. Solly
Oh, is that
UL
with
and
the
APAC
other
North now.
the other versions of us?
There might be a watch party.
the other version.
Yeah, they got like the tall one.
I mean, honestly, I'd be honored.
They got a short
if
one as
my-
well.
They got a short
Yeah,
one.
we've got a short one.
I'd be honored if the other version of me, or I am the other version of Doa. It's like an ancient kind of
Why you
massive
got
personality.
It's like Doa and the other guys.
Who's the
Doa
European
and the other
Parker,
guys.
though? Because no one...
Who's the what?
European...
Dez.
Derry, 100%.
Definitely Derry.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I was going to say,
100%.
no one is quite as annoying.
Because with that statement, with that
You know
statement,
how it means that as well, because he
with that
doesn't lie.
statement, both of them are insulted.
Okay, me and Intero both have like sort of war going on every time I speak to him. He's always passing me out. So
I think it's very unilateral. I think he just sees you and he just yells from the other side of the airport insults at you that I won't
that's
repeat.
exactly how it goes.
Which
and
is
it's normally something with Dutch.
That's like his
It might
banter.
be
Sarah's like,
he
I
just
hate you.
mistakes you for Jesse. Like,
What?
The other person he works with. Because they're very similar, I think, Hap and Jesse. Looking. I get confused sometimes.
when you
He's
cast.
no longer the robot, which is what I was during 2020.
Yeah, you're more active now.
Like, I'm sorry.
Welcome to the post show, by the way.
Ollie asked me what the post show was going to be like, and I was like, yeah,
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You don't need to know.
What is post show? Non-existent. It's just.
We just have fun, and
Yes,
you know, we
apparently.
we all want to have fun on here. So we're very happy that you join us on kind of the end of it, because we were just having a little fun. Not everything has to be super structured all the time. Of course, we want to talk about the teams and be very serious about it, but we can move around.
Just done that for like
can cut
7
loose.
hours, you know?
We can have fun here.
Exactly.
It's just the last 10, 15 minutes.
20,
Have you ever thought about
30.
getting a coin?
A coin.
Yeah, for
We do not have the
predictions.
time.
Am I tossing a coin?
We don't have
To
the
The Witcher?
budget. Yeah, get a
That
fancy,
hits real close.
get a fancy coin.
Don't you carry a coin with you, Milos?
It's why we
Just
could
do
only
another-
afford
No.
one box for Ollie, but we couldn't get it the right size. It's actually 5'1".
He
It's
is
the same
actually.
box that
he
Anne
looks
will be using.
Yeah.
This
later
angle
on.
makes us look quite...
We look all right.
I've seen that angle for a while. Oh, that looks...
I
I need to really...
We need
I need a box.
Ollie needs to
production.
step backwards
some
one
yoga.
step.
Yoga?
Yeah.
What
Wait,
is
no,
that?
Is that how
Ollie,
you got
just
so
step
tall?
backwards.
Ollie,
Just
one
walk
step
backwards.
back.
No, let's step back. I'll be out.
Yeah, keep-
There's no light
I'm
anymore.
out the light. I'm out the
Okay,
light.
now
Keep
go,
going,
now
keep
go,
going.
What if I went
now
in
go.
front of the... I can go in front of the desk. Keep on that angle. If I stand like here...
What are we doing?
There we go. Now you're on.
There we go.
Right,
Now
I'm
you're
doing
on
the desk
something.
from here
It's
now.
so well lit.
I mean, you're very well lit.
Yeah, I need...
Hello, everybody.
It's not going to work, is it?
Incredible, isn't it? What we get on to here. Anyways, thank you so much for being with us here and enjoying the post show. I hope you really did. Well, thank you very much, Ollie. Can we get a easy clap for Ollie for Extra Troika joining us for the first time here
Thank you. Thank you.
That was in sync.
on the desk? That was actually wonderful. And thank you very much, Jack. As always, we can play the music now, production. We're closing everything.
Me out. What did I do?
Come back, Abby. Go.
No.
We can run the music now.
I was the one that didn't watch Lord of the Rings, not Emmy.
True.
You're supposed to fade me out.
Are you the Faramir of this
All right.
group?
It's the second time.
See, you wouldn't know what that is. You should watch the movies. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. Thank you so much, Emmy, Hap, Des, and Tim. And thank you for production team, our wonderful observers, medics, and Easy. Till then, we'll see you on Wednesday morning
Those
for
are
APAC
capitals of
North
Europe.
and Monday.
Of the teams. Which capital's this?
Oh.
That was probably London. that
You keep
just saw.
going.
Where's
That's
that?
Paris, as you can see, is the Eiffel Tower.
Whatever, man.
This is London. You see Big Ben. I don't know what
It's
this
not
is.
actually called
It's
Big
just a
Ben.
bunch of clouds.
I had to play
This is
slow.
Brussels. I used to live there.
Is it Brussels?
Yeah.
Some forests, the Ardennes.
I'm sorry.
This is where the budget
it was
was.
a geography question.
This is Moscow.
Is this Moscow? Yeah.
This is
I
Moscow.
distracted Milo.
It is
Kremlin.
to
This is
represent all
Brussels.
the teams we have from all over Europe.
That's
a bridge.
Where's that bridge in France? Is it?
That could be the Netherlands as well, actually. It could be the Erasmusbrug. Erasmusbrug, there we go. Dutch is really hard.
You're Dutch? What are you doing? Anyways, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Ta-ra.
It's really hard.
Oh dear.
Most Navi stood up, they take all 3 points.
It's managed to get Sleb and Pacha in the nick of time. Final second.
Down and Rogue take a very decisive 7-2 win.
Flawless round.